Hello, welcome, happy Easter and greetings from Imola in Italy. We are in the heart of the Italian motor industry. Just a few miles away is Maranello, even closer Sant'Agata Bolognese. It is round 2 of the FIA World Endurance Championship. We started a month ago, 6 weeks ago now in Qatar, and we have a run of European races now through Imola, Spa, 2 6-hour races. And of course the big one, the 24 Hours of Le Mans in the middle of June. Then we fly around the globe via the rest of our championship. But for now, it is all eyes on what happens here at the Autodromo Enzo Edino Ferrari, the long-time home of the San Marino Grand Prix. Valentino Rossi, pole position man in LMGT3 with Kevin Magnussen. Sebastian Buemi having a bit of a download as well with Dries van Toor from the BMW hypercar team. And the great and the good. Easter eggs abound. Well, welcome everybody. My name's Martin Haven, leading the commentary team here for round 2 of the WEC. Alongside me in the booth will be Graham Goodwin and world champion Anthony Davidson. And Anthony, apart from the Easter eggs, this track is going to provide a lot of hard work for the drivers. It's a proper old school circuit. It's very narrow, and that means it's going to be tough to overtake.
Yeah, it most certainly is, Martin. It's great to be back here in Imola. For the second time for the World Endurance Championship, the drivers really enjoy the challenge of this track. Like you say, a proper driver's circuit, anti-clockwise, one of 3 this year for the World Endurance Championship. We're going to focus on the Tamburello chicane first of all. Turns 2, 3 and 4. That really is your best overtaking opportunity come today. So let's see who can dive down the inside potentially, or even brave it round the outside there. And the start is always tricky, of course, as well. Then you've got Piratella, another corner to focus on. Great to drive from inside any of the cars here, LMGT3 or the hypercars, through into Acqua Minerale. It follows. And 11, 12 and 13, you're asking a lot from the car there. A good place to try and save your tyres if you're looking at tyre management as well, which I'm sure many of them will be on this circuit today, where track position is absolutely key. It's a bit like our Monaco, if you like, for this championship. So you've got to get that track position. The hard work was done yesterday in qualifying. Now you've got to keep it.
That's my view, incidentally. He's just come past my head, which is why that was so loud. That's how tall I am. Well, a busy paddock, a busy grid, and loads of fans here. We had over 70,000 fans here for the first World Endurance race in Imola a year ago. Looks like it is even busier. Heading down into our LMGT3 field, looking at the winners last time out, the 33 Corvette. They started 13th in Qatar. Disappointed with their qualifying pace, ended up on pole position. And Graham Goodwin, where you start doesn't always equate to where you finish. The racing gods often have a little bit of a trick up their sleeve.
Well, they did last year, didn't they, with changeable weather. We might well get a shower later into this race, but the weather is certainly better than was predicted at the start of the weekend. Nico Lapierre, the new sporting director of Alpine, of course. And the Iron Dames will be looking for an upturn in form. Here are the number 81 Corvette, brand new car for TO Sport after switcheroo with the chassis that they've got available for them. It'll be Tom Van Rompuy starting the race in the number 81. The bright yellow cars now based in the UK.
I was chatting to his teammate Rui Andrade this morning. He said, when can I come into the booth? I want to come into the booth at Le Mans so I can give Charlie Eastwood a tough time when he's driving the car. That's the kind of team spirit they have here. Just ahead of them on the grid, the 95 McLaren. Both McLarens made it through into the Hyperpole. The top 10 cars in qualifying in each of the groups of LMGT3 and Hypercar go into Hyperpole. They had a little bit of an issue with their car with over-delivering of power, lost one of their laps, but they still have what looks like a relatively competitive package here, and the McLaren has certainly come on strong since the beginning of last season. Absolute
nowhere beginning of its first season in LMGT3, and an absolutely competitive proposition. The Copinho there from the Proton number 99, privately entered 963. Great to see so many people here and so many families amongst them. Here's the other McLaren.
Yeah, Darren Leung and Sean Gallale, winners here last year for BMW in car number 31. But they now hoping to double up this time for McLaren. And there is Darren Leung looking pretty relaxed.
I am with Robert Kubica, driver of the Ferrari number 83. A good, strong quali today. It's important track position here.
Yeah, for sure. Well, qualifying went well as a position. The gap to Antonio was quite big, so we would have to start like 5th row for the gap he had between him and us. But yeah, fortunately we are starting 1st row, so the race will be long. But yeah, Imola is known that track position is very crucial, so we are happy to be here to start in the 1st row. And yeah, we hope for a clean race, which will be fundamental, and we'll see.
Okay, I have another question. Again, last week, Lewis Hamilton said you were the most talented driver he probably encountered throughout his career. Now he's at Ferrari. Have you seen him at the factory at any time? Do you think he wants to do Le Mans? And don't you think that you two on the same car at Le Mans would be awesome?
Well, there's many questions, but yeah, I know Luis since very long. When we were kids, we were racing together in karting and then the formulas and of course Formula 1. Yeah, we race for the same brand, although I never met him yet in Maranello, but I was quite surprised because Antonio Giovinazzi came, he was his reserve driver, he came from the race, and he said, Luis is ask about you and saying hello. So yeah, I of course agreed back him, and hope one day we can go for a pizza like all the good days when we were kids. And yeah, it would be nice to welcome him in WEC, but I think he's still focused in F1.
Yeah, but it's coming. You two on the same car in Le Mans in a Ferrari would be good.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, boy. I better be around for that, because that's going to be a fun party. And there's so many drivers on this grid, Anthony, who have raced together since literally they were in short trousers, and not just Ferrari drivers. Now, down in our LMGT3 field again, looking at the Porsches. Sorry, we'll get back to that later. Ryan Hardwick starting the car, qualified by him and Ricardo Pera. And Richie Leitz is the pro driver in that team. 92 car is the car that was on pole position here last year. They went on to win the World Championship. Not that crew, but that car number. Have to wait and see what they can produce. You can see a tricolor coming in. The Italian national colours being brought in.
This is the H101. Big old helicopter, this, and then she comes with the Goodyear blimp forming the backdrop. Impressive stuff. And a big crowd to welcome the big bird.
And funnily enough, lots of them wearing the red of Ferrari, but there's as many VR46 caps there as well. So two of Italy's biggest sporting brands, Valentino Rossi and Ferrari, both represented here. And there's no question that Valentino's merchandise stores have been doing very crisp business as well. On the left-hand side there, Antonella Coletta, the head of Ferrari's hypercar program. Must be very happy with that. Interesting actually to hear Robert Kubica saying that to be half a second behind Antonio Giovinazzi in qualifying, he should have been maybe 5th on the grid. Sebastian Buemi was complaining to me this morning, I've never been a second slower than a Ferrari driver. Well, the other Ferrari was half a second slower, so it's not all about the car. Sebastian Gattuso will start the number 88 Proton competition Ford Mustang. Only the second time that Ford Mustangs have made it through into Hyperpole, Graham.
And yes, the team manufacturer understanding the issues they had at Qatar. Changes made, should not see those happening again.
And it looks good, sounds good. It's been a very competitive proposition in the US as well, in the IMSA Racing Series. Marco Panieri, the mayor of Imola, here on hand. And of course, this track has a long and very successful racing history. It is now, look at the top of the pictures, the cars come round, there's only a metre or so of runoff area in most places. Lexus looking strong here as well, cars very quick in a straight line. Talking to the drivers this morning, they reckon they've got a pretty good race balance as well. And Pachito Lopez, he said, I reckon we can be top 5. I said, well, if you can be top 5, then you've got to be looking at a podium. So that could be a strong contender in LMGT3.
Well, they showed such pace, didn't they, in Qatar as well? It didn't materialise for them. A lot of bad luck came their way, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the Lexus can do today.
And the key of balancing out these cars is that you give them all the opportunity to perform. It's how the team work. And this team, Vista AF Corsa, have been racing Ferraris in GT, in GT Pro, in GTE AM especially, and now in LMGT3 for so many years that they really run the car as close to its limit as possible.
Yeah, Francois Herrier will start the race, the bronze driver for this crew, growing in confidence this package. We saw that in the latter part of last season, and an increasingly competitive prospect.
And Simon Mann laughing off his Drift King nomenclature after yesterday's qualifying moments. That car again looking strong. The 21 car will start from 4th in LMGT3. Top 3 though include the heart of racing, Aston Martin. 3rd on the grid for Ian James and Zach Robichon. The deal with qualifying, for those of you that missed it, has changed since last year. The bronze driver doesn't do all of qualifying. They do the first element, and if the car gets through into hyperpole, then it is the silver graded driver who does hyperpole. But in hypercar, it can be, and doesn't have to be, the same driver doing both sessions. So top 2 in LMGT3, 2nd place on the grid. They just missed out on pole. Păcescu, Umbreascu and Clement Schmidt doing a really strong job in the 87 Lexus. They were in and out of the top position through hyperpole and ended up on the front row in LMGT3, just missing out on pole position. So the bonus points go to BMW, number 46 car. Amadel Harty in the first element of qualifying was consistently at the front, and Valentino Rossi took over for hyperpole, and again every one of his quick laps was quicker than anybody else. So they are absolutely on it here. Valentino bringing not just friends and family, long-term friend Uccio, but also a bunch of VR46 riders. There's no MotoGP race this weekend, so they'll be in the garage cheering him on. And there'll be quite a few other drivers cheering them on. And in GT3, Anthony, not so much confusion over what tyre to run.
Yeah, you got the one compound, the yellow slick branded Goodyear tyre there. So they're all on that for this race. There is a little bit of threat of a rain around, and it might be running the wets at some point, but you never know. Hopefully we're going to see a dry race here today.
I am with Kevin Magnussen, driver of the car number 15. Starting position, number 3. You've been competitive in quali. You were already competitive in Qatar. It's looking good. Are you expecting a good race?
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, we're starting P3. That's a strong position, so we hope to at least keep that position. But you know, there's another strong car starting at the back. The 50 Ferrari is also very quick, so we try to hang on, we try to do our best, and then we'll see if we can get a good result.
Good luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, Magnussen certainly enjoying his time in WEC around such a fantastic circuit as well.
And worth pointing out that although the number 15 BMW was 3rd on the grid, their sister car was 10 places further back, the number 20 car in 13th spot. So it's not necessarily all about one car having supremacy, it's how well you get the lap time out of the car when it counts. So looking down our hypercar field, number 50, as we heard, the Ferrari lost all its times to track limits. That starts last in hypercar, 18th. This is the number 5 Penske Motorsport Porsche. Julian Andlauer strapping in. He gets to try and dodge the shrapnel on the opening lap. All the drivers being strapped into the car, the rest of the teams lining up, waiting for the anthem. And 12th on the grid for the 2nd placed of the Penske Motorsport Porsches. Just ahead of them, inside of row 6, Lloyd Duval starts. Malte Jakobsen and Stoffel van Dorn looking forward to the race. They feel they got a relatively competitive proposition with the Peugeot this weekend. Both Peugeots made it through into hyperpole initially. One of the Peugeots, rather, both Alpines made it through. Not everybody's a dyed-in-the-wool Ferrari fan here. lots of, and actually that's one of the things the drivers are saying in the autograph sessions the last couple of days. Although lots of people are Ferrari fans, they are very respectful of the other cars as well. They recognise the competition here. Top 10 starting position then for Lawrence Fantor, the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963.
See there the number 50 car between the tail end of the hypercars and in front of the LMGT3s.
And just ahead of them, 9th place for the damaged number 12 car. Had a crash at the beginning of FP3, comprehensively rebuilt by the team, went out and made it into hyperpole. And Alex Ling was saying car felt absolutely fine in qualifying, no dramas with that. Takes all sorts.
Pack stands and the terracing in the rear of the shot there filling up as well as people move their way trackside.
Yeah, very bright and sunny this morning. Let's hear our national anthem.
Fratelli d'Italia, l'Italia se desta dell'elmo di Scipio se cita la testa dove la vittoria le porga la chioma che schiava di Roma, il Dio la creò. Fratelli d'Italia, l'Italia se desta, nell'elmo di Scipio se cinta la testa, dov'è la vittoria le porga la chioma, che schiava di Roma il Dio la creò. Stringiamoci a corte, siamo pronti alla morte, siamo pronti alla morte, l'Italia chiamò. Stringiamoci a corte, siamo pronti alla morte, siamo pronti alla morte, l'Italia chiamò.
If that doesn't stir your soul, you need to see a doctor pretty quickly. Nice rendition of the national anthem of motor racing, the Italian national anthem. Now, let's talk about tyres in hypercar, because this might be a feature, not just if it rains, but, Anthony, whether anybody is going to venture much onto the soft tyre here.
Yeah, so you got the two compounds, the two different types of tyre there with Michelin, the soft and the medium this weekend. Last year, they brought the two tyres, the medium and the hard. They felt that with the cooler conditions of last year's race, with the threat of rain around as well, that bringing the soft tyre could be potentially beneficial to some teams whose cars can actually work with them. But so far, I think most of the teams are struggling with them to make them run the distance. Yep. So I'm not sure we will see them feature much in this race today.
Just saw 8th place Alpine of Ferdi Habsburg. Ahead of him is the 7th place Peugeot. Paul de Resta starts the number 93 car, and he is on the inside of row 4 of the grid.
Antonio, a beautiful national anthem that must give you some extra power after a fantastic pole position for this race.
Yeah, you know, it's amazing atmosphere. You know, it's Easter today also in Italy, so really nice to be here in front of all our tifosi. So yeah, let's finish the job. I think we start from a good position, good car. So cross finger and hope we can be on the top of the podium after the race.
Very good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, stellar qualifying lap, half a second clear of Robert Kubica in a nearly identical Ferrari. It's an impressive job by Antonio Giovinazzi.
And he's grown, hasn't he, into this role. I mean, a switch from Formula One to sports car racing takes time to bed in, but boy, is he a big part of this story now. 36 Alpine, 6th on the grid. It'll be Fred Macco that starts the car.
Really good qualifying for both Alpines, making it through into hyperpole. So Fred on row 3 of the grid. Good opportunity to try and avoid some of the carnage. And he's got good targets right in front of him because both Toyotas line up ahead of the Alpine.
Well, you mentioned carnage, Martin. They were involved in that carnage, weren't they, at the start of last year's race? They all know that overtaking is extremely difficult here. So track position is key, and that puts pressure on all of the drivers barreling down into turn 1 and 2. Car 7 here, we look at the number 7 Toyota, and they had a strong day yesterday, a clean run all the way through qualifying, but they just don't seem to have the pace, especially on new tyres compared to the Ferraris.
And maybe qualifying isn't everything, even here. Number 8 was the better of the duo. Brendan Hartley will start that.
And interestingly, on the soft tyres as well. So they're the only car in hypercar so far that I've seen with those white sidewall tyres representing the soft tyre. Interesting.
Walking up the grid, I found Seb Buemi starting 4th. How does it look for the race? Are you expecting some rain? Would you like some rain?
Yeah, I don't know. It looks like it may rain, towards the end of the race. So we will see. Obviously, it happened already last year. It's a tricky circuit, an old school circuit, so you've got to make sure you stay on the track. There are gravel traps everywhere. But no, starting P4, I think the Rio did a great qualifying lap, so it was more or less the maximum we could achieve yesterday. So second row, it's good. We will obviously try to make sure we have a clean race with no mistakes.
Good luck, and looking forward to see you race.
Thank you.
Interesting shot there, as we heard from Sebastian Buemi, that at least the number 8 Toyota has gone for a split on its tyres. Mediums on the hard-worked right-hand side, because this is an anti-clockwise circuit. We turn left more often than not, and softs on the less used right-hand side. We'll find out what the others are doing. BMW here, like almost everybody, predominantly went medium on both sides. This is the number 15 car, K-Mag at the wheel. And boy, he's really just dropped back into this, hasn't he? Because before his last outings in Formula One, he had been racing in endurance as well, raced at Le Mans with his dad, but he's absolutely in there swinging.
Yeah, loving his time in the World Endurance Championship so far, and we look at the number 83. It's going to be Phil Hansen who starts the race in that car, and a very aggressive drive when it comes to overtaking. He's going to be putting the pressure surely on the sister car, the number 51, that will lead the way down into that first corner. So I'm excited to see what Hansen can do here. And of course, shared the car yesterday with Robert Kubica doing the hard work in qualifying that gave that team, that car crew, second place on the grid.
And it's interesting, isn't it, how Hansen has grown in the championship from a teenager in LMP2 with United. Now he's the guy who is the go-to to start the Ferrari hypercar on the outside of the front row of the grid. But it will be 2 British drivers who lead the field away, because James Collado, Phil Hansen's compatriot, is on the pole position. So he will start at the front of the field, just cooling the drivers with the blowers.
Will Stevens aboard the Cadillac.
Yep.
Number 12. That car down in 9th position on the grid. All of a sudden, the tension starts to rise, Ant.
Yeah, but you know what? It was great for them to make it through into hyperpole. Here's one car and driver that didn't make it through into hyperpole. The new Aston Martin Valkyrie, still learning their way. But yeah, it was a very competitive qualifying, and it was great to see the car 12 after that big crash that they had.
1 minute to start the first of 2 formation laps for the 6 Hours of Imola. You may now start your engines.
Talking to Ferrari this morning, they didn't actually expect 83 to be in qualifying, because normally it takes 3 hours 20 minutes to change an engine on a 499P, but it was done in 2 hours 40 minutes. Giancarlo Minardi, one of motorsport's great team bosses, now running this Imola circuit, and he is the man who will flag the team away. 30-second board being shown on the grid, 36 cars getting ready to start the first of 2 formation laps here, round 2 of the FIA World Endurance Championship in Imola. Looked like the first of the Alpines almost jumped the gun there. Ferdy Habsburg keen to get away, but there is your man on pole position. He will lead the field. Engines are running.
Green flag, start of the formation lap. Start of the first of 2 formation laps for the 6 Hours of Imola.
Younger fans may not know the name of Giancarlo Minardi, but his team built and constructed their own junior single-seater cars up until Formula 2 and then went into Formula 1, and the team still lives on, based partly in Faenza, partly in Milton Keynes, as Racing Bulls. And as the hypercars head away, the blue and yellow of Valentino Rossi in the 46 BMW heads our LMGT3 field. Rossi on pole, as he has been in his MotoGP 125, 250, 500 and MotoGP career, and he leads the field away. And Ferrari, just to complete the point, they were at least trying to get the car out even to run for 1 lap in qualifying, so they could at least start 18th, i.e. the back of hypercar, rather than 36th behind all the GTs.
One quick, very minor correction. It'll be Ahmed Al-Hati starting the pole position, sitting BMW number 46. All 18 cars will start this race with their bronze-ranked drivers.
Yep, you're right. We saw Valentino Rossi behind the car, didn't we? Not helmeted up. So it is Ahmed Al-Hati who leads the GT field away. Riding on board.
Sorry, Master, you typically start with your lowest graded drive, with all due respect, because you've got a higher chance of there being safety cars or full course yellows at the start of the race. So that limits the amount of damage you can do in terms of distance to your competitors by running your, with all due respect again, your slowest driver.
A reminder for everyone to stay kitted up in case there's an incident at the start of the race, and also a reminder that it's highly likely to rain, particularly in the first 30 minutes, so please stay ready.
Yeah, let's make sure we always have the next set of slicks to put on the car and 2 sets of wets, please.
Well, there you go. That's what you're hearing from inside the Racing Spirit Le Mans team. That is, of course, the Aston Martin racing crew looking after that car here, as they do with the Heart of Racing 27. And that's an update on what we expected in terms of weather.
And a point worth making, that because we don't have preheated tyres, you don't have to have stacks of tyres in tyre ovens, so they can just be ready at the side of the garage to go on at a moment's notice. They're not allowed to be preheated, never mind they have to be preheated, like you would find in a Grand Prix.
So talking tyre compounds, you see the drivers all weaving around desperately to get that temperature in. Do we think, with Toyota being one of the only teams running the soft tyres, at least on the left-hand side, do we think that they've been, like they were last year, pretty astute in their weather reading, their weather forecasting? Because that's what won them the race here last year, don't forget. Well, are they expecting the rain, like we just heard from that radio message, and that's why they've gone for the best tyre combo possible to see them through?
On the right, Pecco Bagnaia, MotoGP world champion. Gianni Morbidelli in the background there as well with Valentino. Lots of the VR46 riders. And in the Ferrari, of course, a garage there watching as they lead the field around. And you're absolutely right. It was the response to the changing conditions that allowed Toyota really to gain supremacy. They jumped straight onto the wet tyre when it rained. Ferrari didn't believe it was going to rain as hard as the forecast suggested, and they tried to brave it out on slicks, which ended up being the wrong call, and then tried to come in late, and that ended up being an even wronger call. So yeah, maybe Toyota just looking at the track temperature as well and going, if it doesn't rain, we can still make the unused or unladen side of the car survive a double stint on these softs. But the cars react differently on the different tyres. You know, Toyota saying to Ferrari, I can't believe you got so much out of the medium tyre, and Ferrari saying to Toyota, I can't believe you can make the soft tyre last so long.
Well, we've seen this all along, haven't we, with Toyota, that they do seem to have a car that's pretty gentle on their tyres, and that bodes well for running the soft tyre. I think if any team can make that compound work, that construction work, it would be them. But they're not alone. There are a few other cars out there as well that do join them with having the odd soft tyre here or there. Remember, in WEC, you can mix and match. You can put whatever side of the car you want to put on, you can put a soft on the left front, for example, and the rest mediums, or vice versa. So it opens up a few more strategic benefits for the teams there.
And this is not a spec formula. All the cars are different, the engines are different, the chassis are different, the aero is different, and that means they use their tyres differently. And some of them will be better on some tracks than others. And all of that makes it hard to predict what's going to happen. So, safety car will head off. Pedro Cruzeiro driving the safety car as usual, and he will beetle off towards the pit lane. And then James Collado will control the field. They will form up into side-by-side formation. There you can see Phil Hansen in the yellow car. And the MotoGP riders watching the action. Franco Morbidelli, I said Gianni Morbidelli, wrong Morbidelli. Pecco Bagnaia, the world champion, watching. And is this Collado putting the hammer down? Hansen gets alongside him. Out of the two Rogers, that's where you expect the throttle to be floored. No passing before the line. We are ready to go racing in Imola. Red lights on, and away we go. We are racing for the 6 Hours of Imola. James Collado and Phil Hansen, and look at Kevin Magnussen down the inside. Hansen looking for second place into Tamburello.
6 hours
Can't
underway.
quite make it through. The two Toyotas side by side. Through comes the Peugeot. The Peugeot staying in front of the Alpine. The second Alpine trying to make up ground as well. That's the 35 car of Ferdy Habsburg, and in LMGT3 it is the 46 BMW of Ahmed El-Hadi who makes it through. I missed my guess. All of the hypercars have made it through turns 1, 2 and 3 without drama. Nobody's been through the gravel, and they're already climbing the hill out of Tosa as we ride on board with Julian Andlauer towards the tail of the field.
Yeah, 3 cars already passed by the number 50 Ferrari starting from the back of the grid, but all sorts of rumbles going on in the middle pack.
Yeah, like Duvel getting stuck in there with the BMW around Piratella, just sticking to the inside. But we saw one car just touch the gravel, didn't we, on the exit of the Villeneuve chicane, one of the Alpines. I believe it was Fred Makawiki, but he got away with it.
Nick Nielsen starting the 50 Ferrari at the tail of the hypercar field. He's already jumped both Astons and the 99 Proton competition for our Porsche. We ride on board with Mike Conway right in front of us, the tail of Kevin Magnussen. Conway with Brendan Hartley in the second black Toyota, and then Paul di Resta in the better of the two Peugeots.
And you see the Ferrari there, number 50. They had a terrible time yesterday. They had the speed to be up there with their teammate car 51, but all their laps deleted sees them at the back of the field in one of the fastest cars out there. You can just pick him out there, the bright red Ferrari. Watch out for their progress in this long race today.
Mike Conway trying to give himself a little bit of clear air behind Kevin Magnussen down to Tamburello as we ride on board with the 87 Lexus Petru Ambroescu, and that car currently in third place in LMGT3, but under pressure from the first form Porsche is the other Lexus, and that's Arnaud Robin, the red and black car. He's got the inside line, but the Porsche nearly gets around the outside. He holds on.
Yeah,
that Lexus has got its air intake full of grass. It's been off the circuit.
A very hard place to try and overtake a Tamburello chicane on the outside. It can be done, but you need to have a lot of your car more than just alongside before the turning point. It wasn't quite the case there for the Porsche.
Yeah, a little gap back to that second Lexus, but the lead Lexus in third place as the rest of them sweep down the hill into Acqua Minerale. They go around a school playground and then climb up to Variante Alta, over the top of the hill and through this chicane.
Yeah, Kevin Magnussen being put under a lot of pressure there by Mike Conway in car number 7, Toyota.
Conway would love to get by Magnussen to try and latch onto the two Ferraris. We're on board with the third of them, Nick Nielsen. This is car number 50, the red car. Porsche in front of him. That is the number 5 car of Julian Andlauer. And there's the second Lexus Under real pressure from the Mustang behind, the Ford Mustang driven by Stefano Gattuso. 2 Italian drivers in that field.
That's the first Lexus,
That
because
is
that
the first
Mustang is
Lexus.
doing very well indeed.
Yep. Battle of V8s.
Always a tricky braking zone down that hill. The car doesn't really want to decelerate for you into Rivazza 1, but meanwhile, James Collado out in front with the sister car behind, the bright yellow Ferrari of Phil Hansen just keeping check on where his teammate is, and here's a potential overtake coming up.
Yeah, it's the second Mustang. That's the 77 Proton competition car, the white nose. Bernardo Souza going around Darren Leung. He's gone the inside, gets into the braking area ahead, so he's picked off Darren Leung's McLaren.
And it looked like he had good exit speed coming out of Rivazza 2, but the actual straight line speed as well on top of that momentum seemed to be far better than McLaren. So yeah, that's something to look out for, obviously, with the other Mustang up just going out of your screen there.
Well, the Lexus famously has great top-end speed as well, so those 2 V8 engine cars particularly are quick in a straight line. And there is the McLaren under pressure once more from the Benz. That's the 31 BMW with the orange highlights. That's Yasser Shaheen all over the back of James Cottingham in the other McLaren.
It's with BMW 1-2 here in very different conditions to what we got at the moment last year, but they have looked strong, including that pole position, of course. Both Alpines together, of course, the tail of this field, but it's very close to the middle order.
And actually the Alpines are together because on the grid between them was Paul Di Resta's Peugeot, that he's jumped ahead of Fred Macco. So Di Resta's up to 6th, Makovici down to 7th, and so he's just ahead of teammate there in 35, Ferdy Habsburg.
Yeah, Paul Di Resta getting a good start, and there weren't many overtakes, but yeah, Paul Di Resta was one of the overtakers and now sits behind car number 8 Toyota. Who have we got at the wheel of that one? Brendan Hartley is driving at the moment.
Nick Nielsen, by the way, in that number 50 Ferrari, picked off the low-hanging fruit, if you like, the back three that at the moment looks more conservative. I think we're going to see him on a very long tyre run indeed.
Well, I think the way they're going to have to make up more places is by a bit of opportunism once they get into traffic, and they're 2 laps away from hitting the back of LMGT3, but also maybe a little bit of jiggery-pokery in the pit lane. On board once more with Niklas Nielsen. And Julian Andlauer in front in the Porsche is not going to roll over and have his tummy tickled. He's not going to allow the Ferrari to go by. Nielsen's going to have to put in a very solid move. And in terms of race pace, he's with that Porsche, but he's not climbing all over the back of him yet.
He's not looking like he wants to at the moment either. He's not looking aggressive in any way. This is a conservative run, I'm sure, from Nick Nielsen.
Yeah, I'm sure, and that's exactly what they're trying to do. I've just looked at the tyre strategy form that I have here, and he started, one of the only ones who actually started the race on a brand new set, believe it or not, of all 4 medium tyres. So they're definitely playing the long game here. How far can they make those medium Michelin tyres last? And I think that's their mission for at least the first 2, 3, possibly even 4 stints.
Last year, mediums went 4 stints.
I think you're going to see the same.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, in GT3, Francois Ario has had a good lap also, closing back in now on the 46 BMW that had pulled quite the gap, but that's now down to just a couple of tenths as we come to complete their latest lap 4. Won't be long before we see the hypercars in closer contention and into traffic.
So Al Harty's job, of course, is just to keep track position. He's got the Ferrari lurking behind him, the Vista of Corsa with Ario at the wheel, putting the pressure on. But it is an easier circuit than most to maintain track position. And for a bronze-rated driver, it's very difficult. I know he's amongst all the other bronzes, but mistakes can happen. Here's a replay looking back at their start. And that drag race towards turn 2. The Ferrari's got good straight-line speed there as well, you could see.
Yeah, Ian James in the Aston Martin being conservative on the driver's left down to Tamburello.
And it was actually a great move by Ario in that of course, a Ferrari round the outside of the Lexus. Yeah, he just dived around the outside, had confidence on the brakes and those cold tyres. and a few others as well. There goes one of the Iron Dames. That's the Iron Dames kind of in pink round the outside of Fuse. That's how it can be. Oh, and actually contact there as well. Well spotted, Graham.
Big sideways contact with Celia Martin there. Around the outside goes Francois Rowe. That's a cracking move, wasn't it?
Really good driving.
And the Mustang almost got third place there as well from Umbraescu. And this is on board with Umbraescu in the Lexus. He just hung on in front of the Mustang of Stefano Gattuso. And there's the Iron Dames, the pink and white Porsche. Had a little nudge just ahead of Ben Keating. That's Racing Spirit Lemon on the left-hand side with the bright green nose on the Mustang.
Oh, someone's been off there. Look how dusty it is, how hazy it is. And there's the Corvette just touching the gravel as well. So someone's had a bit more of a rough ride on the exit of the Villeneuve chicane.
That was early lap, so I think that was where the hypercars had left the dust. Down the inside of the McLaren comes the 33 car of Ben Keating, so he's gone by James Cottingham as well. So Ben Keating started 13th in Qatar, ended up first, and is progressing up the order. Ian James losing another spot. No, he's not. Oh, did that change at the line, but that's Arnold Robin in the Lexus that's gone by the Heart of Racing Aston Martin. And Ben Keating with happy birthday Kathleen on the door for his wife's birthday yesterday. He did say he wanted to change it to an Easter message, but that is defined as a religious expression, which is not allowed. So still a belated happy birthday to Mrs. K.
Looks like the McLarens here a little bit under pressure for what I'm seeing so far in LMGT3 there. I don't know whether it's just they can't switch a tyre on, but they certainly don't have the straight line speed that that we saw in Qatar, for example. So, yeah, it's they're under pressure here and losing positions. Ben Keating down the inside last lap on one of them into Regatta 1, for example. So interesting to see that difference of performance compared to yesterday in qualifying.
Okay, now our leader is in LMGT3 traffic, passing Claudio Schiavone. Let's hear from the Toyota team.
Okay, Mike, on driving, compromise turn 5 in order to prepare better the minimum speed in turn 6, and therefore we save the right-hand side tires and use up more the left-hand side tires.
Yeah, so already talking tyre strategy, and it's a way to try and preserve your tyres. And that's the corner, by the way, turn 6. That's the right-hander of the Villeneuve chicane where we saw some cars just kiss the gravel.
Well, we saw on the tyre graphic, sorry, that it's not just the Toyotas that have got soft lefts. The two caddies have also got softs on the left-hand side. Now, because it's anti-clockwise, you're basically going around left, 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 left much more often than you turn right. So it's the right-hand side tyre that is the hard work, which is not most common. So the left-hand side does less work, and they've gone for soft as well. So there you go, Will Stevens, car number 12, softs on the left and front and rear, and softs on the left of Earl Bamber, front and rear. So they and the Toyotas clearly feel that they can make it last, or that they won't have to because the rain will come, but somewhere in that mix.
Now we've got hypercars in the GT3 traffic coming through that second gaggle.
Yeah, this is where the fun and games can often start, because having experience of this circuit in a, well, back then it was an LMP1 car with amongst the GT3 cars, is so tough. Your eyes are everywhere on both sides, for the slower cars getting laps and the faster cars trying to make their way through efficiently. You can lose an awful lot of time and even end up damaging your bodywork if you get your judgment wrong.
And the opportunity is perhaps more with the GT cars, that a hypercar coming by and pushing a rival offline or denying them the line can often open up an opportunity in GT for you to make a pass. So the hypercar drivers are definitely trying to take advantage of traffic, but so are the GT drivers.
Yeah, it works both ways. Yeah. It really does work. I mean, both can be winners and losers from being overtaken or not overtaking efficiently well and just being in a place where you don't have momentum on your side. And that's what the hypercar drivers are looking for right now.
Impressively, obviously the Easter egg there by the camera position was destroyed in that instant qualifying, in a free practice rather, yesterday. But
sorry, Graham, if you look back to the two Alpines, for example, with poor exit from one of them following the GT car closely has made them very vulnerable to their own teammate. Here we go, on the run up towards Tamburello. This is going to be close, and they're still working their way through. I think actually that has protected That's protected Makowicki ever so slightly, the fact he was down the inside of the McLaren.
Interestingly, we've got an incident that we did not see about 14 minutes ago under investigation between the two Alpines.
Yeah, that will be right at the start of the race, 13:01.
Through that traffic, by the way, James Calabria, of course, had the toughest job of all. He's the first of the hypercars to meet the LMGT3 traffic, and he got through very cleanly indeed.
He's in a privileged position where he's got over 3 seconds of buffer. So that takes in a way a little bit of pressure off of you, although you are the first one to arrive on the scene. The GT cars, the drivers are all aware of that first car coming up. And when you've got a 3.5 second buffer, you don't have to be quite as ruthless, but it's more about the cars that really are nose to tail in hypercar. That's where it's not a nice position to be in. It's really, you can quickly go from the hunter to the hunted.
Leader passes leader. Yeah, that was James Calado going by Amadel Harty, leading in LMGT3. And don't forget, as well as our live coverage in 10 days' time, first week of May, you'll be able to see what happens behind the scenes in WEC in our full access program. Now, there are the two Alpines coming to the start line, and
one of them looked like they had to lift off ever so slightly, and that caused a bit of a chain reaction. Not sure what happened there. Yeah. But this is now riding on board the number 36, cars everywhere, as you should imagine, on that first lap.
That was where Di Resta made his move up past the Alpine. There was Ferrari touch, wasn't there? That's Magnussen's view.
And Magnussen did very well there to back off. He could sense that coming.
Harry Tingle saw the Ferrari coming up the inside.
That's not his fight today, so Harry's done the right thing there. Now up to the Villeneuve chicane, 3 abreast here, and there's contact with one of the BMWs and the Porsches.
Earl Bamber's view there from the caddy.
Now watch the Alpines. Oh, there was contact there, wasn't there?
Oh, that you saw the dust getting kicked up, and that's the dust that the GT cars were going through.
Here we go. Oh, a little nudge from behind as well, maybe. It is always tense stuff, because you know this is one of your only chances, and that's the contact I saw, sandwiched between 2 cars there.
Yeah, one Porsche, his own teammate as well, the 2 Penske cars coming together at the top of the picture.
Yeah, you know that this is your best chance to try and make some places, so that's why we see drivers taking huge risks, and a bit of contact is inevitable, I must say, around this track. Look at this now, Conway really mounting, piling on the pressure to Kevin Magnussen. I'm sure Magnussen can take it, but at this stage of the race, at least, the Toyota looks like the far superior car.
Well, let's hear if that pressure is relaying to Kevin Magnussen.
Got hit by the Toyota behind.
Copy. Not just putting the pressure on, physical contact between the two as well.
Absolutely so. Well, Magnussen is not a man averse, as all Formula One fans will know, to rolling his sleeves up, metaphorically as well as literally. So
he can give as good as he gets.
Darn right, yeah. Don't start a pushing match with Kevin Magnussen.
Right, what's the number 50 Ferrari of Nick Nielsen doing here then?
Still just behind Julian Andlauer, looking a little more ready to go, but I think that's more to do with the fact he's under pressure from behind for the Proton Porsche.
So frustrating when you're in a much faster car and you can't get by. I referenced Monaco F1 earlier on. That's exactly the feeling here. You've got to be patient. But if you do sense that opportunity and you see it unfold in front of you in the traffic, you have to be ready to pounce as well. So it's choosing your battles, basically, at this point.
And sometimes you're...
Oh, and there's a mistake. Sorry, there's a mistake there from the Porsche midway through Pirata. So it's stuff like that you're looking for. Oh, that was a glimpse of hope there for Nielsen, and he was close enough, ready to pounce, but it was just collected in time. But he's got a good run out of Acqua Minerale. On the inside, he looks towards the top chicane, and I think he's going to send this on the inside. He does. A great opportunistic move there, and that all started at Piratella's mistake.
Yeah, and he would have been piling on the pressure lap after lap after lap, and the tiniest little flinch from the car in front, and he's got momentum.
And now he's unleashed. So, yeah, I don't know if we're going to say... so, yeah, he ran too wide on the curve as well. He was feeling more pressure from the moment he made that mistake in Piratella. Doesn't really bother to hold the inside line and defend it too much before this chicane. Again, the Ferrari has been a much faster car than the Porsche here all weekend so far, but it's a nod of approval from his own team. And now look at him, unleashed, racing up to the back of the car in front.
But Anthony, as a driver, you know when the game is up, right? Okay, I made the mistake, he's coming alongside me. We're either both going to have a crash or I'm going to be a grown-up and let him go because it's my fault. And it's a long race.
Here we go. It's another slipstream and a very fast Mustang in the straight line. Is the Porsche going to defend on the inside? He does. Forces you to go around the outside, but it is covered off nicely.
Battle for 7th here in LMGT3. We are getting down to a number of battling pairs here, including the lead. That lead in the class has gone out to 1.8 seconds again. Ahmed Al-Harti has just found a little bit more pace.
Yeah, Al-Harti's had clear air as well without somebody up his gearbox for the last few laps. And once you get that sort of, like, quote, out of DRS range, but with out of the range of somebody to be able to dive bomb you, even in traffic, then you can start to make the car faster by using the full width of the track and not worrying about defence. On board with René Rast, this is the Shell liveried car, number 20. Qualified a little further back, 13th place, now up to 11th. So they've had a good start. He's picked up 2 spots already, and he's chasing down Loic Duval for 10th.
Just let me know when you're happy with the tires so I can say it again.
Yeah, I will. We're getting there.
So driver asking the engineer to let him know when they're happy with the tyres. Does that mean that he's been overstressing them and he's trying to bring them back down into the window?
I should imagine, yeah. I thought he said so I can save again at the end.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe he's having to push them to get some temperature, I don't know. And then, but you're having to save the compound, the surface of the tyre at the same time.
I can tell you he was, at the start of this race, concerned about being able to get the heat into the tyres.
This is encouraging. 3-way French battle, Peugeot Alpine, not for 16th or 12th or 11th, but for 6th. Both cars with a lot of race pace. Here and there's the change. Mustang gets through. Good move by Bernardo Souza down into Tamburello. And that's the way it is when you're a TV director. The moment you take your eyes off a 4-lap long battle.
Oh, that was good. That was good. Sold him a dummy on the way into turn 2. So went to the outside, straight to the inside. A classic dummy maneuver. And through he goes. And used the straight line speed of that Mustang that we've seen all the way through this weekend so far to good effect. Now the 2 Alpines you mentioned before, Martin, really starting to mount the pressure on Paul Di Resta in front of them. Di Resta started well, got that position into turn 2 on the opening lap, and now has his mirrors full of the 2 Alpines behind, and it seems like everyone else as well on top of that, the caddy behind them starting to close up. So this is going to be a lesson in how to drive defensively from Di Resta, who I'm sure is more than well equipped to do that, but it's not the ideal scenario as he sees the cars in front disappear down the road, but sometimes that's the way it goes as a racing driver.
20 minutes in, and the top, how many is that? It's 14, separated by 20 seconds.
I remember with the Peugeot yesterday as well, the only reason they got through into Hyperpole, into that top 10, is because the car we're riding on board with now, who was comfortably through, challenging for pole position in Hyperpole, in the qualifying round before Hyperpole, knocked out because of track limit, too many track limits violations with Antonio Fuoco at the wheel. So that's why the Ferrari's in this position now, and Paul Di Resta's in the position he is.
As you can see the pictures here, after passing Julian Anlauer, he's then raced up to the rear of Ilbamba in the number 38 Cadillac, the 13th place, and unsurprisingly fastest lap of his race for Nick Nielsen came as he was released from the challenge of the Porsche behind now.
Slightly disappointed to see Cadillac down in 9th and 13th. In free practice, they looked like they had a lot more pace. It was sort of them and the Ferraris and one of the BMWs that looked like they were at the top of the pile, but didn't work out in qualifying. Maybe they've got a bit of a longer-term pace.
I think it's that. I think you're looking at a number of teams here that realise on pure pace they can't take the battle here to the Ferraris. They're trying something different.
And actually, for looking at the car 50, who I believe is the race today, like all eyes are on them the whole way through. How many positions can they get in terms for the championship? But ironically, it's the Peugeot of Paul di Resta, the one that capitalised on the fact that 50 didn't get through to Hyperpole, now could serve them a favour in return, because look at this chain of cars. It's bottling them up.
It means there's more positions to take if they can gain the time by not changing tyres on pit lane. Spot on. Double yellows at turn 10.
That's here, just on the exit of Piratella. That's turn 9. It looks all clear to me. Double yellows have been removed. It's just flashed up on our screen.
Maybe one of the GT cars had a little moment there. McLaren under pressure still, and this is James Cottingham still, isn't it, with, no, Darren Leung, in fact, with the Yasser Shaheen behind him. James Cottingham is now down to 15th place in LMGT3.
And it really goes to show, doesn't it, riding on board with that BMW momentarily, the job that Al Hati did in the sister car yesterday in qualifying, who leads this race right now. Same equipment, and that the reason they're sitting pretty at the top here in P1 is because of that hard work and brilliant lap from Al Hati to send the car through into Hyperpole.
It'll be interesting to see how Ahmad does as the season lengthens here. That confidence from grabbing that pole position and doing it so convincingly as well. I think we're going to see a different Amani as we get deeper into the season.
Yeah, he's got the McLaren here, has Shaheen on the defensive through Tozer hairpin. As we look back to that hypercar field and battle led by the Peugeot, who sits in P6 at the moment.
Now, that other BMW, just briefly, qualified 12th, but was only a couple of tenths out of Hyperpole, so it was close.
Brendan, at this saving level, do you think you're faster than Mike?
I mean, if you asked me 2 laps ago, no. But I don't know, now we seem to be falling off the BMW, so yeah.
Yeah, they're asking him that because they say, well, if Brendan, you feel that you're faster at this stage of the race. Mike's been really piling on the pressure, hasn't he? Using a lot from his tyres early on in the race in that turbulent air of the BMW in front. Now, like Brendan has realised, looks like Magnussen's starting to pull away from Mike, and they're thinking about possibly changing positions. That's why the question was asked.
Undoubtedly so. Over a second clear now. Kevin Magnussen has been with some of the yo-yo, hasn't he, from the start of the race, right up there on the first lap. Knew that was the opportunity to get in amongst the Ferraris. That didn't work, but since then, it's been toing and froing, hasn't it, between him and the chasing Toyota.
Now, don't forget what we heard from BMW talking to Rene Rast about keeping the tyres in the window. Maybe Magnussen has been said, OK, you're not going to pass them. You're free of the Toyota now. Just settle down and nurse those tyres. Interesting that both Toyotas right front, the hardest worked tyre, is one they used in qualifying, not a fresh tyre.
So Nilsson's made his way through the caddy. So another position claimed for him. He's absolutely flying at this stage. You can see that train of cars in front, led by the Peugeot, and there's another Peugeot in between as well in that mix. But Nilsson on the move. He's looked after his tyres patiently at the start of the race, and now it's starting to pay dividends. Let's hear from him now.
Good job, Niklas. We now have Vantor in the number 6. Vantor with already 2 track limits for him.
See, that's information that's really good. Push him, make sure he tries not to exceed track limits again, or gets a penalty if he does. That's really useful for the driver, because it means the harder he pushes Lawrence Vantor, the less Vantor can defend. And Vantor is bottled up behind Rene Rast, who's trying to nurse his tyres in that number 20 Shell liveried BMW.
Yeah, it's great to see that they are actually experiencing a bit of tyre degradation, even in these early stages of the race today, because it means that the drivers have to work harder, and when you get an offset in tyre performance, more overtaking opportunities arise. Di Resta down the inside of the Iron Dames car into Ravazza 1. A little bit of a breather for him this time around. He's clearly made a bit of space for himself through the traffic, and looking back at this fight here with Nilsson, that's what he's looking to do. So there's a GT in front here, the Ferrari, that's just held them up a little bit, this gaggle of cars in front. See, there's a Ferrari on the inside of the LMGT3 car, and it's moments like that that can give you the opportunity. I'd love to see where Nilsson actually got past the caddy. I assume it was done in traffic.
Here's the leader in traffic again, and safely through for James Collado. Picked his spot.
Oh, was that the change?
Yeah, yes. Rene Rast has got ahead of the Peugeot of Loic Duval. So Loic Duval now, and here comes the Ferrari of Niklas Nilsson right up behind the Porsche. They're bottled up in GT traffic. But René Rast somehow got the lead there on the Peugeot.
So it's going to be multiple cars trying to get past the Aston in Tosa. The caddies having a look back at the Ferrari, but Nielsen's got him covered as well. So it's always risky to try and go down, like multiple hypercars going down the inside of one GT car. Look at this. Oh, so tight. And you can sense the desperation in all of the drivers around, trying to make some improvements, maybe capitalise on a bit of traffic holding up their opponent.
We can have a number of pit stop penalties added for start procedures. I think it's all GT cars, 21.
It is all
31,
GT cars.
77, 81, 87, 88 and 95. We're keeping on the screens here. All will have 5 seconds added to their next pit stops. Let's get on with this, though, because this is where the action is.
That's going to be good news for the leader in LMGT3, because second and third in GT3 are among those penalised. Back with this battle then, again behind the 31 BMW, another one with a penalty coming
This could be good. This could be good for Nielsen, because he's had a better run there. Vanthoor thought about going down the inside, and he should have just made his stick, but he thought better of it. Now he's in a really vulnerable position here. So Nielsen's got the picking of which way he sends his car. Does he commit to the outside? Yes, he does. And look at that. Looked like there was almost a bit of contact between the two of them there. I'm sure he's going to do this on the brakes. It's hard to do it, but he does. Brilliant driving there. Honestly, it's been brilliant driving from Nielsen. Super precise and great from Vanthoor as well. Now he's under pressure from Elbamba in the caddy.
Vanthoor had to take to the curbs on the inside to make enough room for both of them to survive.
But it all started in the Ravazzas.
Yep. So Nielsen really took advantage. Let's hear from the Cadillac of Elbamba.
Okay, you could use a bit more energy than this for information.
So yeah, just as you raise the state of charge in the battery, it doesn't obviously come on top of your power, but I think energy he's talking about there is fuel. So you can use a bit more, stay on the throttle more, less lift and coast.
Riding on board with the Ferrari, going by the Aston Martin. You can see Nicholas Nielsen in the top inset picture through the windscreen on the right and below, and then looking back at the Aston.
Yeah, that was the start of the race, wasn't it? And working his way through the Aston, and then the Porsche is a bit of a story of Nick Nielsen's day so far, and yeah, some brilliant driving through the inside. And that's how we got the caddy just straight under the brakes into Tosa, and so he's gaining confidence. Therefore, he knew what that car was capable of when he came up to that fight.
Is this consideration of a switch of position still underway?
Not yet. No, it's not yet. Conway still leads Brendan Hartley. Are they going to, though? Let's wait and see. But it looks like Conway's keeping that distance to his teammate at the moment.
He's pulled over and Hartley's gone through. So it was being queued up. They just had to clear the GT traffic.
Well, the gap...
See, as soon as you say something, they'll immediately counteract you.
The gap from Kevin Magnussen up to almost 5 seconds now, so they'll be in a hurry to try to close that back.
Yeah, they do need to. Trying to get by Ahmed Al-Harty now. Mike Conway loses a bit more ground there to Brendan Hartley, but the deal is very simple. Toyota want one of their cars to win the race, and both teams will be working towards that.
Great shot at the rear of the number 88 Mustang. Both the Mustangs in the top 7 at this stage on GT3. Fantastic stuff from them. But meantime, as we watch the leapfrogging action for the number 50 Ferrari, let's go down and hear with Bruce in the pits and Miguel Molina.
Miguel, yesterday the qualifying was a little bit tough on you and you had to start at the back. Now we're seeing Niklas Nielsen making the difference and already creeping up places.
Yeah, Niklas doing a fantastic job. He's doing smart movements. That is what we need, and slowly trying to recover the position that we lost yesterday. But anyway, it's still a long race to go. So far so good, and we will try to think also in the championship, so we will see where we are at the end.
On the strategy side, are you going to keep those tires a little bit longer and push it?
This I keep it for me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Like he said to me this morning, I could tell you, but then I'm going to have to kill you. So you can follow the emotion behind the scenes of the roller coaster so far that it's been for the AF Corsa Ferrari team in our full access programs. The next one from Imola will be out on the 4th or 5th of May. The one from Qatar is already up online on our YouTube channel, and more than 350,000 views already, and over 2.7 million views of the full access programs for last season. Who's in the dust?
It's a Corvette.
Oh, it is a Corvette. It's 33.
Keating.
All of that hard work undone, and Ben Keating dropping to the tail of the field. And was there contact with Celia Martin?
There was indeed. So it wasn't just through the gravel, a spin through the gravel as a result of that contact. Always hard to see that car down the inside, but yeah, it was a little bit late, but she should have been seen as well, and there was zero room given. But yeah, one of those unfortunate moments in the Tamburello chicane. And
just going through behind.
I think the move was on. It was a little bit late, but the move was on, and I think she forced him into a position where there was enough of her car down the inside that there should have been at least an allowance for that.
3 positions lost, the one to Celia Martin, and 2 cars that had been behind for Ben Keating, but he's back underway, under investigation that incident. That's not a surprise.
So the stewards will look at that. They've got 2 driver advisors as well. Yannick Dalmas, who's one of our safety car drivers, multiple Le Mans winner, who will be, in fact, the Grand Marshal for Le Mans at this year's 24 Hours, and joined by Peter Dumbreck, another man with lots of racing experience, who will be on the driver advisor panel for the stewards. So they will look at the video, they'll look at the throttle traces, the braking positions, compare it to previous laps.
We're going to go to a full course yellow in about 20 seconds. I'm guessing that is going to be for a clear-up down at the incident site.
Full course yellow in less than 15 seconds. Full course yellow in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow, full course yellow.
Now, worth pointing out as we go under full course yellow that everybody is doing the same speed here. 80 kilometres an hour, or 79.999, because they're being cautious. But Bruce was just pointing out, looking at the timing screens, the fastest 2 cars on track in hypercar at the moment are the 2 Toyotas. So let's have that BOP conversation with Sebastian Buemi again, shall we?
This looks like risky stuff, surely. People, that was a bit close.
That was a
very
little close. Normally, there'll be a message to stay to the right-hand side when track workers are on the left-hand side of the track, but they're trying to clear that gravel trap.
Usually you want to put a safety car out at this point, because then at least the marshals, you're desperately trying to sweep up. It gives them a chance of a more distance. You bunch all the cars up under the safety car, and then you've got a clear enough space to work on it. We see take another look back at that. That's a difficult one. I'll be intrigued to see how the stewards, what their decision is on that. I've been on both sides of that situation myself, and it's easy to feel sorry for either one. Yeah, I wouldn't like to be in their seat at this point, but the end result was Keating getting spun around and lots of gravel on the circuit, which now has to be cleaned up. But this will be tough to do under full course yellow conditions alone, because as far as I can see on the track map, the cars are just almost equidistantly spread around, so they've got no room to work.
Yep. We can see the scope and scale of the trouble just from that super slow-mo of Ben spinning out. They're waiting for whatever space they can get, quite rightly, and then getting to work with the brooms. So we are 36.5 minutes into this motor race. First intervention of any sort has come as a result of that incident between Celia Martin and Ben Keating. That's sort of under investigation, but full course yellow for the clean-up at that point. On board now with Celia Martin. Comes to this race, by the way, on the back of a win in the opening race of the European Le Mans Series.
interesting bit about that shot is that she was behind Derek de Boer, so he got ahead of both the Porsche and the Corvette during that moment.
Seb decided to switch position, and at the moment Ben is the quickest car on the previous lap, so that's a good choice. What is it for? Do you want to catch the car and try to make up positions already?
Yeah, I mean, the objective is always to have the quickest car ahead. It's always hard to say right now who's the quickest between the two, but we just swap just to see. Obviously, the degradation of the tire will soon start, and hopefully we can catch the BMW. The Ferraris, they really look like they are in a different category today, but it's a long race, you know, weather might change, so we'll keep pushing and see what happens.
Okay, thank you very much.
That's it.
Well, one bit of an update, by the way, is we are beyond the first half hour. We heard from the Aston Martin racing crew, the Racing Spirit Le Mans, they expected potentially rain in the first half hour. That's not come yet.
You had to say that, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Poor Marshall's got enough on their plate without Graham wishing the weather gods on top of them. So well done. Again, a lot of these marshals come from the Lions Club of Bologna. We are in Bolognese, the region around Bologna. And some very, very experienced marshals at this track. If you are interested in being closer to motorsport than sitting watching on your TV, you can do a lot worse than join your local marshals club and volunteer to help out at races.
You're doing good. All the gaps are constant. The only job we need to improve is the consumption.
Yeah, it's not calibrated. It's less on my dash than what you see, so I'm 3 lower. That's understood.
The very last lap you just did was okay. This is your reference. There was no margin on this lap, so we must stick to this consumption you just did.
Yeah, it's part of the. It's part of the, in a way, a nice problem to have. But when you're leading the race comfortably and you can use as much fuel as you want, you can very easily end up using too much. We're under green flag conditions once again. I think they're all unleashed.
I think what we saw coming into that full course yellow, by the way, and it's going to be interesting to see what the gap is as they get back up to full speed. I think Phil Hansen has closed back in on James Gallardo.
He had, I think it was, he had a bit of an ebb and flow in the traffic, but yeah, now down to 1.5 seconds. It was back up to 3 at one point, and the last time, early on in the race, it was up around 3, I remember mentioning that. But yeah, let's see if Hansen can continue to chip away at it. There's no reason at all why he can't.
When did the lead change in LMGT3? We're now seeing 21 Francois Heriot ahead of Ahmed Al-Hati.
As they went back to green, by the look of things, with green flags being way behind them.
Yep.
I think that's just, he's jumped in for the lead now, as we went back to green flag running.
Don't forget that 21 and 87 rather, have got 5-second penalties to be added to their first pit stop. So that will reverse that position, even if Ahmed Al-Hati doesn't. But that's some excellent response. Francois Heriot was in very good form this morning, actually, sitting signing autographs during the pit walk in the autograph session, and he clearly is still in very good form. Change of lead for the first time in LMGT3. Lexus currently running 3rd and 4th. Let's join them.
Clemens, yesterday we saw you fighting for pole position, and there's a great fight happening right now in GTs. The two cars are running very well, 3rd and 4th. How is it going for the race, for the end result? What are your aims?
Of course, we want to finish on the podium, and so far it looks quite good. Pedro is doing consistent lap times. Maybe not the fastest, but he's keep running his stint, always the same lap time, so I'm quite confident that we are quite good on the tire management. I think we saw on the BMW they started to drop already, so yeah, I'm quite confident we finish on podium.
Excellent, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So further investigations underway, and 3 cars in the inbox at the moment. Number 88 Mustang, Stefano Gattuso, Ferdy Habsburg in the number 35 Alpine, and Will Stevens in the 12 Cadillac. And sense that Ferdy is just getting a bit frustrated out there, without a doubt. Keep an eye on body language of that number 35 Alpine.
Yeah, he's one of the more feisty drivers at the best of times, isn't he, Ferdinand Habsburger?
Lovely.
He doesn't need to be smashed off the track by his teammate and now sitting behind him to fire him up.
And car 5, by the way, the Julian Andlauer Porsche now given 5 seconds added to the next pit stop for start procedures. That's the first for hypercars to get a penalty.
That start procedure is not running through the grid boxes,
right.
and we saw a couple of cars fanning out. You have to run through the grid boxes on the grid up to the start line, so that's what all of those starting procedure penalties.
Oh dear me.
Could almost be Gerhard Berger in a Ferrari, couldn't it?
Hang on. Yes, please.
Yes, yeah.
Well, at the front of the hypercar field, Ferrari run 1-2. At the tail of the hypercar field, it sounds like two 1990s V12 Ferraris running 1-2, but it is, of course, the two Aston Martin Valkyries, Harry Tingle ahead of Marco Sorensen. So back with car number 50, Niklas Nielsen, still in 12th place, still badgering Loic Duval, and right behind him, still with the white nose, Lawrence Vantor in that number 6 Porsche.
It is going to be a drive-through penalty for Celia Martin in the number 85 Iron Dames car. So that incident with Ben Keating called against Celia Martin. The pink and white Porsche will be coming down pit lane shortly. We're not very far away from the point, gentlemen. We're going to start to see cars on pit lane.
Yeah, pit window should open fairly soon or pit opportunities. The window, the pit lane is open, but they'll need fuel, another 5 laps potentially. And I did fear for Celia Martin there. She was coming alongside Ben Keating. She was not alongside Ben
Sorry,
Keating.
Martin, here we go. This is another move, potential position gain for Nick Nielsen. You go to the outside again. Better straight line speed than the Peugeot, and he's going to be good on the brakes once again. He does, gets another place. So strong on the brakes, isn't it, that Ferrari? He might be a bit compromised here by the GT. That was clever thinking, though. He lifted earlier in the corner through the right-hander to make sure he had a run on the GT car in the place where he knew he couldn't get overtaken. Very smart thinking there.
Look behind as well, though. Still behind the Peugeot, both the Porsche and the Cadillac, looking to see whether or not they could do the same. Tellingly, they could not.
No further action for the Alpine on Alpine contact in turn 2 on lap 1.
Calm, Ferdy, calm.
Yeah, no, very good. And they are still in the top 10. The Peugeot in 6th, the Alpines are in 7th and 8th as we ride with Earl Bamber. He's further back, 38 in 14th place. And don't forget, 18 hypercars. We still only give points to the top 10 in each of the classes. So bouncing over the curbs goes number 12, Will Stevens, the first of the gold Cadillacs. And now Will Stevens with René Rast and Niklas Nielsen behind. And we're with Lawrence Vantor chasing the second of the Peugeots. That's Loic Duval.
Look how fast Nielsen is. It's just, as soon as he's displaced a car, he's right back onto the tail of the next car in front. The BMW might be a bit more of a challenge for him in straight line speed terms, but it's that braking capability that we see time and time again so far from the Ferrari into turn 2 as we see the Iron Dames LMGT3 car down pit lane.
It's a long pit lane here, so this is quite a punishment. To give you an idea, the additional time, if you don't serve one in the race and it has to be added, is 45 seconds.
In the traffic now through the Villeneuve chicane they go. BMW in front of Nielsen as we ride back on board. Let's hear from Rast.
What's the strategy with the Ferrari behind?
We believe they are pushing. We shouldn't lose too much time defending.
Interesting. Well, they believe they're pushing. I still believe that they want to go long as they can.
I think you're absolutely right.
And any gap, I heard from an onboard earlier on into Tamburello, when he's not fighting a car, as he dives down inside of Aqua Minerale now, when he's not fighting another car, he's early off the power.
Oh, yes.
There's a big old amount of lift and coast going on. I'm not sure they're completely right there with their information to René.
And what we've got with this car from the start has been exactly that. Sprints up to the back of a car, tries to force the error, but very conservatively so, gets past the car, sprints again. This one's important because after this, it's points.
Yeah, that's a very valid point. René Rast in 10th place, the last for point-scoring cars currently. Again with Earl Bamber back down in the 38 car in 14th place. Drive through 4 the 88 Mustang, the 35 Alpine.
Here we go, Martin. Here we go, Martin. He's right up behind the BMWs now. Can you repeat the same move? How good are you on the brake? There's GT cars well in the way, and he's going to have to yield this time, surely, because of the GT cars. Yeah, that scuppered his plans there.
Right, drive-through penalties, 88 Mustang, 35 Alpine ahead of this battle, and 12 Cadillac ahead of this battle. So he's already going to make up 2 places, because 2 cars in the top 10 have a drive-through penalty.
Watch this then. So you're looking to go to the outside, or the inside of this corner, gives you the outside for the first corner, but he has to yield because of that move there, because of the Corvette on the inside, and then he's completely low. Oh, do I go to the inside of the GT? No. So it's smart thinking once again, knowing, like I said, choosing your battles. That wasn't the right one to get involved in.
Got to survive first, change of place. That is number 6 ahead of 94. So Lawrence Vantor, dive bombs, Loic Duval, and through comes the Cadillac round the outside. Oh, Bamba, the gold 38 car at Aqua Minerali. He's going to go in the gravel there. There was no choice.
Shandlauer as well.
Oh, and Bamba very slow. Andlauer on the grass in the white-nosed Porsche. And Bamba almost got passed by the 99 Porsche with the green highlights. It's all gone on there.
Very hard move to try and pull off around the outside of Aqua Minerali, but there was contact. He was shoved off the racetrack, basically, and I'm sure the stewards will be looking at that one as the Peugeot dived in as late as he possibly dare. He stayed on the circuit, but unfortunately for him, it wasn't the case for the 38 cars. This one, it looked like on board with the Peugeot. Oh, it just wasn't even on the curb on the inside of turn 12, and then had his yeah. So it's this moment here where I just feel like wasn't quite on the racing line was the 94 Peugeot there, and that's what it. There's nothing that Bamba could do once he got to the apex of turn 12. And then you're bouncing all over the curbs and off the track. So a daring move to try and pull off. Definitely wasn't given the room on the exit of 12.
Also got a grandstand view from that view there of Julien Andlauer looking to try to take advantage, but fully off the track to the right-hand side in trying to get by that Peugeot.
Yeah,
world's most expensive lawnmower came into action.
Duval had both of his elbows out. Let's hear from Earl Bamba. Is he happy?
Ask for a penalty. Should be drive through for the Peugeot, drive through.
Copy that, copy that.
Well, one thing we learned from Qatar about Loic Duval in that Peugeot is he does not give away track position. You have to batter it out of him almost, and he was very, very determined not to allow Bamba to drive around the outside of him in Aqua Minerali.
Yeah, and in effect, oh look, you've got a lead change coming up here. Potentially, but not this time. Al Harty has to settle for second.
Third place car behind this pair.
He's got a great run now, as Al Harty on the exit of Tamburello.
What about Magnussen and Brendan Hartley? Yes, suddenly the 8 car was right there.
It was 5 seconds the gap when they switched positions, and that's gone right down. They've made the right call in this stage of the race.
And they are lapping 0.3 of a second quicker than the race lead of the 2 Toyotas.
And you do know when you're in the hypercars, you're fully aware of who's in the lead of the race in this situation as well, because you've already been through that traffic multiple times. So you go, it's these guys, okay, they're fighting for the lead, and you know to have a little bit more respect when they're fighting each other, as well as the Mike Conway's Toyota just not quite knowing which way to go. Such a hard track to thread the eye of the needle.
And that's why we heard in free practice the engineers clearly telling drivers.
It's clear. That's a great shot. It is clear for me. Unfortunately, I think for Duval, he's going to have a penalty coming his way. I think that's a much clearer incident from how I see it compared to the LMGT3s in Tamburello earlier on. So yeah, like I said, it was a hard move to try from Bamba, but he had enough of his car alongside to be given the room around the outside of 12, and there was contact. So
heading into the pit lane this time round, James Collado in the Ferrari goes by the delayed Celia Martin, and the gap is now down to 1.2 seconds over Phil Hansen.
Well, so you know, Collado was told on the radio, look, you're at the absolute threshold here of how much fuel you're using, how much energy you're using. So we see the first round of the LMGT3 cars come in.
Now, that came in from the lead, Francois Heriot, but it's got a 5-second hold penalty, and that's why they waited 5 seconds before the fuel went on. could see the counter on the door there, counting how long they were stationary.
Still, Nick Nielsen, not by the number 20 BMW, but putting a little bit of pressure there.
Yeah, there's intimidation, then there's real intimidation. But I think he'll have to try even harder than that to send Rene Rast into a flap.
Great stuff.
I do feel like it's inevitable, though. It's just a matter of time until he does eventually find his way by. But and it was close, wasn't it, before? It was only because of that GT3 battle before the first couple of corners where he had to back out of it. I love this shot when you follow the GT car or any car down that pit lane. Brilliant stuff.
Our RF cameraman has been kept really fit here, isn't he? That's some speed.
Very tall as well.
Well, the first car,
never get a shot like that.
First car to pit was Proton Competition 77 Mustang. Bernardo Souza's already back out on track. Yasser Shaheen, François Heriot, who are watching now. Ryan Hardwick in the Manthey first form car. Tan van Rompuy, Christian Reed, and Celia Martin also in the pit lane, as is Claudia Schiavone.
So we've had a number of those drive-through penalties already taken. Double stacking here from the Iron Lynx Mercedes. Not seen much of them so far in this race, running towards the back of the pack as the team get used to their new steeds. Still this battle going on for what is now 9th position, 8th position in fact.
So that means that both drivers have been saving fuel, and you look at the energy usage graphics there. So number 93 Peugeot's saving as well.
It's 8th position, by the way, because Will Stevens has taken that drive-through.
Yep, and the other car that had the drive-through has not. Yeah, that's Lawrence Vantor, number 6. Leader is in, Amadel Harty.
And they should be able to get this car turned around and take the lead.
Well, don't forget,
or retain the lead.
21 has that 5-second penalty, or has served it, and 78, the Lexus, 87, the Lexus of Petru Umbrarescu, who was in 3rd. That also has a 5-second penalty to serve during the pit stop. So that should leave the 46 BMW clear at the front of the field. Let's take a look in replay, going by the first form Porsche. That's just come out of the pit lane. Oh, and cold tyres for Ryan Hardwick, almost causing a major incident.
Here comes the number 46 car. He will filter back out, I think, in a 4th place here, but with cars ahead of him that still need to stop. Taking a look here at how long on pit lane, 1 minute and 17 seconds compared to François Heriot at 1 minute and 24. In comes, that the race leader?
Yep.
No, it's a 50.
50 car in.
Don't expect to see tyres offered here.
And the yellow suit, by the way, is for ease of identification. It makes the Lollipop Man stand out. It's not for the yellow Ferrari.
Yep, and for those asking why one of the Toyota Gazoo Racing mechanics is wearing a pink race suit, that's exactly the same reason.
Boys can wear pink.
Boys absolutely can wear pink.
That's for my grandson's benefit. So 87, leader is in the pit lane for Petru Umbrarescu for Codis ASP, and Arnaud Robin will follow him in. 009 in for Marco Sorensen. So only a couple of the hypercars have stopped yet. And the 50 is the first of the Ferraris to do so. And again, we thought that maybe there might be a little bit of undercut sort of pit lane strategy going on. I think this is what's happening. They're trying to get him out ahead of the BMW, which is yet to stop.
If he was saving fuel and effectively gives you that undercut, so you have to put less fuel in the car. So he could have been saving, you come in, and he still had a little bit of energy left. I didn't exactly see how much, but it was around the 5-6% last time I saw. So it means that you have to put less fuel into the car. Another car that's been really saving fuel well is this one here, the 93 Peugeot, hence why he's got the Alpine right up the back on the gearbox there. So he's been saving fuel, but now he's under real pressure here, is Paul de Resta.
Nielsen's pit stop time, 1 minute 14. By the way, we know exactly what a drive-through costs. 33 seconds is what the 2 drive-throughs have cost.
Here we go. De Resta's going to send it on the inside to keep that position there, and then you just bring the car to the outside to take your normal racing lines. That's a like I thought he would drive. A very well defensive drive so far from Di Resta. Clearly hasn't got the same speed as the Alpine behind him, but has at the same time as defending been saving that fuel in the Peugeot. So yeah, impressive stuff there from Di Resta as Mike Conway's in the Toyota number 7.
Yeah, there should be a fuel-only stop as well for Toyota. It's going to be interesting, isn't it, to see just how quickly they can get through these stops. This is where seconds can be made up.
And also how long those left-hand soft tyres last, whether they're going to double stint them, whether they'll be able to go any further on them. And actually, the cloud cover, the overcast, means that the track temperature will be lower, and that is going to help prolong that left-hand side tyre life.
You look at the energy graphic there, car 51, 6%, just gone to 5, and number 83 at 2%. So yeah, sure enough, Collado has been doing a good job as well in saving that fuel.
Even though he's been doing it blind because he's not had the readout on the dash.
Can tell you that on that exchange of pit stops between the 50 Ferrari and the 7 Toyota, the Ferrari picked up 2 seconds.
So leader is in LMGT3, Arnaud Robin in the 78 Akonis ASP Lexus, and that will cycle Ahmed Al-Hati back to the top of the pile in 46 BMW.
Also, as you can see in the background there, the 15 BMW, now the 8 Toyota and the 93 Peugeot and 36 Alpine, all on pit lane now.
Yeah, so a slew of hypercar stops and the entire LMGT3 field effectively, in fact they have all now stopped, and so Ahmed Al-Hati, here he is now our leader, Julian Andlauer, Loic Duval, and El Bamba, Loic Duval. So that long-running incident that started at Acqua Minerale and continued up the hill to Variante Alta, Loic Duval with elbows out of both windows, he's going to be in hot water.
It was a drama in 2 episodes.
It was.
Under investigation, so yeah, let's see what the stewards make of that. El Bamba was on the radio very quickly, wasn't he, calling for at least a drive-through. That's what his opinion was of the matter. Let's see. So both Alpines are in. Just and repositioning that car.
And the Peugeot as well. That at the top of the picture, that's Paul Di Resta in 94. Oh, Ferdy Habsburg was late being pushed back.
It was Makowiki, wasn't it?
Being
pushed, yeah.
Oh, change of position then. So the Alpine ahead of the Peugeot.
Despite the pushback.
Well, that's good work in the pit lane. Here's 83 in from second place, Phil Hansen. Driver door was open, but I don't think a driver change. That would not be their routine strategy.
121 on pit lane for Alpine's 36. It's 122 for the 93. Compare that to 114 for that number 50 Ferrari.
That was good work in the pits, wasn't it, from Alpine to get that place and coming in at the same time. Now there goes the other Alpine, but they were nose to tail. So what has happened? We saw the
didn't he have a drive-through? He had a drive-through. They had a drive-through. That's why there's a difference.
And that's why they were repositioning the car. They had the time to do it.
Yeah, but also a 1:29 stop for Habsburg. And what was the 35 car stop?
1:22.
22.
I don't think he had a drive-through.
No, he's already served it.
They served it.
For knocking his teammate off on the first lap?
No,
was
it was safety. It was a full course yellow procedure.
You're right. You're right. Just testing you.
Yeah, that drive-through and a drive-through for Will Stevens in the 12 Caddy. Caddy are tripping up over their own shoelaces here. Meanwhile, for third place, Julian Andlauer with grass in the radiators and Earl Bamber with gravel in the radiators, both courtesy of trying to get by Loic Duval.
And while we're watching on board with Earl Bamber, can tell you that the change in LMGT3, 51 on pit lane. We'll keep an eye on that as I tell you that Ahmed Al-Hati has gone back to the lead by 6.3 seconds. Remember, it was a 5-second hold for his competitor. So they've not only picked up time on pit lane, they've extended that time.
Our de facto race leader is René Rast. No, it's not, because he comes into the pit lane. If he managed to squeak another lap out, he would have been.
He was held up as well, just coming into the pit lane there. Not ideal timing.
So what about the 83 versus the 21? They were just a second and 6/10 apart, 51 rather. In come Andlauer and Bamber, both undoubtedly fuming. So 83 coming up to Variante Alta, 51 still in the pit lane. Quick examination of René Rast's car, 51. Oh, in fact, that's 5, isn't it, on its way? That is 5 rolling. That's Andlauer.
That is
that's 6.
This is the 51 coming towards pit exit as Phil Hansen comes out of turn 19.
Apparently, the 20 BMW is going to be short fueling in this stop.
Okay.
For that to maintain that track position, of course. So that's how important it is for them.
So
well, you'll gamble here to get track position and hope that at some stage it'll sort itself out.
51 and 83, I think, are very close indeed.
They are very close. They were very close. They were 1.6 seconds apart before the pit stops. Looks like that will be barely 1 second. There goes 20 on its way out. The yellow flashes of the Shell livery on the car.
Now, where's that going to leave him against the 50 Ferrari?
That's what I'm looking for, yeah.
Herring past the pit lane now.
So that's why they were short fueling the BMW. That is the fight, isn't it? BMW was fighting off the car 50 last time we saw them.
I'm not sure he's going to. They have overlapped on our GPS tracker. Meanwhile, looking at the 2 Toyotas, Mike Conway behind Brendan Hartley and right behind Brendan Hartley.
If we look at the Valkyrie with a big lock up at the top chicane. The fight I really want to see, though, is the car 50 versus number 20, the BMW. We know that fight is going on. I think there's only tenths between the two of them.
Yeah, they're at Tosa together.
There
they are.
It did work, for the moment at least, for BMW. It's the first bit of bad news for that number 50 Ferrari.
It has. Well, it's always the case, isn't it? The further up the field you get, the tougher your competition and the harder the overtake's going to be. But it'd be nice to see the energy graphics. How much did they under fuel? What's Nick Nielsen saying?
The rear diffuser is broken on the BMW.
Copy.
The rear diffuser is broken at the gearbox.
I think he means...
I think the BMW.
Of the BMW.
Yeah. He spotted that.
I think he's trying to have that car meatballed.
Davide Rigon suiting up to take over 54 from Thomas Floor. Now, Floor has stopped already, so that will be at the end of the next stint, which will be the better part of an hour, because we are now an hour into the race. An hour and nearly 4 minutes of 6 have already whizzed by. Meanwhile, battle on, 54. Thomas Floor in contact with the Proton Mustang, rather, Stefano Gattuso.
No, it was unnecessary contact, unnecessary there. It could have been that could have been a big one. Luckily, it was just bodywork damage, but the Mustang more than had the right to be there, in my opinion.
And unfortunately for Gattuso, he's so far back because he didn't go through the grid lines at the start and had a drive-through. Let's hear from BMW.
I have a bit too much rear locking for turn 14.
So Ras just complaining of the rear lock-in. Has that anything to do with this diffuser?
Well, if
he's seen any... Oh, is it the left rear light that's a bit damaged as well? Is that what he means?
If he's losing a bit of rear downforce, no wonder he's got rear locking. Yeah, the back left of bodywork is moving around what used to be called the modesty panel that covered the rear of the wheels. And that is moving around, and so maybe not diffuser, but you can hear that Nick Nielsen clearly can see potentially a bit might fly off the BMW and into the Ferrari. And that's a good excuse to ask the stewards to pull the car into the pit lane and have it fixed.
Yeah, if you look at the left light, not the top light, the lower down one.
Gone.
He's got that was a moment as well, wasn't it? Which way do you go, left or right? We saw Conway get into that situation earlier on. Pretty common on this racetrack, but yeah, Nielsen now obviously looking at any opportunity he can to grass up his opponents to find a way through.
Is that racing driver parlance?
Absolutely. It's everyone for themselves. That was a... I mean, the Lexus didn't know where to go there. Sometimes you feel like the best thing to do is just sit in the middle of the track.
A quick moment, by the way, just on that Mustang incident with the Ferrari. I think there's quite extensive damage to that right side of the Mustang.
How about track limits? I'm still on 1.
Correct, you're on 1, you're on 1. So we have a small virtual advantage over the 50 as well, so we're doing well.
What they mean by that, obviously, is they're running less fuel in their car. So virtual advantage at the moment is the fact that they're out of sync, basically, and with less fuel in the car. Now it's his job, René Rast, to be saving as much as he can, but in doing so, because the car we're riding on board with is so close, they'll be doing effectively exactly the same thing with more fuel on board. So a real interesting strategic battle here between BMW and Ferrari.
And the other thing for the Ferrari is that he's in the slipstream on the straight, so in fact he's not having to burn as much energy. Loic Duval has been handed a 10-second penalty by the stewards for that double manoeuvre, so Earl Bamber will be thrilled to find out that holding him up and putting him in the gravel was only worth 5 seconds. So on board with Maxime Martin.
But looking to the right-hand side of that bit of that Mustang, that's going to have to pit, I'm sure. There's extensive damage, or at least extensive panel work that is going to need. There you go. It's the bonnet is awry, and also the wheel cover on the right-hand front after that side-by-side contact with the Ferrari.
And actually, do you know what? They're down in 16th place. They've got nothing to lose by stopping now and giving themselves nearly 5 hours to try and make it back up into the points, rather than delaying it any longer. Now then, we're going to try talking to Bruce Joanny, our pit lane reporter. He said he had a little bit more news about the back of the number 20 BMW. Bruce, what can you tell us?
Well, they have no urgency to come and pit to fix the back of the car. At the moment, they want to keep the car out as it is, and they haven't heard anything from the race direction either, so they're going to push it like this.
Yeah, I think that's entirely sensible. Until you're told you have to pit out a sequence, you darn well do not pit out a sequence of your own volition, unless, like the Mustang, clearly something major is going to go wrong sooner rather than later. Back with our race leader, James Collado.
An update on both those lead battles as we look at a super slow-mo of the 51. Under 2 seconds for the 83. Looking to see whether or not we might have some rain on the horizon here. And also, by the way, for fans of the number 46 BMW, and they are Legion, Ahmed El-Hati is pulling away from Francois Heriot now, back up to about 7.5 seconds. That's about a second clearer than he was when the two cars had cleared their first pit stops.
We're hearing there may be rain in another 8 minutes, and the 88 Mustang has pitted for repairs. Beautiful Imola, circuit Enzo Edino Ferrari in the heart of Bologna, and colourful pre-race grid. Bright sunshine for the drivers and for the legion of fans who have come here to watch the action. The second time the FIA World Endurance Championship has raced here in Imola, and the Italian national colours delivered dramatically from the air. Ferrari locked out the front row of the grid in qualifying and survived the run down to Tamburello on the first lap in first and second place. Not everybody got away contact-free. Kevin Magnussen just ahead of Mike Conway, tipping his wheel off the curb, but amazingly, all 18 hypercars made it through without major contact. No body parts missing, and nobody taking a massive trip through the gravel. The two Alpines squabbled over the curbs. No harm, no foul. Same story in LMGT3. Poleman Ahmed El-Hati retained the lead as Francois Heriot moved his Ferrari up from third on the grid to second place in turn one. But all 18 cars made it through safely. There were a couple of little cheek-by-jowl moments. From the tail of the hypercar field, Niklas Nielsen on a charge. The 50 Ferrari moving up to the tail of the points in the first hour. Working his way past Porsches, Aston Martins, and the slower of the two Peugeots. Nielsen also doing a good job of somehow saving fuel as well as passing cars in front. A swap between the two Toyotas, putting the number 8 car, Brendan Hartley, ahead of Mike Conway's number 7. Hartley starting the chase of the BMW driver Kevin Magnussen in third place. Contact between Celia Martin's pink Porsche and Ben Keating's Corvette. Saw Keating in the gravel and dropped to the tail of the field. And then a square-on pass. Francois Heriot going around the outside of Ahmed El-Hati to take the lead in LMGT3. He would be among a number of GT cars penalised for start infractions. Loic Duval denying Earl Bamber track room at Acqua Minerale, and then putting Julian Andlauer onto the grass for afters. He will serve a 10-second penalty for his indiscretion. 5-second penalty being served by the 21 car in LMGT3. Francois Heriot ceding the lead back to the 46 BMW of Ahmed El-Hati as James Collado leads outright. So Collado the leader by now 2.3 seconds over the yellow Porsche Ferrari of Phil Hansen. Looking here at Cadillac versus Alpine. And this is the number 12 car. Where is it? Oh, yes, it is. Yeah, this is Will Stevens ahead of Ferdy Habsburg now. A long way down the order. This is the battle, in fact, for 15th position.
A couple of bits of housekeeping while you're going through highlights. The first is that penalty on Loic Duval was withdrawn, so that has no further action now. The second is that Stefano Gattuso in that damaged Mustang has been into bits, into the garage. They've gone all modular on it, and it's back out, albeit off the lead lap in LMGT3. That's a good year blimp. They're brilliant.
Lovely up there. It's a great view, isn't it?
Fantastic.
You've been on it before?
I have. It was wonderful.
What about you, Martin?
James Collado leading the race. Meanwhile, the Cadillac and the Alpine after delays. And the Cadillac, of course, you will, I'm sure a lot of you have seen the dramatic pictures from free practice as it got very sideways under Alex Lynn.
Here we go.
Off the right-hand side.
Here we go, another shot at it for Nick Nielsen behind the BMW. He's had a good run out of Rivazza 2. Looks at the inside, looks to the outside. No room for him that time again. A bit of a lock-up as well, for good measure.
And just point out, that Ferrari started 18th. We're an hour in. This is now the battle for
It's not over.
6th.
It's not over. He's going to try around the outside again in Villeneuve's game. No. Tell you what, Rast has got this racetrack well covered. A la Paul di Resta last time we saw him defending into Tamburello. So Rast very good on the defensive driving.
It just feels like a matter of time, though, because he is looking in every corner.
Yeah, but the other point to make here is what progression for this BMW programme, having a fight at this level for this long from where we saw them just a few months ago.
Yeah, number 20 car is not that far off the lead group, and the 15 car is in 3rd place. So both BMWs currently in the top 6.
Okay, Rene, so we are fastest car on track for the last 3 or 4 laps with the 50. I'll let you protect your corner. I'll speak to you later.
I wonder what corner they were coming up to. That was probably on the straight, and he saw how close the 50 was down to Tamburello. Okay, more later.
Just trying to motivate your driver, isn't it? All you're seeing at the moment from your point of view is just huge pressure from the car behind. You feel like, therefore, you might be slow. You're losing time to your competitors. No, you are the fastest car on track, but apart from the car behind you, who's clearly quicker at this stage in the race.
But you're absolutely right. You know, you're doing a great job. We're on the money with the fuel. We're on a different strategy to the others. Don't worry that there's nobody in front of you. Just keep that Ferrari bottled up. And Nielsen is looking left, right, over and under René Rast at the moment. 50 Ferrari desperate to get through.
I'm not sure how much longer I can hold him.
Okay, it's fine. If he's too racy, then we can let him pass. He's very quick, as are you.
And it's not your race right now. If he's faster, let him go. Let them do what they're doing. That's not BMW's race. BMW's race is everybody else.
The thing is, if you're the fastest car on track whilst doing defensive driving, then why let him pass? You never know. So I think René's doing exactly what he needs to be doing right now, and I think I'd be of the opinion, yes, it's hard work, but you're doing well, and yes, you're on a slightly different strategy, and I'm sure by the next time they come to the pit stop rounds that it'll naturally unfold anyway in Ferrari's favour. But yeah, right now, you never know what's going to happen later on down the line in this race today, so you might as well try your best whilst being quick to hold back your competition.
Yeah, don't make it too easy. You're not battling for 16th, you are battling for 6th position. Rene Rast further back, Neil Jarni 13th with the white car, and behind him, white and red, Julian Andlauer, as we ride once more with the number 50 Ferrari. Right in front of us, Rene Rast, and another BMW, the GT3 car, just coming up in front.
Well, we'll keep you abreast of all the action, in particular this bit of action. But joining the booth now by Pierre Altrom, Michelin. Pierre, it's a tyre battle. This is around different strategies with these cars on your products, doing things in very different ways. Is this one of the reasons why you guys are involved?
Yes, we are. This is what we like to see. Different, all the car manufacturers. We have 8 car manufacturers using our tires. So this race, we are providing the soft and the medium compound, compared to last year that we had the medium and the hard. So we see that the soft compound have something to do in this track, especially on this cooler temperature.
They're struggling with the tires already made. They're struggling, so we'll get them.
That's the other side of the story.
His timing was absolutely spotless. One of the things I was going to ask you about is, we've seen this hypercar class develop, vast array of cars, and getting deeper and deeper. That's a tough thing for your team to keep on top of. But in the background, you guys have been far from idle. I know we've got some news coming shortly of what's coming for 2026. Can you give us a couple of ideas of the kind of headlines you might see?
Yes, we are at the end of our process to develop the new range for 2026 season.
Sorry, just to butt in here, you could see finally an overtake. This is Nick Nielsen's best chance yet, using that straight line speed advantage. He's good on the brakes, we know, and that is the move that's been coming for a long, long time. Sorry to butt in, but I could see that coming from as early as we're about to 1. Back to you.
So you're talking about the move forward in performance. No lack of performance at the moment, but talk about exactly what the parameters are that you were aiming for with these 2026 tyres. Same rubber coming here to the World Endurance Championship and to IMSA for the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship in their GTP class. Tell us what you're trying to achieve in moving this forward.
So it's very the challenge is very tough, because we need to have a product that it works in both championships. We know the tracks are very different, but the cars are quite similar from one championship to another one. But the challenge that we have is to have a common product in the 2 championships that can cover all the conditions, from the hot conditions in Austin, for example, or Qatar or Bahrain, and at night in Le Mans, and also in 2 weeks to 3 weeks in Spa.
So what I'm going to ask is, not for any kind of quantification, but just for a yay, no kind of answer here on 3 things. We've been looking at the kind of sustainability of all of our technologies. The tyre technology, I know, is at the forefront of this. Step forward on that front for the new tyres?
Yes, it will be another huge step that we are going to do in terms of sustainability. Our next range, we will aim to be around 50% of the product that will be made from the sustainable product.
Okay. Step forward in performance.
Warm-up. We're going to improve the warm-up of the tire, because we know that we are not using any warmers on the tires. So already on this range, we are very pleased that we have some compound that works very, very well. But we want to improve on the hot compounds also to improve the warm-up. So this is one of the other targets to do.
You've just answered both my last questions in one answer. So better in warming up and better performance at the top end as well.
Exactly, to have at least the same endurance as now, but the aim is also to improve again the performance to the last kilometer.
So we're not going to ask any specifics in terms of who said what, because that's all part of the confidentiality of this process. You will, though, I'm sure, have got some feedback from both the engineering staff and the drivers that have sampled the development rubber. What have we got going on from there?
Yeah, we are doing some specific development days with all the car manufacturers. We've done one in Qatar recently, and we will going to do one in Spa next month after in Paul Ricard, sorry, after Spa. And this is the last loop of development for the wake side, and after we will do another one in the US after the Watkins Glen race in June.
Are everybody happy?
So far, yeah. The drivers are quite happy. They were already putting pressure on us to have the tires earlier than 2026, but we will introduce them only in 2026.
Just a detail that we just saw, that change of position. Number 5, Julian Andlauer's Porsche going by. Neil Jarni, the 99 Proton competition car. And back with the LMGT3, Ian James and Yasser Shaheen with a run up to Variante Alta, and that hypercar battle right behind, and Shaheen outbrakes himself, and I'm not sure who was in most trouble there, but somehow they all got through. That's multi-class racing. You know, that's the potential dramas at every turn.
6 people in the box at the moment, and all cringed at the same moment.
Just seeing if Shaheen, yeah, he's going to have to give that place back because he went all 4 wheels over the white line on an overtake. Let's have a look. Sorry, this is the replay. Does he manage? Oh, yeah, it's clearly all 4 wheels off the track for that overtake. So,
also a great opportunity there, Rand, to see the other thing that happened just a few moments ago, which was the switch between the two 963s in shot there. Number 5 of Julian Landauer gone by Neil Yanni in the number 99. You guys must be loving the exposure you're getting from this rejuvenated World Endurance Championship.
It's a fantastic championship. You know, to see these cars in these famous tracks, it's always a challenge for us, of course, but it's we are so pleased to work with all these car manufacturers, of course.
Change for 10th place as well. The black Mercedes. Maxime Martin puts the Mercedes into the top 10 for the first time, going ahead of the United Autosports McLaren of Darren Leung. Now, Maxime Martin, you will have noticed, is not the bronze driver in that car, so they have gone about it an entirely different way, not running the bronze all the way through the beginning, but trying to put a bit of pace into the car and get it into the top 10, and that's what he's managed to do. So not quite fighting on an even keel. Darren Leung is the bronze driver in the United Autosports McLaren, and the bronze drivers will need to do at least 2 full stints and a little longer to fulfill their maximum drive time demands. Meanwhile, in the 60 car, Matteo Cairoli is taking over from the man on the left there, Claudio Schiavone, who did the opening stint. So both Iron Lynx cars have taken the bronze out and have put a pro in because, well, we haven't had much in the way of safety car running or slow running so far.
Final question to you, Pierre, before you get back to what I know is a very busy day indeed. Here in Imola, great crowd here. Spa, I expect to be packed to the rafters again as always. Le Mans, well, what do we say? How important are these events in terms of the way you get the corporate exposure for the brand?
So for Michelin, of course, it's the endurance racing is on the DNA of Michelin, because our aim is always to make a tire that lasts until the performance is made to last. So to be able to participate to this championship is a fantastic adventure for us, because it's even if we know that all the cars are hypercar cars are with Michelin, we have a lot of pressure every weekend to be able to provide the correct product and to accompany all the car manufacturers to make the right choice and to make tires that are making the show, but also to make on the drivers on the safe side.
Thanks so much for the help that you and the guys actually give to us, the live data that we get into this booth. We'll be hearing a lot more about the new product for 2026 by the time we get to Le Mans, and more headlines on that. Keep an eye on your favourite sports car racing news source for more details of an event that Michelin are hosting us for in the coming weeks. For now, Pierre, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Ooh, Derek de Boer, or whoever is in car number 10. Across the gravel, it is Derek de Boer still, racing Spreader Le Mans. 88 Proton competition. And around the outside goes the number 15 BMW Hypercar. That car we haven't talked a lot about since the opening laps. Kevin Magnussen still in third behind the 2 Ferraris. And there is the first form Manthey Porsche. Ryan Hardwick now up to 5th position and chasing the first of the 2 Lexi, or the second position of the 2 Lexi for 4th place. 10-second penalty added to the pit stop next time round for 54, the car of Thomas Floor.
That's the incident with Stefano Gattuso side by side that damaged the Mustang, the 88 car, that is now running last and 2 laps down.
On board with Earl Bamber. 38 Cadillac still outside the points in 12th place. Paul di Resta down to 11th. Don't forget, Paul di Resta was, what, 5th at one point, 6th at one point?
Was 5th, yeah, at one point. But he hasn't had the speed, or the car hasn't had the speed in the race so far. And we saw him on that massive defensive drive earlier on, and that defensive drive continues now with his mirrors full of the caddy that closes in ever closer, lap after lap. Earl Bamber fired up, of course, from what happened to him earlier on with the sister car of the Peugeot, number 94, down at Acqua Minerale.
I was talking to the Peugeot drivers at the autograph session this morning. I said, is is your race pace going to be closer, do you think, like your qualifying pace was? And they went, nope. And that seems to be the way that's transpiring.
Yeah, look at the energy graphics there on the left-hand side. Car 50 down at 38%, 51 at 56%.
Okay, Brendan, we're monitoring for a position swap at the moment, so if you have more pace, please use it.
Okay, copy. Yeah, from what I can see, our pace is quite similar at the moment.
Yeah, it was worth swapping them around. Sorry, Graham. It was worth swapping the cars around before. When Brendan was on the attack, he looked like he had the speed. Now it seems that Mike has, well, more than got the speed to at least hang on with Brendan, so they're thinking now about swapping the cars
Trouble
back.
for 93, turn 7, and that's a tricky place to get turned back around. Does that neatly to that point. Well, the rest tries to get the car underway and does so.
Oh, the tyres aren't going to like that. But let's have a look, see how that happened. Was it in traffic? The traffic was involved, but it's just been hit on the back.
That was the 38.
Wow, there's nothing that Paul could have done with that one. This is a rear view shot. It's going to be pretty clear to see. He just waited mid-corner. Probably went a little bit slower than what Bamber was thinking he would, but he had traffic in his way.
He hit me up the arrow, sir.
Yes, we saw, we have reported.
Apologies for any Scottish language you might have heard there.
It's a Scottish term. It's quaint. Looking at the energy numbers there, and that looks to me like the 50 car did not take full energy at that shorter stop.
Well, they probably knew what the BMW Car 20 was up to as well. So there was that strategic battle of short fueling between the two cars, but he's through either way. Let's listen to what Ye Yifei has to say.
I am with Ye Yifei, driver of the number 83 Ferrari, who's running second at the moment. You guys have been doing really good because you're within 3 seconds of the leader. There's just have been a little bit better in fuel consumption.
Yeah, so far very clean race from Phil. Very good job from the start. We are in a good position. The rain could come the next hour, so we have to stay vigilant and yeah, looking forward to the rest of the race.
And looking forward to the rain as well, maybe?
Let's see.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
That's it.
Based on last year, I think the answer there would be a hard no. There is rain bubbling out. Not a lot, but little pockets of rain bubbling up around us. As close as Forlì and Faenza, which are about 25 kilometres away, but nothing overhead yet. It does have that sort of cool, slightly darker feel than it did this morning, that's for sure.
Yeah, it really does. The teams have been monitoring the radar. Some predicted rain in the first half an hour of the race, or after half an hour had been and gone. That has been and gone, and we haven't seen any rain at all, but some other teams choosing to run the softer Michelin tyres, maybe in preparation for this rain that we see bubbling up.
Yeah, that's us in the centre with 0 DBZ. Ben Keating and Celia Martin, here we go. It's deja vu all over again. And this time she makes a little look down the outside, inside. And
Keating, cars all around. That was close, wasn't it?
Yeah, Keating had to take some very decisive evasive action there. So actually Celia was fortunate not to have been alongside, because that would have been 3 into 1, not really working well.
Still the bronze drivers at the wheel. Don't forget of the LMGT3 category. They're all doing a great job. But you have the silver drivers, different graded drivers itching to get in the car once the driver time is completed, which they're coming up to, by the way. 1.5 hours gone of this race so far, of the 1:45 limit, or minimum limit, that the bronze driver has to complete.
Now the only team that's out of sync with that is Iron Lynx with their 2 Mercedes. They put pro drivers in both of those cars, and they've now gone from where they qualified 17th and 18th, and they are now running 10th and 11th. But of course at some stage their bronzes will get back in against higher graded drivers in the other cars, and that will all change around. Celia again looking at Ben Keating. I think Ben's going to be very close to the centre of the track all the way round here, definitely guarding his stumps a little more closely, but the Porsche does look like it's got good top-end speed compared to the Corvette.
Watch the back of the Porsche as well. You can see in the screen that Celia's got Thomas Fleur right there, and looking for a way by both of these cars. The Mustang that's in his rearview mirror is, I believe, Stefano Gattuso, who's further back down the order because of that stop for the repairs. But also getting into this fight is a Racing Spirit Le Mans car, number 10.
Yeah, Stefano Gattuso could do with a safety car, virtual safety car, and wave by, because he might possibly get a lap back, but they are a lap behind. Meanwhile, Cadillac holding off Porsche.
Oh, this will be tricky. Look at that, with the Peugeot threading its way through as well, and that's going to put Keating under immense pressure. Porsche looks to the outside, then the inside. Busy stuff before the Villeneuve chicane. Ferrari's getting involved as well.
Yeah, that's Thomas Floor in the Ferrari. Stefano Gattuso is behind that, but he is a lap behind Thomas Floor. So, in fact, behind Gattuso with the green highlights, the Aston Martin there with the late line highlights, that is Derek de Boer, and he is the next car behind Thomas Floor on the standings. And who's in the gravel? And that is
27.
down.
27.
Yes, it is Ian James, the 27 Aston Martin. He was in 6th position.
That's down at Ravazza 1, isn't it? What's happening? Oh, he's been hit from behind.
And that was
who did that?
Yasser Shaheen was the car behind him in GT3.
It was the BMW.
Yep, the Bend BMW, I'm afraid, came slicing off track.
He was off and onto the curb, and the momentum took him into the side of that Aston Martin. That's quite a big incident there for.
Yeah, nasty. That's nothing he could have done there, just a complete passenger.
Safety car has been scrambled.
Yep. Oh dear. Okay, well, first safety car, and that was an immediate safety car from the race director. No question at all. Boom, straight to safety car. Old Bamber Paul di Resta incident will be investigated as well. So the safety car comes out. And don't forget, while you're watching this live, first week of May, you'll be able to catch up with what happens in the garages, behind the scenes, through qualifying and the race, thanks to FIWC Full Access. And the second Full Access program will be out in a couple of weeks, just in time to catch up with Imola before we head to Spa. We've already had 350,000 views of the Full Access from Qatar. Let's catch up now with Ferrari's Alessio Rivera.
Alessio, at the moment it's running pretty good for you guys. You were at the lead, you're now running second. Your strategy is a little bit offset compared to the leaders. Can you tell us a little bit where you think you are at the moment?
Yeah, Francois is doing an amazing job with the driving. As you said, we are a bit on a different strategy compared especially to the Lexus. They are able to go longer in the stint of 3 laps, which is quite a lot, and will be 1 or maybe 2 stops less than us, so will be quite critical. We have to gain time on track. These safety cars are helping us with the fuel management, energy management, so yeah, we'll see. The car is good, but on the strategy we have to gain something.
Okay, thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Wow, 1 or 2 stops fewer for the Lexus. That is the end of the race for Heart of Racing's Aston. I mean, there's that impact, and it was on the driver's side, so hopefully Ian James has been able to get out of the car. Looks like he has, and has radioed to the team that he's okay, but that is done, I'm afraid.
Yeah, can't order combat, I'm afraid, but just moments before that you were saying that what Stefano Gattuso needed was a safety car, and he's got one.
I had to say that,
there is, Ian, you can see the green barrier with the orange highlights. It denotes where there is a fire marshal. The orange helmet, the white race suit, that is Ian James, and he's out the car.
Yeah, he's lucky that it scrubbed off the speed from the first barrier hit, which for the rear of the car, that the barrier did its job well there.
And also, first impact was against a tyre wall, but
yeah, there was nothing he could do there. Just when we rode on board, you heard the contact, and yeah, going in backwards. Safest place to do it, really. It's not comfortable, but it's just, he would have known full well as soon as he had the contact behind him, you were just always going to go off at high speed.
On board is Shaheen.
looking left to right, thinks about going on the inside, but it's a tough one to do that because you know the racing line is going to eventually end up on the outside before the corner anyway.
It was the overtake from the Penske car. I think he thought there was the door open for him. There just wasn't room to do it.
He got his nose onto the inside and then realised what was happening and couldn't get back out of the hole. There's the inside. And that was when that wall is coming up fast in the driver's side window. Yeah, that's a big hit. Now, there he is, just down on the left-hand side with the track workers, just below, with his helmet in his hands. He's OK.
He will go to the medical centre.
Yeah, that will have knocked the wind
whatsoever.
out of his sails, no question at all. But good news that he is OK. Safety car. So what happens with the safety car? Well, for the first 3 laps of the safety car, the pit lane is closed. So everybody joins up together. Yeah, there's the rear window panel on the tyres. Then the pit lane will be opened for a couple of laps to allow cars to fuel, and then we will put everybody back into the safety car queue and we will begin a wave around. Who gets a wave around? Well, it's not necessarily anybody who's off the lead lap, but in the queue, if your class leader is behind you in the queue, then you get waved around to join the tail of the field. And so that will then happen, and once those cars are joined up and the track is safe, barrier pairs have been completed and so on, then we will go back to green flag racing.
I can tell you that's going to mean that all bar the leader in LMGT3 will be waved by, because the 46 is at the back of the queue right now.
Well, there you go. Now, the man who is in charge of all of this in the race control is a voice known by many, a face known to an awful lot of our competitors. It's Eduardo Freitas.
We just entered into the race control room to meet Eduardo Freitas, the WEC race director, and we're going to speak about the safety procedures. Can you please take us through about when you're going to call for full course yellow, red flags, and all the safety procedures?
Well, we have different ways of neutralizing a track. The ultimate one is the red flag. Everything stops, freeze, bring everyone in, do our work. Then we can go for a full course yellow, which is a light way of neutralization. It puts everyone at the same speed on track. Pit entry is closed, so we keep them on track equidistant, but they're not allowed to pits. If we see that the situation is going to take long and it's not immediately on the track, then we can go for a virtual safety car. Virtual safety car, they're also obliged to go down to 80 kilometers an hour. The pit entry is open. We do it for a little bit over 2 laps to allow teams which have multiple cars not to sacrifice cars, so they can do car A on lap 1, car B on lap 2. So nobody really gets a big jeopardy out of it. And then from a virtual safety car, we always go to a safety car. Safety car is a much more complex procedure. It entails closing the pit lane, pass arounds, all that stuff, which is a complex operation that takes a few laps. But this only happens if we see that the intervention is going to be long. Otherwise, if it's picking up a piece of debris or whatever, we go for full course yellow, which is one of the favorite tools we have.
Easier on full course yellow. You mentioned something, pass around. Could you go into details about what it is?
Well, we have the line of cars behind the safety car. The pass around is more or less to allow the cars which are to be lapped to unlap themselves and go to the back of the line. It's a little bit of a bonus. Let's put them back into the contention of the race. So any car which is between the leader of its category and the safety car will be allowed to go to the back of the line. It's done by steps. First we group everyone, then we say prepare for the pass around. When we do that, there is no zigzagging. The cars which are eligible for the pass around move to the right. Once we have 2 lines of cars, we will say start the pass around, then those cars will pick up the pace and go to the end of the line, knowing in advance that we are still working on the track and there are still areas of the track where marshals are intervening. This spices up a little bit the race and allows them to get back into contention, well, to recover from minor mistakes, let's put it like that.
Thank you so much, and that's all about the strategy for racing teams as well.
It does mix a little bit, and it does make the engineers go back to the drawing board and recalculate how the race is going to be managed.
Thank you very much, Eduardo.
Well, they always say the first casualty of war is truth. The second thing that happens is the moment a race starts, plan A goes out of the window. And so you're always re-strategizing the race as it continues. And it's less to spice up the race the wave around and more to stop what used to happen is cars losing a lap because they get caught in the wrong place behind the safety car. If your leader is right behind you and makes a better restart, he can put you a lap down within 100 meters of the restart. So it was to avoid that. And so, as Graham rightly pointed out, because the 46 BMW, the GT3 class leader, was right at the tail of the queue, then the entire field was potentially going to go a lap down behind him if he had a really, good rest of the stint. So they will now all join behind him. You saw Antonio Giovinazzi and a whole host of others are waiting in the pit lane because the pit will open. Graham, in fact, Anthony, maybe, how far are we from what would have been a regular pit stop?
They were... The cars with the most fuel were around about 40% still remaining. That's a bit of a head scratcher for them. Do you go to the track position or follow everybody else?
I am with Kevin Estre. Kevin, we haven't been seeing you so much, but you've been staying out of trouble, as you do, as usual, and steadily making your way up.
Yeah, for sure. We started P10. We didn't have a great start. There was quite some trouble, and Lawrence, I think, was conservative not to get any contact. We lost a few positions, and then we came back, overtook a few cars, got an advantage from the penalties from the others. So yeah, try to stay out of trouble. We don't have the ultimate pace to fight with the Ferraris, that's for sure, but we are not too far from the others, Toyota, Alpine, Peugeot and stuff. So yeah, trying to do a clean race and get some big points. At the moment we are P8, still 4.5 hours to go, or 4 hours 20. So yeah, good hopes, but the race is still very long.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, Estre and his car crew once again staying out of trouble and just trying to bag as many points as they can, and that's how they won the championship last year. They had a bit more speed at this particular race last year, but you've got to do the best you can with what you have on that day, and so far it looks like car 6 crew at least are maximising what they have, and I'm convinced they can finish ahead of Peugeot here today, and that's got to be their main goal. I think Toyota probably out of their reach. But like he said, an experienced driver and current world champion, Kevin Estre, he knows full well with 4 hours, 16 minutes remaining that anything can happen on this very tight, narrow, unforgiving racetrack.
We're going to be going straight back to green flag racing here. Safety car is coming in this lap. The wave by pass around bar rather was completed in very quick order. The LMGT3s have rejoined this queue, and we're going back to racing, gentlemen. Green flags are out.
Yeah, Magnussen straight on it on the exit of Rabat 2, and actually Hansen had a bit of a snap of oversteer, unwanted timing there from the 83 Ferrari. Is going to be okay though, even though Magnussen's looking pretty feisty. Just covers off the inside just in case. And nothing that Magnussen can do this time around.
Yeah, but look at the gap that Magnussen already has over the number 8 Toyota, and that's because Sebastian Buemi was behind an Aston Martin coming up to the line, which may not perhaps have restarted with quite the alacrity of K-Mag.
And the really interesting thing for me is that nobody pitted for fuel at all. So after those 3 laps when you can pit for fuel, that goes to show how important track position is, as we see a pass.
Martin goes by Ben Keating cleanly this time. So, and look at the way she went by him. That really flew by. And just in front, the 2 McLarens are at it as well. They're both out of the points. No, they're not. 59 is in the... 95 is in the points. 59 is not. 1 hour, 45 minutes coming up. And that will be the end of drive time for our bronze drivers. Now, Anthony, I said, how close are we? And you said they had about 40% energy left, most of the hypercars. Do you go for fuel or track position? What do we know about this track above all else? You can't pass, so you don't go for fuel. You stay with track position. Yeah.
So particularly for the cars at the front of the race here, 51, 83, maybe 50 could have done something, but with the safety car, obviously everyone bunches up. He would have been back to square one. They have the least fuel, least energy, as far as it was the last time I saw it, out of anybody else there around. But now we see a situation where Nielsen is behind one of the Toyotas. That's what a great day. It shows what a great day he's had so far.
Yeah, our PR man Russ Atkins was saying, do we know what the lowest point a hypercar has won from on the grid? Well, nobody's won in hypercar from 18th, that's for sure, because we've never had 18 hypercars.
And we're still only on our first driver of 3.
I know, and we're still only an hour and 45 in. We've got 4 hours and a quarter still of this race to go. So let's look at Yasser Shaheen in the 31 BMW. He's up behind the turquoise first form, easy for me to say, car, Ryan Hardwick. This is the battle for 4th place in LMGT3, and ahead is the 3rd place Lexus of Arnold Robin, but...
Oh, that's side-by-side and contact, 5 on the 36.
That was a really good late dive. Anthony?
Julian Andlauer, yeah, down the inside of Rivata 1. The gap was closing, but actually the Alpine did the right thing. That was going to be a collision if not. He put himself in an uncomfortable position there, did Andlauer, and that's how you have to overtake sometimes around this track, but no contact was made. Great stuff from them both, and I think, who was it in the Alpine?
35 car.
It was Makovic.
Makovic.
It was Makovic.
He'll be kicking himself about that one, not having the run.
He had to give himself room to survive. Pecco Bagnaia, double MotoGP world champion for Ducati, and another VR46 rider. A drive-through penalty for the 38.
That was the hit on Paul Di Resta a little while ago. That will be about. We have seen, by the way, the first 2 cars on pit lane for what will inevitably be the end of their bronze time. That is the 87 Lexus and the 77 Mustang. So Bernardo Souza getting out of that Mustang right now. The 87 already back onto the track. But one more LMGT3 stop, and that was Matteo Caroli bringing in the 60 car, but no driver change. And that car still, of course, has to have Claudio Schiavone back into the car. Here they come. This is the end of bronze time.
And this is the battle that was the battle for 4th. Ryan Hardwick and Yasser Shaheen and everybody else coming in behind. Ben Keating continues. Now, Ben Keating won't finish his stint early. He will continue going, I think. So WRT doing the same with Ahmed Al-Hati. Arnold Robin stays out. So Ben Keating now in 3rd place in LMGT3. Track position, everybody.
Well, this is an interesting few moments, isn't it? Different strategies being put into place here. Pretty clearly, Team WRT confident they can keep their track position by leaving Ahmad out just for another lap, I'm guessing.
Well, maybe not. Maybe they've got more to go on fuel. And as for the 31, Anthony, if he escapes without a penalty, I think he'll be feeling very fortunate.
Oh yeah, more than just fortunate, because that was it was a misjudgment, of course. And when you got bronze drivers racing each other, you do see these moments sometimes. And yeah, really unfortunately, there was that contact at high speed. Nothing that this car that we're riding on board with could do about it. And yeah, a disappointing end for Ian James's race.
Well, let's catch up with our MotoGP world champion, Pecco Bagnaia. The Ducati star is down in Valentino Rossi's garage and with Ferrari as well.
I am down in the pit lane with Francesco Bagnaia, world champion MotoGP. How do you like this? Is this the first time you're coming over in the WEC?
Absolutely, and it's a pleasure to be here because I'm a true fan of cars, and in Imola, so it's fantastic. I'm here to cheer for Vale, absolutely, and I'm hoping to see continue in the same direction that the race is going. And then I'm here in the box of Ferrari to see the hypercars that are always incredible. So it's a pleasure to be here.
Would you like to go on 4 wheels one day?
Maybe one day. Before I have to finish my job then on 2 wheels, and then let's see, maybe.
Excellent. And Le Mans, you were talking to me about Le Mans just before we started the interview.
I would like also to be there, because a part of the race I think is one of the best events ever in terms of motorsport. So maybe in the future, yes, and could be fantastic.
See you there.
Ciao.
Of course, this weekend is Le Mans weekend as well for two-wheel fans. The Vanquature Moto is underway. That is not on the full circuit that we use, it's on the Bugatti circuit. So maybe Pecco Bagnaia will ease himself into Le Mans racing on two wheels in the FIM's Endurance World Championship before coming to World Endurance Championship. Lots of TLAs there.
The doctor is about to be on call because the can't be long before we see now Ahmed Al-Hati, who's done a spectacular job for Team WRT this weekend, getting the car into Hyperpole with the fastest time in qualifying and leading this race and retaking the lead of this race in the first 2 hours of this 6-hour encounter. Big moment there.
Paul Di Resta in the middle of the Tamburello chicane. And remember, he had that spin around at Tosa, turn 7, had to light the rear tyres up to get the car pointing back in the right direction. And although Di Resta was doing all the right things, as far as I'm concerned, finds himself in a much more difficult position and lower down position than he really should be. And
of course, he got clattered by the 38 Cadillac. Now he's got the number 12 behind him. So Valentino Rossi about to take over. Sudden uptick in interest in LMGT3 from the grandstands, I imagine, and also from all the MotoGP riders. Just heard from Pecco Bagnaia, Franco Morbidelli's here, Marco Bezzecchi as well, and of course Vale's lifelong friend, his boyhood friend Uccio, who does all his merch, is here as well. The Lexus is in as well from second, driver change. Arnaud Robin handing that car over. In from third is Ben Keating in the Corvette.
And Thomas Floor in as well. Meanwhile, Ian James, Yasser Shaheen, their team managers to the stewards immediately. Significant incident, and that will need to be looked at, no doubt about it.
I think it's going to be quite a lengthy penalty, isn't it, coming their way.
Neat and tidy there, but it's the Lexus that is right on his tail. It's game on now in LMGT3, and this could be quite the battle. Lots of emotion involved here.
Well, Rossi was absolutely sensational yesterday in qualifying. Multiple laps worthy of pole position in the Hyperpole. Some laps were taken away for track limits, but that didn't put him off. So let's see on cold tyres now with the sister car behind.
Yeah.
As they head down towards the Villeneuve chicane, pops to the inside, but can't do anything there. Remember, ABS, anti-lock braking system on these cars. Rossi on those cold tyres, struggling, of course.
And don't forget, this is the order these two numbers finished in last year at LMGT3. 31 won, 46 was in second place. So BMW have winning history. And part of the reason the 31 car had the advantage you saw there, they don't have brand new tyres on. Vale has got brand new tyres all round.
So leading the race now, the 87 car. There's Arnaud Robin, being got out of the Lexus. Seems to be some consternation there about something that's gone on there, but the 87 Lexus leads from Timo Boguslavski. We just saw him take that position, and that was a position. That is Yasser Shaheen.
Yeah.
Trying to explain what happened, you know, yeah, he braked early, went to the inside, I thought it had room.
Again, when we're on board with Yasser, he looks to the inside, doesn't come in, but then Ian James comes over onto the line and gets onto the brakes. I think that, because Ian was offline, I think maybe he braked a fraction earlier than Yasser was expecting, and it only, as you know, Ante, only takes a tenth of difference, and suddenly that gap has closed. And
yeah, without any of your car alongside, you always have to be the one to think about where the placement of the car is in front of you.
Meanwhile, for fourth, two black Toyotas and the red Ferrari that started 18th.
And the 20 BMW getting into this mix as well. So keep an eye on all of that. This could be the battle of the race. Well, it's going to be Taylor and Charlie here. And this is see what they can do to protect the position.
This is going to underline Sebastian Buemi's theory that Ferrari have a huge BOP advantage if you can come from the back of the grid and pass the Toyotas. Let's see what the Toyotas feel.
But Brendan, override is available for traffic. You'll have quite some GT traffic in about a lap and a half.
Yeah, after that safety car, it's like starting the race again, isn't it, in terms of traffic? So it's going to be difficult when they come up to those GT cars, and that could be an opportunity for Hartley to get past the other car.
And also that radio message is about a lap old, because they're about half a lap away from catching all the traffic. The leader is already in the tail end of LMGT3.
Okay, we box this lap. It will be driver change, and watch the energy in the last two corners. You watch the energy as you come in the pit.
So they had to offset this car, and you're not just going to simply overtake these two Toyotas in front. You've met a bit of a roadblock there. So in short fueling, there's the energy graphics. In short fueling, the car 50, they've done that intentionally to just get themselves off sync, out of sync with everybody else, and then run a clean race, your own race, out of slower cars that you're following. As we look at an overtake here, car 12, is that Will Stevens? Yep.
And the Alpine behind, 35, 30 Habsburg. Yeah, Will Stevens was going by Paul de Resta, and 30 Habsburg had nowhere to go.
Oh, what's that? I can't understand how that happened. I know the two cars were fighting in front of him, but it was like he was caught out by the fact that they were, as here comes car 50 into the pits, it was like he was caught out by the fact that they suddenly slowed down in front of him, but that's to be expected when you've got cars side by side.
I'd like to look at it again. Was there a GT car that really compromised the Peugeot's entry speed into that corner?
But it's all, it should all be read, that situation. It's all taken into account.
Safety car gets the tear off.
And of course, part of the reason that he was catching those Toyotas ahead of him was that he's lighter, certainly considerably lighter than number 8, and a little lighter, maybe a lap or two lighter in terms of fuel than number 7. What are they doing on tyres? We saw tyres ready. There's the yellow medium tyre, the yellow sidewall, the medium tyre.
Well, nobody yet has changed the tyres. They all committed to staying on because track position is so important. You don't want to lose any unnecessary time by changing even one tyre during their first round of pit stops, and they leave them on again. You don't want that extra 30 seconds or so of changing any more tyres.
So Kamui Kobayashi helmeted up just in case. Now, whether he's getting in the Toyota or not, we don't know. He might, but there was no driver change, no tyre change, fuel only. So they're going triple stinting. And that is mediums all round on the Ferrari. Now, don't forget that the Toyotas started with softs. They did do a driver change.
Minute and 18 seconds this time on pit lane. I think that is a full pit, but trouble for the 20.
He's been hit, or he's been off and hit something. Around him comes the number 6 Porsche with the white nose. That's Lawrence Vantor. This is for 5th place. Brendan Hartley has gone ahead of Lawrence Vantor and Rene Rast, but where's number 7? Mike Conway is behind them.
And there's trouble as well because there's a big piece of debris now on the start-finish line.
Contact with the Toyota. That's Variante Alta.
He'd caught them very quickly. Double, triple contact, in fact.
So that must have, in traffic, he's caught the Toyota, hasn't he? And then just really muscled his way by. Remember, this is the car that was reported to having damaged rear bodywork anyway. I wonder if it was fragile, and then that's just finished it off. But
damage on the other side, wasn't it? But that's...
The Toyota he hit was number 7. Number 8 had already gone by him.
No, he was behind the 78.
That's right, he was.
Yeah,
he was trying to go by Conway, so why was Conway so close?
We're going to go full course yellow, and that's going to happen in about 30 seconds' time. That's one of the reasons why.
Well, they caught the traffic, didn't they? We heard it on the radio. The traffic was coming up, so we missed it. This is obviously the aftermath of bits falling off for the car, but the reason that gave Rene Rast that chance to be up with the Toyotas in the first place, because they haven't got the same speed today here, it was because of the traffic. I'm convinced by it. So he's had a bit of an opportunity there, and then just muscled his way by into the top chicane as the full course yellow's out. Conway peels off.
Yeah, the Toyota pushed me in turn 40, man.
Yeah, so there was a big old scrap going on there. I want to see more footage of how it started.
He didn't pit, the 7 did.
That's what I say. So, yeah, this is only the after. I want to see, look, there are GT cars everywhere. So something's happened on the run out of Aquaminerali up towards Variante Alta.
Well, if
contact both ways.
If he's saying that's the contact, that was
no,
later.
It was the first bit. It was the right hand. Yeah, Conway's gone down the inside. Then that's the first contact, and it's the second bit of contact. So yeah, Conway's gone for a move down the inside, or was it Rast trying to go round the outside?
I think it was Rast trying to get through on Conway. So something is, what I think René is saying is that something happened on the run into that corner, but I don't see that.
No, Rast was saying basically he was hit as he tried to turn him around the outside of the right hand.
Yeah.
He's like, he's hit me. I've turned. There was a car's width on the inside. He's hit me, but I need to see another angle of it.
He'd been fully off the track.
Don't forget, he was behind both Toyotas and the Ferrari at the beginning of that lap. So something brought Conway back to him and gave him half a sniff.
The other thing I'm slightly confused by here was that emergency service for the number 7 car.
Yeah, I wonder, full course yellow, the pit lane's not closed.
Yeah, but why didn't, in which case, why didn't the 20 car come down?
I wonder whether he had contact. He is back out.
Why didn't the 20 come down pit lane? Because he passed pit in as the 7 came down pit lane. He's gone round again.
Well, Conway had a 46-second stop.
Yeah, so they were getting slightly lower on energy anyway, so they are coming up to their natural pit stops. With damage to your car under a full course yellow, Conway did the right thing to pit just then to mitigate the losses.
You're right, Conway only had about 5% more energy than the 50 Ferrari, but the 8 Toyota had about another 7 or 8% more energy.
So it looked to me like a potential overtake from Conway. He'd already lost that position on the exit of Acqua Minerale.
That's what I mean. It's before we saw that shot.
So we need to see Acqua Minerale, basically.
Yeah, that was exactly what it was. It seemed to me that he was talking about. It was the previous corner, and at that point, it was the Toyota that was pretty much off track, and then there was contact.
I think Conway had a legitimate,
a
valid opportunity to be there and try to retake the position he had just lost in traffic.
Back to green with Loic Duval, and there you can see René Rast. Well, the end plate, okay, the rear wing isn't flapping around, so maybe he's not going to lose too much in terms of downforce. I think he'll find out fairly quickly if that car is not maybe cornering with quite the alacrity you might expect.
The top element of the rear wing's not attached to anything. It's as far as I see, it's dangerous. You got to bring the car in. It is in.
I don't.
It's
in fact,
not.
both BMWs are in.
Yeah, 15, sorry, was first on pit road. 20 is in.
But I'm still at a loss to understand why they didn't pit that car the previous time around. The rear clip was ready. We saw that. The car passed pit in at the point at which the 7 came down pit lane.
Conway did the right thing. I think BMW keeping their car out there under full course conditions, full course yellow condition, that wasn't the right thing to do. Conway's losses were mitigated by the full course yellow of the other cars running around much slower.
So the examination here is going to be how far forward does that damage take it? Is it just the clip? Robin Freins now in the car.
But it's an interesting one for the steward to look at there, because if there was a car's width on the inside at all times into the right-hander part, and we're going to see a better view of it here. Did he leave? Not sure he left exactly a car's width on the right-hand. The trouble is, it's not really an overtaking part of the track, but if you see an opportunity, you got to go for it. I'm not sure a car's width was really left on the inside before Rast turned in.
Yeah, you're right, it's a very interesting one, isn't it?
I don't... Look, can you get 2 cars side by side around that corner?
If they're both in minded to let each other do it, then yes.
I'm not... Yeah, you'd have to go very slowly to do it, but...
I'm looking at 36 cars circulating now. I don't think we've got any one of those 36 that would allow that to happen. There's a change.
Yeah, change position. Number 5, that's Julian Andlauer going ahead of Loic Duval without needing to use the grass. So that was a change of position, and now Andlauer up to 3rd, Duval up to 4th, as we have more driver changes.
And more potential drama with Brendan Hartley under investigation for full course yellow procedures.
Yeah.
Well, we saw this in a few practice sessions, didn't we? Particularly FP3, and lots of drivers getting penalties for that.
Ria Hirakawa taking over the number 8. So James Calado still leads for Ferrari, Phil Hansen still second. LMGT3 here is the battle for what is second place on the road. Timo Boguslavski ahead of Valentino Rossi. Clement Schmidt the leader in the 87 Lexus, and he is 15 seconds ahead of this battle. And Valle with all new tyres. Boguslavski only left side tyres changed, and those are the least hard work duo. So the tyres that are on the car have done one stint on Boguslavski's right-hand side tyres. They were changed at the end of the first stint. So Valentino in sparkling form in qualifying, whilst the Amadel Harty did a great job to get the car through into hyperpole at the top of the pile. Valentino made no mistakes at all, clean and quick.
So now this is car 15 that's been running strongly in the top 3, now has car 50 behind it after this last round of pit stops. So 9th place at the moment.
Well, in the midst of the round of pit stops, because the top, well, 2 of the top 4, as I literally said the words, on pit lane, the 5 of the 94. But at the moment, this is, at this second, this is the battle for 8th place, but it will be better than that once we've got these first 4 cars, or last 4 cars, through their latest pit stops.
The race leader behind us will beat in 3 laps, so we make sure to stay ahead during those 3 laps.
Now, it's interesting that before the last round of stops, Miguel Molina was behind René Rast in the 20 BMW, now finds himself behind BMW number 15. Raffaele Marciello has taken over this blue and black BMW from Kevin Magnussen, who was in 3rd place. So don't forget, Ferrari still won 2, but that 15 BMW was the best of the rest, was in 3rd, and that is where the 50 Ferrari has now got to. So all these other, at least half of the hypercar field now pitting because they're out of energy, and the message there very clear to Miguel Molina: stay ahead of 51 and 83. Do not go a lap down. You've got 3 laps to survive.
A couple of other bits of housekeeping. It's going to be a drive-through penalty for car 8. That was after that investigation of the full course yellow procedures for Brendan Hartley. Also means, by the way, with this weave around on the latest pit stops, that this battle between the 50 and the 50 are ahead of the 2 Toyotas now.
Yep, 83 in the pit lane from 2nd place. Phil Hansen brought it in, having started the car, and that is likely to be the end of his time in the car. Ye Fei, in the normal run of things, would be their 2nd driver, leaving Robert Kubica to play 5D chess and argue on the radio with team bosses in the final stints.
So Jules Gounon in car number 36, Alpine, is the only car so far that I've seen has taken a full set, and they've gone for a full set of soft tyres, brand new.
Ooh, so what's track temperature like at the moment then? There was a big storm, or not storm, but a little group of showers that just bypassed us completely half an hour ago. And so still no sign of rain, but a lot of overcast, although actually that is starting to burn off a little, so track temperature may well rise.
So just the top 2 cars in the current running order still to pit on this cycle. That is, of course, the race leading 51 Ferrari and the 38 Cadillac.
Yep.
Separated by, what's that, 68 seconds at the moment, but that's a sort of false gap in this race. We'll see how that comes down once the 51 as it hits pit lane now, as does the number 8 for that drive-through for what is now Ryo Hirakawa. Great drone shot there.
It's funny, from the drone shot, the track actually looks quite wide. When you're walking, it really doesn't.
So here's your race leader in the pits.
Yep, final run for James Calado, and Alessandro Pierguidi slotted in. And the 2 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963s running at nose to tail. 6 with the white nose, that's Matt Campbell. He's taken over ahead of Mathieu Jaminet, and Campbell just out of the pit lane ahead of Jaminet. Let's get down to Toyota and hear from the man who's just got out of number 7.
I'm with Mike Conway. Mike, can you take us through what happened?
Yeah, going into turn 14, I kind of had to split right with one of the GTs. I could see a car went to the left side, and then I could see it was a BMW as we approached into 14 braking. And yeah, they try to make 2 into 1, which doesn't work there. I braked as late as possible, and they weren't going to give up. And then they ended up just, I don't know, over the curb and took me out completely on the exit. So, I mean, they drive like idiots all the time anyway, so that's just the way they are.
You managed to minimize the damage by stopping early as you did.
I mean, we had to do an emergency fuel, so we lost a bit of time there, obviously. So, yeah. If we'd have done maybe one lap longer on energy, it would have been a bit nicer, but yeah, unfortunately, the car's a bit damaged, but I don't know. Hard to say how much we're losing.
Okay, good luck for the rest anyway.
Not a happy bunny.
And Kai, you know, I feel he's playing in many ways. It was a fight going up. Actually, speaking of fight, look at this. The LMGT3 battle into Aqua Minerale, and that's probably where it all began for Conway and Rene Rast.
And actually, the number 7 car did have to stop again for fuel. As you said, they did take emergency fuel. Graham, you were right on that. 3 into 1. Here's 83, who took over. It was Yefei and Antonio Giovinazzi, in fact, not Alessandro Pierguidi in 51. And they are working their way through. Here's the battle for second again in LMGT3. And Valentino Rossi moves through on the inside, gets up to second place ahead of Timo Boguslavski. But they're still nearly 20 seconds behind the Lexus. And right behind them, Drift King Simon Mann in the 21 Ferrari. So this is on board with Boguslavski. Came into endurance racing from Rallycross.
Yep, they're dancing the streets of Imola right now. Through into the lead of a tight 4 LMGT3 battle comes the Doctor, not the lead, apologies, second place, because Clement Schmidt is 20 seconds up the road from this. But this is a 3-car battle for that second place. And Valentino Rossi has something of a rear gunner here in the shape of the number 31. Still not seen any resolution to that investigation, by the way. I'm sensing that's not quite as clear-cut as many might think.
Yeah, I agree. Meanwhile, here comes the 50 Ferrari, carving his way through traffic. Miguel Molina is currently running in 4th place on the road. Now, he is deeper into the fuel window than his rivals, apart from the number 7 car, but of course, they're now further staggered from number 7 because 7 had to stop again for emergency fuel after that contact with Conway. They had to stop again for a full fuel stop, so they've had to miss out on tyres. There has been that driver change. So if we reset the field a little, looking here at the McLaren, this is United Autosports car of Sebastian Bode ahead of Ricardo Pera in the turquoise Porsche. Behind with the green highlights, that is Racing Spirit Le Mans' Eduardo Barrichello. Dad Rubens isn't here, his mum is here with him this weekend, because what mum doesn't want to be with her little boy at Easter. And Johnny Edgar behind in the TF Sport Corvette. But Timo Boguslavski has clearly been holding up Valentino Rossi a lot for several laps, because Rossi is gone and Boguslavski is now going to have to deal with Simon Mann.
If you're interested to see, you mentioned Johnny Edgar in that run-through of the spectacular in LMGT3. He's been racing in the United States. He won the Long Beach race around the streets of Long Beach in Rexy, AO Racing's dinosaur-themed GT3 Porsche, and I think we've got a star in the making, a GT3 car in Johnny Edgar.
And what I didn't realise is that every time they win a race with Rexy, Rexy gets a gold tooth instead of a white one. That's very, very cool indeed. Yeah, I know. I didn't know that. Anthony's chuckling as well. I think that's
my son,
excellent.
My son Andor, they absolutely love that livery of the car. And that's the reason it's in existence, isn't it? Because of his daughter's request.
It's his son's request for that one, and then Spike, the LMP2 Dragon, as we watch almost side by side, is the daughter's request, the purple Dragon that races in the European Le Mans Series now.
Good work by Ricardo Pera going by the McLaren, and that may not be over. McLaren doesn't have an awful lot of race pace this weekend.
It's a different story, isn't it, compared to Qatar, but yeah, certainly struggling for, as I can see, a little bit of straight line speed here consistently as we look at our board in front of us. So to the stewards immediately for Conway and Rast.
And their team managers.
Yeah.
And also, just worth pointing out, the two Iron Lynx Mercedes that were 10th and 11th, you can see the yellow one back there, car number 60. Claudio Schiavone is back in, oh no, he's not, Matteo Cressoni is still in there. Christian Reed, though, has got back into 61, so one of the bronze drivers is back in the car, but Iron Lynx trying to do something different. While everybody else had their bronze drivers double stinting, they single stinted their bronzes, put in a quicker driver to try and get track position, but now that is starting to come back again as their bronzes are in against other teams' quicker drivers.
Just watching the middle order in the hypercar as we watch this three-car battle ahead of this between the 50 and the 36. Jules Gounon is catching Miguel Molina and catching him reasonably quickly. That gap now under 10 seconds and coming down fairly rapidly. One to watch.
33, this is the Corvette of Johnny Edgar. We just talked about him, up behind Eduardo Barrichello in the Racing Spirit Le Mans Aston Martin, the sole remaining Aston Martin now. And as you said, both of them, both that and the Harter Racing car run by Aston Martin Racing. Down the inside comes the number 5 Penske Porsche, Mathieu Jaminet, jamming himself in between the two. See what I did there? I'll stop now. Down into Acqua Minerale.
Preserving his place.
Now then, from, what were they, 4th and 5th, Toyota number 7 that was 5th is now in 6th with Nick de Vries, but number 8, after that drive-through, down to 12th place.
Yeah, expensive.
Oh, somebody's lost a bit of tyre belting.
Yeah.
Or is that a wheel arch liner? No, it is. Somebody's had a tyre delaminate.
Looked to me like a bit of plastic from one of the covers of the barrier or something. We will see. Don't know where that came from. Yeah, it looked like a thinner material than rubber.
Yeah, maybe so. Nobody's had a puncture that we've seen. I'm sure cameras would have spotted it and heard it going by. So our race leader, Antonio Giovinazzi, the 51 Ferrari that he put on pole, just 4 laps in to his first of 2 stints.
And it's always a weird feeling when you take over the tyres from another driver. That's exactly what he sees, 79 laps worth on all 4 tyres there since the start of this race. So it's a strange feeling, jump in, the car feels very used. Let's put it that way. You cursed your teammates for any lockouts.
The lap we just did is perfect. Let's copy-paste this lap, the full stint.
Copy. Okay, so that was the perfect lap. Copy and paste for another 36 laps. Yep, okay.
He was sublime in qualifying yesterday, Giovinazzi, no mistakes. Kept it within the white lines, which many of his rivals didn't.
Yeah, he's feeling no pain at the moment, and after just not reacting well enough, not just reacting well, but just not well enough compared to Toyota last year, being beaten by the Japanese team on Italian tarmac. That really frustrated. They were frustrated at Spa to lose what they thought was their race because of the long barrier repair, safety car, and then a restart. But they were really frustrated to lose a straight fight against Toyota with what was probably then slightly the quicker car. So far, they're making no mistakes, and we are past 1/3 distance. Now then, down the hill, 59 under pressure. That's Sebastian Bird from Eduardo Barrichello. Looking back at Barrichello from the orange and black McLaren, and now looking forward at Eduardo from Johnny Edgar in the yellow and black TA Sport Corvette.
Yeah, that Aston Martin ahead of him has got some good straight line speed. He's all over the McLaren now, so it's the 2 British cars side by side. As up the inside goes the Proton car and drives way just straight by.
Yeah, nothing that Bode could have done there. He hasn't had a look back on the inside. Yeah, nothing that the Corvette could have done there. But the Toyota getting squeezed out of room there. Was that with alongside the caddy?
Yes, it looked like it right behind this battle. And there is the Cadillac. Yeah, Cadillac goes by the Corvette. That's the gold. And the black Toyota right behind. That's car number 8. And a Rio Hirakawa with Malte Jakobsen, the first of the 2 Peugeots, all over the back of him.
And Alex Lynn in the Cadillac.
Alex Lynn with a great move. Now we go LMGT3 hopping with this flying train of hypercars.
Yeah, it's like 125 motorcycle racing, hopping along the queue, not because they've got a slipstream, because they're in a much quicker car, but the principle remains the same, like when you're in traffic on the autostrada, looking for the gap that you can duck back into.
So Alex Linder's looking at my tyre graphic here. He took the right-hand side used mediums in the last pit stop, so he has I know he doesn't have a tyre advantage over Rio, because Rio took left-hand side in his last pit stop, in the handover to him.
So the Toyota's still got softs on both cars, because that means they're into stint number 3 on those soft tyres now.
No, they've taken away. They've on the left-hand side with Hirakawa. They've swapped them now to mediums.
Let's get down with Bruciani. He's at Alpine, driver of car number 35, Paul Chatin.
I am with Paul Chatin, driver of the number 35 Alpine. A strong start of the race. Overall, Alpine performing pretty well in terms of performance, but unfortunately you had a drive-through penalty from the full course yellow. Can you tell us the beginning of the race for you so far?
Yeah, Ferdinand did a really great start. The beginning of the race was very good, but then during the full course yellow, he got confused with the change of display on the marshalling panel, and because of that, he wrecked half a second too quickly, and we got to drive through. And then, unfortunately, it was a bit the snowball effect with the strategy, so we lost a bit of time. Now I think we are around P15, but race is still long. We will push as maximum as possible. Charles just jump in the car and I will finish the race. It's difficult to overtake here, which is a bit tough for us, but we never know. We'll push till the end.
Exactly, you never know. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Well, while we were hearing from Paul-Luc, you saw Gianmarco Leverato's Mustang, the 88 Proton Competition Ford, moving ahead of Johnny Edgar, but that car, that was not for position. It is a lap behind. We catch up now with the Cadillac number 12 versus number 8. So Alex Lynn ahead of this queue, Rio Hirakawa, the black Toyota, and then the 2 Peugeots, their shark fins barely above the waterline. Marty Jacobsen and Jean-Eric Verne looking for an in here. Jacobsen, the first of the 2 Peugeots, and he's just waiting for a chance. And any time, Anthony, you see the car in front having a little jink like that and not making the move, it gives you an opportunity as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Hirakawa's in a position here where he's got the fastest car out of this quad that we're looking at here. Without the McLaren, of course, you can disregard that one as Hirakawa works his way through that the lap traffic. But Hirakawa has the fastest car out of this this quad we look at now, running reward with Verne. But if you don't make the move, then obviously the Peugeots are close enough that they will. And that's the position that, or the situation that Hirakawa finds himself at the moment. So it looks to me he's slightly quicker than the caddy in front. But that moment we saw with him earlier on wasn't the Cadillac overtaking. It was Hirakawa trying to get back past after this penalty.
A couple of points here. This is the battle for 11th overall in the race, but 2 of the cars ahead of these cars are not factory cars, so this is still a battle for World Championship manufacturers' points. 2 other quick things about the battles ahead of them. No doubt at all, Miguel Molina is closing the gap to Yfe. They are second in the case of the 83 car and 4th in the case of the 50, but he himself is still being caught by Jules Gounon, who's now 8 seconds back rather than 10.
Well, Gounon's flying because he's on that full set of soft tyres at this point. Fascinated to see how Gounon's going to get on in this stint or double stint, however long they're planning on taking these soft tyres today with Michelin. He's the only one. He's the guinea pig out there, isn't he?
Oh, Malte Jacobsen falling over the 61 Iron Lynx car of Christian Ried. That might not play very well. Final point about manufacturers' points is they are only awarded to the best scoring car of the manufacturer. So Ferrari, that's 51. The 83 car, as you said, is not a factory car, it's a privateer car. 99 is not a factory Porsche, it's a privateer Porsche, but it's only the top scoring manufacturer's car that actually registers points for the manufacturers.
Both Peugeots, by the way, took brand new sets of medium tyres in their last pit stop.
Well, Jakobsen now right again up behind Ryo Hirakawa because the Japanese driver is bottled up behind Great Britain's Alex Lynn. So international enough, you've got Cadillac, Toyota and Peugeot. You've got a British driver, a Japanese driver and a Danish driver. Lots of different nationalities in the manufacturers as well as in the drivers.
We look back to car 15 here. Rafael Marcello in P3, as you said, he's closing in on the back of that yellow Ferrari 83 and more importantly has gapped the car 50. They were nose to tail at one point, and it's the first time we've seen 50 not be able to just harass the car in front. Actually lost a huge amount of time, and I wondered at first if it was because of traffic. I don't think he is. And Marcello, I keep checking his tyres because he's flying out there. He's continued on the same set just as car 50 has.
Okay, Lelo, mode 2, mode 2. Let's try to get that Ferrari in traffic. Mode 2.
This is by a distance.
Copy. There's a few GTs coming your way. Few GTs, let's try.
This is by a distance the most convincing display in this car we've seen yet from Raffaele Marcello. And you're absolutely right, that gap has come down now to a single second to the number 83 car, despite the fact that the 50 is still catching the 83.
Now, not the fact that they're content with where they are, running third, their best result so far, but he's now saying, you're going to catch traffic, let's get that Ferrari. The engineer is geeing up his driver to go for second. And that shows not only that they've got pace, they've been very clean and clever so far, but they also have ambition. They are looking to try and put the car ahead of the 83 car that started on the front row of the grid. 21 Simon Mann still chasing the 31 BMW of Timo Bogusławski, and still no outcome, as you said, to the incident between 31 and the 27 Heart of Racing Aston Martin. I think that might take a while to come as they examine all the data. Again, the final onboard shot from Yasser Shaheen looks like Ian caught him out, just trying to control the car under braking. Change of position. That is not for position.
That's a lap going on the number 61 from the 87 Lexus. There's our race leader, still in the hands of Clemens Schmidt. 20 seconds up on...
He's done it. He's done it. He's passed the caddy. So Hirakawa's overtaken Alex Lynn. I don't know where it happened. I'm assuming it was in traffic. Lynn thinks about defending, and he's seen the Peugeot's too far there alongside, thinks better of it, and lets the fresher tyres of the Peugeot get him this time.
Yeah, he's under threat from the other Peugeot, though. He's trying to defend this time. Second Peugeot in the train this time does see the back and then the side of the Cadillac.
Well, that was a brave move, wasn't it? Brave move and a half from the Peugeot around the outside of Piratella, and Gazzi inside for Aqua Minerali. Great stuff there from the 93. That's Jean-Eric Verne.
Yeah.
Really, and to be fair to Lynn, he gave him room as well. That could have easily been contact there.
And it's not over yet because he's under pressure from the Alpine behind as well. Jev got by, followed Malte Jakobsen. Now Charles Milesi wants to go. Has Milesi got a tyre advantage over the Cadillac of Alex Lynn?
It looks like he might have a problem here, Lynn, because he's losing too much time to Hirakawa, and yes, he would have been put offline and stuff earlier on, a few marbles in your tyres, but he looks like he just suddenly dropped pace. And now it's Milesi's turn in the slipstream of the Caddy. Straight line speed looks okay, but I was just surprised to see him lose quite as much time as he did just in one lap.
Yeah, dropped a long way back, didn't he?
But Milesi, just thinking of what they did, yeah, they took a full set of mediums as well in that last pit stop for Alpine.
A little bit ahead of this battle, we keep eyes on it. that number 8 Toyota has caught Nico Pino for 10th place. The Proton competition, there is that gap right in front of us. Then the 2 charging Peugeots come into the road at this portion of the race, and then the battle with Alex Lynn trying to fend off a rampant Alpine behind him.
Oh, it's a very different story here in Imola, isn't it, compared to how they were in Qatar. The Cadillac was Ferrari's closest threat, as I saw it, qualifying and in the race pace. They were unlucky in the race with both cars smashed into each other. If you haven't seen that race under full course yellow conditions, the safety car conditions before the race went green again, a very embarrassing situation for both Lynn and Button, who were driving at the time.
And if you haven't seen it, you can see not only the incident, but hear all the reaction and the stony faces that followed in the full access program. 350,000 plus downloads already. That's online, and full access, the behind-the-scenes story of Imola, will be out in the first week of May.
You can brake later everywhere.
Wow, give me my tires. These tires have no grip. The grip is so poor, there's nothing I can do.
Copy that. We need to finish this stint.
So they'll be comparing, obviously, to the other Ferraris that are out on track and seeing that maybe the other drivers were able to brake later. But this stage in the race, the tyres are so old, and it depends on how the other drivers use the tyres. Like I mentioned before, you're taking over somebody else's tyres. The style that the driver might have, how they use the tyres. Do they use more front end than you like, or more rear end than you like? You jump in and suddenly it's a very different balance to what you would have done with your tyres from new. So all these things are a complication now with 87 laps on them.
Here's the gap. This is the gap now for second place, with the BMW closing in. Nico Pino, by the way, dropping back down the order. He's been passed by the number 8 Toyota and by the 94 Peugeot. Here's the 93 now all over the number 99 Porsche.
We've all taken over a used hire car from Graham Goodwin, and we know what a rotten state those are in, and it must be just as bad for EAUFA. And actually, part of that's part of the deal with being a team player, is you try and bring the car back in the same state in which you were given it. You know, requisite number of wheels, bodywork intact, but also when you know you're going to be having to hand over triple stinting tyres, you don't really want to give somebody the thumbs rush by giving them awful tyres. Now, again, you see the Toyota, the Peugeots there, both with fresh right side tyres, giving them a grip advantage.
Yeah,
maybe
really
that's what's happened with 99. Has he got the same tyres on as he's had from the start of the race?
99, unfortunately, not being a manufacturer, is the only car I haven't got any data for in my little app here. So yeah, who knows how many laps. They look quite new to me, just in terms of like how the sidewalls are. They're not very tarnished. This is as much information I can give you. I apologise.
Yeah, go on, Jeff. I'm sure you can do it. I mean, I know you can do it.
That's much more like it. The kind of message you want when you're behind the wheel is just, yeah, come on. You fire your driver up, get that position. The car's working much better here than it was in Qatar. And that 99 Proton Porsche in front. Just got to try and put them under as much pressure as you can with Pino at the wheel. So, yeah, let's see. Next, where's the traffic coming up? The next round we've got, they're just heading down the main straight now. So yes, they head into the Rivazzas. They just got to wait until probably by the time they get to Piratella or Acqua Minerale next lap, they might be with some GTs. That gives you a bit more of a chance.
For those that didn't quite understand Jeb's message, I think he was intimating that he might have to be a bit adventurous and a bit brave on the overtake. But yeah, when your engineer's going, I know you can do it.
Well, we've already seen an incredible pass from him, haven't we, on Alex Lynn around the outside of Piratella turn 9. So I'm sure he can work his way through the Porsche. But cars have different strengths and weaknesses throughout the lap. Lynn looks like he hasn't lost any more time, but yes, he continues to be threatened by Charles Milesi's Alpine behind.
While we're seeing an awful lot of hypercar, by the way, just to let you know that Valentino Rossi in the 46 BMW and LMGT3 is closing down the leader of that category, Clement Schmidt. He took over second place. He was over 20 seconds behind. He's now 16.9 seconds behind. So taking a quarter to a half a second a lap out of Clement Schmidt at the moment. We're not seeing it, but that gap is coming down.
I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot more of it. A little bit more good news, by the way, from LMGT3. Just getting confirmation from Aston Martin and part of racing that Ian James has been released from the medical centre and has returned to the team. So Ian basically okay after what was a nasty hit.
And more importantly for Valentino Rossi, having passed Timo Boguslawski, he's now 9.5 seconds ahead of the 31 BMW. So WRT should definitely have allowed Valle to go by much, much earlier. They really cost themselves a lot of ground against the race-leading Lexus in LMGT3. So back then with the hypercar battle, this is the number 12 Caddy and the number 35 Alpine. In the Cadillac, Alex Lynn. In the Alpine, Charles Milesi. Such an aggressive-looking front.
And here's that traffic I was talking about. So I was a little bit premature in my predictions, but they're overtaking them on an easier part of the circuit here, and absolutely not in Jean-Eric Vernon's favour. He's the loser in this particular situation.
Milesi lost out a little bit behind the Cadillac as well. But look, the Caddy is now right behind the Peugeot, and again the Peugeot compromised in Tosa. Here's an opportunity maybe for Alex Lynn to try and put the Peugeot between himself and the aggressive Alpine of Charles Milesi. Can't do it there. So Milesi in the 35 car, still all over the back of the Caddy.
I'm just getting massive understeer the last corner. There's great difficulty with the straight line. We are like top speed earlier than them.
Yeah, that probably looked better on the subtitles than it sounded on the radio. What was he saying?
That he's struggling basically with oversteer out of the final corner, so out of Rabatza 2 is what he's talking about. It's not technically the final corner. Turn 18, he's looking to the inside. He's not going to do it this time around, but it's worth looking. So it's in the next corner coming up here. He's saying, I'm just suffering too much oversteer, and I can't get on power early enough to make sure I'm close enough to the Caddy by the time I go onto the main straight. I feel like I'm pretty good on the brakes, but that's where I'm losing the time. But nothing that the engineer can really do to help him.
And part of the problem with a bit of oversteer there, drifting wide over those curbs, is that is one of the corners that is absolutely being scrutinised for track limits.
It really is. So yeah, you've got to be careful there as well. I mean, look at the amount of marbles that are on the track, and that's going to make overtaking even more difficult as well for these drivers.
And we're not even half distance at this stage. At the lead group of this race, while we're watching this engaging battle between these 4 or 5 hypercars, we've got the BMW number 15 that are close right up on Ifeye. Now has dropped back to about 3.5 seconds back and is coming under pressure from the 4th place number 50 Ferrari.
Meanwhile, Matteo Jaminet in our sights as we ride with the 20 BMW of Robin Freins. With a new rear end on the car, they decided that a lopsided wing arrangement may not have been the safest or most efficient. Jaminet looking back there. They've got a little bit of traffic in front of them as well. They go by both the Ferrari and the BMW.
They do that as Valentino Rossi takes the lead of the race, because the 87 Acodis Lexus is on pit lane, out of sequence. I think it was out of sequence that put Clement Schmidt ahead in the race.
They were close, weren't they? They were 4th and 5th, the two, or 3rd and 4th, the two Lexuses.
It's because the Lexus pitted at the 1 hour 45 mark, I believe, to take the bronze driver out, whereas they let Ahmed Al-Hati stay in later. This is just that redressing, and here we go side by side. This is for second in class.
Yep. Simon Mann in the silver Ferrari with the orange highlights. The BMW don't get into another banging match with an LMGT3 car. This is Timo Boguslawski losing second place. Simon Mann, that's a really well-judged move. He put himself cleanly alongside Anthony and just made Boguslawski surrender into the braking zone.
Yeah, he wasn't giving up though, was he, down the run down the hill towards Acqua Minerale, and had a good run actually from being overtaken in Piratella, but it looks like things have calmed down a little bit for now.
Quietly becoming one of the stars of LMGT3, Simon Mann. Quietly spoken, but he knows where to put the car.
And the reason why for those of you wondering why they get so close, you see it's unnecessary in a straight line, it's because they get a bit of side draft from each other as well. A little bit like getting into the suction of the car in front when you're in slipstream. You speak to many GT drivers and say, yeah, the reason why we get so close is it's a bit like going very close to a wall. You get a bit of less drag from doing that, and now that both of them come into the pits.
Yeah, so Simon Mann, 21 Ferrari, heads in. So it looks like Clement Schmidt wasn't that far out of sequence. He is in the 78 car.
So Mann says, I did my job out on track. Now it's down to the pit crew. I'd really like you to keep that position for me, please.
Now, the other thing that happened with the 87 Lexus is that Petru Umbrarescu, their bronze driver, got back in.
He didn't do his time.
He didn't do his drive time, so they were out of sequence. They brought him in too early, and that is a major miscalculation by the Akkodis ASP team.
Well, that shows a very significantly different state of affairs as far as the 46 BMW is concerned, because what is perceived to be their major competition is no longer.
And even more of a problem then that they held him up for so long behind 31, not letting him go by. Back with Charles Milesi, still continuing to challenge Alex Lynn's Cadillac right in front.
And in front of them, there's Jean-Eric Verne still trying to get past the 99 Proton competition Porsche. They have got some slower cars coming up just on the exit of this series of corners here. They've got the GTs just on the run up the hill to the top chicane.
To let you know what that's cost Jean-Eric Verne. Malte Jakobsen, of course, the last driver to overtake Pignot. He's 11 seconds up the road now.
It's clearly way faster. I don't know how Pinot lost a position. Was it in traffic? And now Milesi again looking on the inside, but yeah, needs a better run.
Antonio Giovinazzi leads the race here in Imola with Yeye in second, Raffaello Barcelo within 2 seconds in third position for BMW. Our battle here with Charles Milesi, 15th place, the 35 Alpine. He's chasing the number 12 gold Ernst Team Jota Cadillac. That's driven by Alex Lynn. And just ahead of them is the Peugeot of Jean-Eric Verne and the white and green 99 Porsche. And that is currently being driven by Nico Pignot. Just ahead of them, or now a dozen seconds ahead of them, Malte Jakobsen, the second Peugeot in 11th, and Ryo Hohokara, the delayed number 8 Toyota, in 10th position. They've both worked their way past the 99 car and driven away. So 51 Ferrari, still the race leader, nearly 15 seconds now ahead of Yeye Fei. Engineers were on the radio shortly ago telling Yeye Fei, you can brake later in every corner. And Yeye going, actually I can't, the tyres are shot. So the 51 car clearly has got more tyre left under it than the 83 car.
We're still watching this battle for 12th place. It's very, very close. Other than that lead battle, now almost 14 seconds to go down Antonio Giovinazzi. Just looking a bit further down, you have to go down to 8th to find another gap that is over 3 seconds, and there's only one that's over 2. Yep. It is very close indeed in that top 10.
Yeah,
Nick de Vries is getting very close to Jules Gournon as well.
LMGT3 leader in the pit lane, Anthony. Valentino Rossi stays in.
Yeah, a really strong stint, as we thought it would be from Valentino Rossi. I really feel like he stepped it up this year as well compared to this time last year. He was quick last year as well. Don't forget, got that podium that he said to me in an interview before that race, I'd love to get, obviously Le Mans is the highlight of the year, but for me, being here on home soil in Imola, it'd be great to get a podium. He's done that, but he's stepped it up another level or two this year.
Okay, Nick, Porsche behind is slightly quicker on 4 new tires, so if we can get the Alpine done quickly, this helps a lot.
The Porsche took, car number 6 took 4 qualified set of mediums, and the car number 5 behind him took 3 brand new mediums and left the left rear from the start of the race. So yeah, Nick de Vries flying in the number 7 Toyota with those problems earlier on, as we saw with Mike Conway and the contact in the top chicane, but he needs to try and find a way past desperately. Car number 36 says, there we go, we got the Porsche number 6 behind on better tyres. So yeah, it's desperate stuff here for Nick de Vries, and all of them are catching, unbelievably, never thought I'd hear myself say this today, car number 50.
And don't forget that the number 7 Toyota not only had damage and got knocked off, but they had to take an emergency fuel stop and stop again, so they are artificially back in 6th position.
Yeah, I suppose looking at it, yeah, obviously car 50 didn't take any tyres. They're still on the original tyres from the start of the race.
Are they Scottish?
Yes. Well, you know, this is their strategy today. They have to limit the amount of pit stops and tyre changes that they do, having started as low down as they did, P18 on the grid. So if basically Molina's job here right now in this phase of the race is to stop these cars with better tyres on making headway until his pit stop.
Into the pit comes the leader, Finn Gersitz, from the lead in LMGT3, the 78 Lexus. You can see it is being filled with fuel. The energy for hypercars is not only their internal combustion engine fuel, but the state of charge of the hybrid batteries, for those that have a hybrid battery, which is all but Aston Martin. WRT, Valentino Rossi, come and gone, so he will stay in the lead of LMGT3.
Yeah, that's the last of the lead group in LMGT3 to complete its latest pit cycle, or will have done once it's through there.
Now, the 50 Ferrari that is at the head of this long queue of cars, climbing the hill there, the red car, trying to chase down the number 15 BMW in front. That's for 3rd place, Raffaele Marcello. The 50 Ferrari will be the one that has to stop earliest, and they will probably have to stop 5 or maybe 6 laps earlier than the longer runners, because they started at the very beginning of the race. They had an early first stop. They tried to put themselves out of sync, having started 18th, having lost all their qualifying times to track limits infractions. So they're on a slightly different strategy, and as yet that hasn't come back to bite them. They've been able to progress up the order, but at some stage they're going to run out of fuel before the others.
Here we go.
So
you asked, you get around here, Martin.
Eventually. So, in fact, they're not that far out of sync.
Well,
16%.
One of them isn't. The other two are.
16% compared to 36% of the race leader. The other car that was sort of out of sync with them, only a few percent more, was the number 7 Toyota, but they had to put emergency fuel and fuel again. So they've sort of caught up a little, although they lost track position.
I'm pretty convinced that Molina's been on an absolute mega fuel-saving mission here, and that's why Marcello's pulled away from him as well. He's got to get himself and Ferrari back on track in terms of the fuel. They're out of sync, first of all, to try and jump the number 20 BMW earlier on in the race, and still he hangs on to these old tyres from the beginning.
And although Ye Yifei has lost pace in the 83 Ferrari compared to the 51 that's leading, and has been closed down by the 15 BMW, they're still going to go further. The BMW will need to stop first compared to the 2 Ferraris ahead. So although BMW is quick, it's actually not being as miserly with the fuel as either of the leading Ferraris, and actually maybe not of the 15. In another couple of stops, you can see that the 15 could well be up in front of the 50 could well be up in front of the 15.
I'll tell you what, though, I know that EFA's been saving fuel as well, and he's on 30%, but 34% from car 51. He's 13.5 seconds ahead of the car 83. That really goes to show the quite remarkable job that Antonio Giovinazzi is doing at the wheel of the, quietly getting on with it, but streaking ahead of the competition.
For the 50 car, it's all about retaining performance, isn't it? It's all about retaining the it's about retaining the tyres. They've still got the garage to put on that car that they've not done since the start of this race. They are going to have a car in a better state than some of the cars behind them who have taken at least some tyres.
Now, slightly confusing, that fuel issue is that that's not actually fuel as in internal combustion engine fuel as in petrol. That's the total energy available to the car. Now, some of that And hybrid car drivers, road car drivers will know this, some of that will be the state of charge, how much juice you've got left in the battery, but if you run out of petrol, you're still stuck at the side of the road.
Exactly, it takes into account their state of charge as well, which isn't much in these cars. They don't rely too much on the hybrid boost, but or their energy as combined. It's not a boost on top because the ICE, the internal combustion engine, drops power when you are boosting that energy from the electric, but it's that energy graphic that we see on the right-hand side with the throttle trace, that takes into account the state of charge of the car as well. Lots of early downshifts going on from Matt Campbell in the Porsche number 6 into the Variante Alta chicane.
And because he's not being challenged, exactly the opposite probably is happening with Antonio Giovinazzi. He's got nobody in his mirrors attacking him, so he's top gear Ted. He's using all the track, the best racing line, upshifting, upshifting, upshifting.
Yeah, when you get into that
coast.
When you get into that flow as a racing driver, it's magic. You know, you got the feels like you got the track to yourself and no pressure from behind. And actually, a lot of the time, you end up driving better as a result. Without that constant threat behind, like we see here, you can roll with it. You can let the car do what it wants to do. You're not hustling it around too much. And if you can find that kind of zone on this type of track, it's exactly where you want to be.
I thought Jeff was having a look there as he came up to Variante Alta.
The Alpine's passed.
The Alpine has got by. John-Eric Verne didn't get by, but it was a pass. Charles Malaysia got by Alex Lynn. Verne had quite a long look alongside Nico Pino in the 99 Porsche, but couldn't make it. And as you saw correctly, Charles Malaysia, and look how quickly he's gapped Lynn again. Every car that goes by Alex Lynn immediately vaults away from him.
Yeah, he's really struggling for pace, isn't he? So this is Verne now. This is his best chance I've seen for quite some time. Which way are you going to go, Jean-Eric Verne? No, he's got a GT car that was out the Lexus. It's just unbelievably saved Pino's bacon there, because Verne was definitely lining up for a move.
You heard Jeff having to lift as we left the onboard.
It's hard to follow the other car through as well. He's done the responsible thing. And you can see how you lose that gap to the car in front again. It's a frustrating part of the race here for Verne. He's seen his teammate make the move and pull away way into the distance. Where is car 94 now of Melter Jakobsen? 22.7 seconds.
Look at the Alpine now all over the Peugeot. We saw it in the mirror. It's the in-car LED screen aboard the Peugeot, but Malaysia is on it. He's seen, I think, that this Proton Porsche is vulnerable. Verne is struggling to get by. This is the opportunity he's looking for to take not just one more place, but two.
That might be very overly ambitious. And actually, this puts real pressure on Jean-Eric Verne because he can no longer focus on the car in front. He's got to keep a weather eye on the mirror. And if he has a lunge at the 99 car in front of him, then that blue Alpine is going to be right by him.
It's more about when you come into traffic and where you place your car. So you don't have the luxury anymore of being able to use the outside of the track, going too wide, try and give yourself a better exit, because you might get dive bombed down the inside. So he's got the Alpine right behind him. Now it's this time that Verne has the protection of the GT car. So it's his turn to keep the car at bay, and suddenly, I think you're right, Martin, his focus has gone from eyes in front of the car that he's trying to overtake for the last couple of laps to now fully looking in that virtual mirror. And that's the mistake he's been looking for. That's the mistake, finally. Now, and it's as easy as that.
I thought in Tamburello that there was a bobble from the 99 Porsche of Nico Pino as well, and there was definitely a major lack of grip there. And now suddenly he's got Alex Lynn's Cadillac right behind him.
That's all it takes. One lapse of concentration, one jump of the rear end on this very tricky racetrack, and you can very easily hand over a position to your rivals. He was doing such a good job up until that point, but that's the kind of perfection you look for. And it makes you realise that the drivers that don't make mistakes like that, makes you realise the job that they do.
Absolutely, consistency is all.
And most of them with tyres that are crying out for some sort of sympathy just as much as on the Porsche. You know, nobody's got fresh, or very few of them have got fresh tyres.
So look, it's into the Villeneuve chicane, rides the curb. It's just on the entry, the turn-in. The rear just lets go, maybe carrying a little bit more speed than the lap before. Maybe a few marbles down the track you weren't anticipating. Maybe slightly offline, I think, before turning in to the right. It's just the nuances of... that's the thing that's easy. They're not just driving around on rails. They're constantly sliding around. It doesn't take much just to get the car out of shape.
Alpine Toyota battle here. That's not Milaisi's Alpine. This is the number 36 Alpine of Jules Gounon with Nick de Vries now right up behind him.
Well, you were saying when we saw that last pit stop cycle, this was Jules Gounon going back onto this, going to the soft tyres, wasn't it? It's given him 10 seconds of gap at the start of this stint. Gone into ashes. There goes the 50 into pit lane now. And the rest of these cars will just shuffle back up the order for the moment, with 5 minutes, by the way, from the halfway mark in this race.
Interested to see what they're going to do with tyres here. So they must be crying to be changed. I can see some new tyres sitting there on the sidelines. Are they going to go just for the sides? Are they going to do all four? And obviously the cars that he was keeping at bay most of them had all four tyres changed.
It was thumbs up for the Michelin engineer.
Which means they're not destroyed. No, it doesn't mean that there's any grip left in them.
It doesn't mean that they don't have to make their own decision. What he's saying is they're safe.
They're safe, correct. There's no blisters, it's not delaminating in any way. I mean, if it was delaminating, the driver would know, no question at all. On board with Matt Campbell then, Porsche number 6, position number 6. Behind him is teammate Mathieu Jaminet, the Porsche. Now, left sides, right sides only, or all four right sides only?
Meantime, by the way, freed from behind the 50 car for the moment, Jules Gounon is now under 5 seconds behind the third place BMW of Raffaele Marciello. So it is the 51 leads by 14 seconds. Antonio Giovinazzi from the 83 AF Corsa Ferrari of Yaife. Raffaele Marciello third in that charging 15 BMW. Then the 36 Alpine, Jules Gounon. Nick de Vries in the first of the Toyotas, the number 7. Then the first of the Porsches, the 6. And the 5 behind him, Matt Campbell and Mathieu Jaminet. And this is where we start the next pit stop cycle with this group.
Yeah, Gounon pits from what was 4th place. Confirmation from Ferrari, it was right sides only. The hard work right sides. So that means they're quads, as they did last year in the dry, quad stinting those mediums on the left-hand side of the 399P of Miguel Molina. So Jules Gounon stays in.
On those soft tyres as well. So I said before, they put 4 brand new soft tyres on for that last stint.
More softs waiting, so they're not going mediums on the right-hand side. They're clearly happy with the way the tyres are working.
Well, I'm pretty sure they're just going to keep all 4 tyres on this time as well. They just they put the tyres out there anyway, just in case.
Meantime, as we watch the Toyota, and they are looking to, by the way, to change a couple of those tyres at Alpine.
On Gounon's car, yeah. Let's see what they do. I'll be interested. Yeah, and I can see on our other screen they are actually changing the right tyres. So interesting strategy there from Alpine.
I think they may have only changed one. There were 2 tyres sitting at the front of the car. They may only have changed the right rear.
Okay, well, right rear is still quite hard worked. Left front is the least worked, so you would suggest that right rear would be the most hard worked. Meanwhile, back in our LMGT3, V8, 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 V8. Oh, hang on a minute. I thought there was a variety of different engines available in LMGT3.
Yeah, the difference is it's where they are in the car.
Yes, and the sonorous bellow of a Mustang V8 versus the slightly more mellifluous wail of a McLaren V8. And another V8 here in the BMW. So that is our race leader, Valentino Rossi.
6.
I beg your pardon. Valentino Rossi in the BMW. Petru Ambrescu second in the 87 Lexus, that is a V8. And third place is the Vista AF Corsa Ferrari of Simon Mann. So 3 different brands in the top 3 positions.
I think I spotted as well, there is an investigation underway for the 87 car, but I'll keep an eye on that for you.
Well, still nothing. 15 is in the pit lane from third.
That's quite some stint from Marciello. Yep. I said a little earlier in the show, for me, by a distance, his most convincing display so far in this car.
So, and he's racing obviously against the car 50, isn't he? So the 50 has been in. They just took that side of tyres, the right side, mediums. Let's wait and see what they do with Marciello, car 15. But it was only 2 seconds separating car 15 and car 50.
Yeah, 1:23, 1 minute and 23 seconds on pit lane for the number 50 car. What can WRT do?
Our two class leaders are our two pole sitters. Antonio Giovinazzi for Ferrari, car number 51. We ride on board with him. And leading in LMGT3, Team WRT BMW's Valentino Rossi, the man who put the car on pole position at his home track.
Antonio Giovinazzi completely in the groove, but that was just a glimpse of the fight we were talking about, wasn't it? The Alpine with the Ferrari, and the Ferrari has in fact overtaken car 15.
And this is up behind the 36 Alpine of Jules Gounon, who had stopped as well. So has he come back in front of them?
So the BMW did in fact get out in front, but on colder tyres, lost out to 2 cars.
And Gounon just held off the 50 Ferrari as well. That's good work, because Miguel Molina was looking to go by both of them.
Well, marked progress here for Raffaele Marciello. It's been a great run so far from Jules Gounon this afternoon. He's well in the mix.
So they went off the softs onto mediums on the right side of the BMW, not softs on the right side of the BMW. It was all on softs. Those were yellow sidewalls. Softs still on the left. Those have been on since Job was a boy on the Toyota, the number 8 car.
Mediums on the left-hand side of that number 20 BMW. That's the car that suffered damage earlier in the race, of course. Pits from 8th place with Robin Freins aboard. Comes out from pit lane now. And we click into, and it is still Robin aboard the car. Away goes the Toyota.
I didn't see if they come, hold the shot, let's see the tyres.
They did that on purpose.
I don't think they had time even to have done left sides.
Give it time, all will be revealed, Martin. Patience. The app is updating as I click refresh over and over again.
The number 5 car in from 3rd place at the moment. The leader, by the way, just shaping up to pass and lap the 8th place Porsche from Matt Campbell.
Just to make you happy, and Mikey Benham, just to document 3rd place currently, the Peugeot of Malte Jacobsen.
There you go.
Mikey Benham, European Le Mans Series champion.
Yeah, 2022.
Just past halfway, 13K viewers. I just ask everybody to hit that like button if you haven't already. Thank you for subscribing. Continue to watch. Halfway to go. Enjoy the show.
So already a 4-wheeled winner at Le Mans, because Valentino Rossi won the 2nd Road to Le Mans race a couple of years ago. So in the pits, number 12, Hertz Team Toyota Cadillac, Alex Lynn. And that car came in from 7th place. Car that was partly written off, half wiped out during free practice on Saturday. The team rebuilt the whole right-hand side of the car, new floor, new body, front and rear. Got it out to qualify strongly. Out comes the number 6 car, and you can see the moment that Matt Campbell released the speed limiter as it weaved. That is rather a suggestion it had fresh tyres on. Softs on the left-hand side of the Cadillac, mediums ready to go on. And they're going on the left-hand side. Left front medium, left rear medium going on.
That's it.
Yep, so keeping their used mediums on the right-hand side. Alex Lynn staying in.
Yeah, so that left-hand side of softs had been on since the very start of the race. And they had done...
Boy.
They were old as well.
108 laps since the start of the race.
Yeah, they've been crying for mercy, wouldn't they, really?
Crikey.
Not that far away from the moment we're going to see race leader Antonio Giovinazzi on pit lane. Jean-Eric Verne pits now from 4th in his number 93 Peugeot. That gap, by the way, we've been tracking that gap, and that we were attributing to the defensive display from Nico Bigno from Jean-Eric Verne, 30 seconds to Malte Jakobsen, who did manage to make the pass.
Now, saying those tyres had been on for 108 laps, last year the 51 Ferrari did 129 laps on the same set of left-hand mediums, and the 83 and 38 Porsche did 128 laps on left-side tyres.
Yeah, we had a few more safety cars, we had changeable weather, it was cooler, so that's probably explains that one.
Yeah.
But,
well, that was before the rain arrived, but you're right, there were several safety car periods. However,
pushing hard. I see all the drivers pushing much harder this race this year, more competition. They're all having to lean on their tyres a lot more.
and the cars are faster. They're closer to their ultimate operating level. The teams are operating them better. The drivers are taking the whip to the horse a lot more frequently.
Battle for 5th here, which I think will emerge as the battle for 4th, with the 94 car now on pit lane for Malte Jakobsen. So it's just the lead 2 cars that need to complete this pit cycle in hypercar. It's the BMW and the Toyota.
Yeah, so this is the number 20 Shell BMW, Robin Freins ahead of Nick de Vries. So number 6 Porsche of Matt Campbell is on the same fuel strategy as everybody else and doesn't owe us a stop. In which case, how have they got up to what is effectively 3rd place?
It's because so many other cars have had problems. You had the damaged bodywork of the car 20, of course. Number 7, they had to have the penalty because of their having to dive into the pits because of that contact with the car we're looking at, car 20 and 7. They're in the same position. And meanwhile, car number 6, like Aaron Estra said before when he was interviewed by Bruce, we're just doing our thing, staying out of as much trouble as we can. And we'll see where we are at the end. So they've had as clean a race as car 51 and 83 so far.
83 on pit lane from 2nd place. Ifaye comes in 15 seconds back from Antonio Giovinazzi.
Did he just get out to hand over to Robert Kubica? So Kubica's got 2 hours and 53 minutes to do. Talk about being on the wrong end of that deal. I don't think he'll be complaining, because if there's one thing that the Polish driver loves, it's to race a car. But that seems like quite a long way before the end of the race. We have just clicked 6 minutes over mid-distance.
It's because he complained about his tyres, wasn't it? That's right, out your hop. Put Robert in, give him some brand new tyres.
Well, they are giving him some brand new tyres. He won't get a full set, because he will be desperate to try and come back out in 2nd place. So left sides only, and with 3 hours to go, those will probably be on till the end of the race.
So Robert Kubica is rolling. Number 6, meanwhile, in 3rd place, just coming through turn 19 as the 83 nears the end of the pit garages. There's a little bit more pit lane to go, so this is going to be close for 2nd place.
I'm not sure it's close at all.
No,
he's gone by him, easily gone by him. So the 51 Ferrari, yet to pit, is in the pit lane now. The race leader is in, but that means that the number 6 Porsche has come from 10th on the grid in 3 hours to 2nd on track. Because he's not, in fact, he's got better fuel than almost anybody, apart from the 83
Keeping
Ferrari.
it clean, keeping it clean, keeping it out of trouble. Just running their race, taking as little risk as they can. And the 51 crew ready to go to work.
Now, 51 might have the luxury here of changing all 4 tyres, because they've got such a gap that they can survive on that, what was it? Almost 19 seconds, I think it was in the end. Yeah, and there we go. They're changing all 4.
Ferrari chief strategist. Now did they change right front?
Oh,
I think they must have. You would want to, I think.
I think they had that luxury of having the gap. It gave you the luxury of going out and surviving all 4 tyres warm-up, or lack of warm-up, before you're eaten up by the car behind you. So, yeah, let's see how long it takes 51 to get back up to speed.
Chief strategist Anne Davidson hits it right on the head. I think it's exactly what they did.
And then that advantage you had before, it's kind of like how money makes money, isn't it? It's just there, that gap, and then now you've got the advantage of having even more of an advantage over your teammates.
21-31 is the Ferrari, and 87, it is 87. So this is a battle for second place. 31, Timo Bogusławski, the BMW, up to second. Simon Mann up to third. Petru Umbrescu down to fourth place.
I would say, by the way, 30 seconds the gap now between that group and the leader, Valentino Rossi.
And I hope all of that time spent behind the 31 BMW doesn't come back to haunt the 46 crew. He was a long way behind the Lexus by the time he got by. 77, Ben Tuck receiving a warning for track limits. That's in the Proton Mustang, the one with the white nose. And that car, there he is, currently in 5th position. Might have to go back into last year's data to see what the best race finish from Mustang was. But if they finish in the top 5, I'm pretty certain that is going to be it. It's a really strong run from the cars. And actually, they have really started to turn on the performance this weekend that they showed glimmers of a little bit in Qatar. But problems with the silencer systems meant that they couldn't complete the race the way they started it.
Yeah, the LMGT3 cars running silencers. The hypercars, not yet, but that will come with the next not rule change, but the next round of cars, the updates that we have in the future. The hypercars, obviously, a bit more bespoke than the LMGT3, so in time will we just reducing just a few decibels, I think it is, off of the global noise, and it's that everybody's responsibility. And this is a good example, isn't it? A racetrack in the middle of town with houses all around you. It's kind of motor racing's responsibility to keep that lovely noise of WEC and all the different sounds we have, but just that little bit quieter.
And especially for track workers, you know, the marshals, they're all volunteers. It's brought the noise of the GT3s down from 110 to 100 decibels, so it's a little bit less damaging.
Okay, so this tire might go till the end of the race, and the front left was a bit on the edge in terms of wear. So let's take care of the front left. We need to go till the end of the race now.
We don't need to, but we can. We did 3 hours on the left sides. You're under so little pressure, you can probably do 3 hours on the right sides as well. I mean, it's
quite amazing. And listen, I mean, a 6-hour race, it's effectively a one-stopper. That's what this strategy is being. Like we said before, it's Monaco, but for sports car, a one-stop strategy for tyres for a 6-hour race. Amazing.
And if he was, Batty Pregliasco there at AF Corse, if he was constantly under pressure, constantly defending, constantly braking late and turning in really hard and late, it would be working the tyres much harder. He is able to, exactly what you said before, not fight the car, guide it and let it take the line it needs to. And that's the difference. He's effectively, which is insane, because if you're in the passenger seat, you'd know he was going to kill you, but he's driving with his carpet slippers on. Kevin Magnussen, are they going to be on the podium? The 20 BMW, Robin Freins, is right behind the number 51 Ferrari, and for the first time, Ferrari has not retaken the lead after its pit stop.
Tire life from them.
4 new medium, 4 new medium. So it seems like they're quite vulnerable into turn 7. Don't show our card too early, but they're big energy management, turn 7.
So turn 7 being the Tosa hairpin. A bit of a lift and coast that Ferrari are doing into that one, and BMW have spotted it.
Kevin, I keep coming back to you and bothering you. Kevin as driver of number 6 car, who is now leading the race. Okay, there might be an offset, but you're up there. It's amazing.
Oh, it's great. I think it shows that we execute a great race, no penalty, no drama, good strategy. Of course, a safety car after a few hours, which brought the pack together. The Ferrari is quicker than us, that's for sure. But at the moment, we are still, putting them under pressure and give them a hard time. We'll see. Matt is in front with all the tires, of course. So now it's gonna be a matter of elbows out and try to stay in front for 2 hours 45, which is gonna be hard. But we are gonna do our best and hopefully get some big points. And a podium would be great after a tough time in Qatar.
Keep your elbows out. Good luck.
We'll try.
Worth pointing out, by the way, that, sorry,
so I was going to say, two Ferraris nose to tail here, Martin. Go on, read us your stat.
108 laps is 530 kilometres on a racing tyre. Now, 500 kilometres isn't much on a road tyre, but on a racing tyre definitely is. So 83 then, closing in behind the number 50. This is for 7th place. Miguel Molina with Robert Kubica behind him. And don't forget, Kubica took over that car from Phil Hansen. It was in 2nd place.
Yeah, so Kubica took 4 slightly used mediums compared to Miguel Molina's only right side of used medium. So, yeah, even I can work out that's half, again, the amount of grip.
They're getting a massive discount on their tyre bill, aren't they, by just being extremely parsimonious.
All right, here we go then. Kubica is in the slipstream of the sister car. Let's see what they're going to do. Dives to the inside. And no resilience there, no resistance, I should say, from Molina to allow Robert Kubica through.
I think that will probably have been very well thought out and communicated between the two teams to the drivers on the radio. Let Robert by this time. He's on a different strategy. He's got to run longer on fuel. He's got fresher tyres. He's quicker than you. All of that stuff.
Yeah, I think look, they're on different strategies today, aren't they? Car 50 started way down on the grid in P18, and that's the beauty when you're managing all 3 cars that are the fastest car out there, and you're in that position. I don't know if there was a call to swap position. It certainly looked like it to me.
I'm sure there would have been. You know, Ferrari 1-1-2. They don't necessarily think they might get a 1-2-3. If they do, they do, but don't hold up the 83 car. Just let him go. And that will come back, because don't forget, Robert Kubica in the 83 car was leading into the closing stages in Qatar, and they had to prevail on him to allow the other cars to come through. So it is all about working towards the same ends. They are effectively different teams, certainly differently funded, but it is about working towards the same end.
So here we go, riding on board with Rafael Marcello, and in his last stop took 4 used mediums.
But again, they will have probably done qualifying, so they might have done half a dozen laps, maybe fewer.
And the car he's fighting, Jules Gounon in the car 36, only took right side of brand new soft.
Jules Gounon, of course, son of Jean-Marc Gounon, former sports car racer as well, and full-time driver for Alpine this season.
Okay, Lelo. Overtaking 36 is a prio, top prio. So let me know if you need a different Bravo.
Nope, he doesn't need that.
All good.
Copy.
All good, I got him. Well, you're not watching, guys. Yeah, that was half a lap earlier, in fairness, but it's top priority. Do you need another Bravo, which is, another fuel map or a bit more energy or whatever? No, got him. And so those fresh tyres, it's using that advantage while you can and not just sitting behind.
This is when we're going to see overtaking on this track, when you've got tyre offsets. That's what you need, and in many ways you kind of wish that the tyres weren't quite as robust for our viewing pleasure, because then it creates even more of a tyre offset.
See, how many years has everybody in Formula 1 spent criticising Pirelli for tyres that give up, and now that we've got tyres here that don't give up, you say, I want the tyres to give up a bit more.
Exactly, because I don't think anyone expected the lead car today just to do a single stop with tyres in the 6-hour race today.
The answer would have been mandate that you must at least double stint soft tyres but that's not in the rule set, and probably shouldn't be. Looking here at the battle between the number 7 Toyota of Nick de Vries and Robin Freins in the shell-liveried number 20 BMW. Now, 15 BMW before that 4-tyre change was in third. Now the 20 BMW is in third, and de Vries in the Toyota looking to get into a podium position. Now, they were this morning before they headed out to the grid going, oh, we've got no chance against the Ferraris. Number 6 Porsche team, we're going, well, the best we can hope for is some points out of this. They're currently in the lead now. All right, we've still got 2 hours and 40 to go, but they're not nowhere, Porsche and Toyota, because the way the rule set is Hypercar allows each of the manufacturers the same opportunity. It's how well you use the tools at your disposal. You have to say right now, number 6 Porsche has been faultless, and the number 7 and the number 8 Toyota, apart from one little bit of contact that wasn't induced by the number 7 Toyota, have done a really good job with the tools they've got at their disposal as well.
They have. One quick bit of housekeeping. LMGT3, it's further bad news for the number 87. According to ASP Lexus, it's a stop and 25-second hold for pit lane procedure infraction. We don't know what that was. I'm sure we'll hear from a little later.
It'll be one of those not having a fire extinguisher present during a fuel stop or engine running or something like that. So
also now, finally, we have the results of the investigation into I'm guessing that is the 31 and the 27, the accident that saw Ian James's Heart of Racing Aston Martin eliminated. It is a stop and go only for that car, so it is a penalty. It's a stop and go for the car that currently sits second, but this is all at the moment going the way of the leading 46 car. There's 2 of its closest contenders moving further back down the order, courtesy of penalties.
Antonio Giovinazzi, long-time race leader and pole setter for the number 51 Ferrari, currently in second place, and closing the gap down on Matt Campbell in the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963, which is at the front of this queue, just 2 cars in front now. That was 1.9 seconds down to 1.2 seconds. Campbell with the white nose pops out of the tow behind the 33 Corvette, and here comes the Ferrari. And Corvette actually just received a final public warning about track limits, and that Corvette is battling with the white-nosed Proton Mustang of Ben Tuck. That's the battle for 4th in LMGT3 now.
Looks to me as if the number 50 crew are getting ready for that car to be down pit lane fairly shortly.
Yeah, it's getting towards the end of its fuel because it's, again, out of sync with everybody else. I don't think the first safety car is enough to save it. They're going to need something later on. Well, actually, I don't know that they are, because normally we end up with lots of hypercars short fueling towards the end. They might just end up on the right side of that. But 51, Antonio Giovinazzi, Giovi is closing down Matty Campbell.
Still a chance, by the way, that we may see some wet weather. The big showers a little earlier in the afternoon did take a kind of wide berth around Imola, but there is a weather front heading in that could be with us before the end of this race and add something else into the mix.
Look at the progress on the screen between the car that's in front, the number 6 car, which started in 10th, and the 51 car that started first. They've been getting closer, 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 and as we've got towards the end of hour 3 of 6, they actually moved in front during the pit stops. So that's where they are at the moment. That is your lead battle. Porsche out front. Last year's championship-winning drivers, don't forget, the number 6 car. Although Toyota won the Manufacturers' Championship. The number 6 crew, yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Stellar finish the season, courtesy of Seb Bohemian. I think I've seldom seen a driver more drained at the end of a stint than we saw from Seb to clinch that title.
If he has to do a harder stint in the rest of his career, then that will be a very unusual thing. But Giovinazzi now right up behind Matty Campbell. Now this is not going to be an easy pass. And don't forget, if you want to see all the action behind the scenes, our Fly on the Wall documentary team, they've been out and about all weekend, so you can catch up with full access from Imola. That will be out on the 4th or 5th of May. First weekend of May, give you a great opportunity to watch it before we head to Spa to race on the 2nd weekend of May. And the action from Full Access Qatar is online. Over 350,000 views, nearly 3.7 million viewers for Full Access last season. Great opportunity to see the fallout of what happens, positive and negative, the emotion in the garage, the emotion among the crew and the teams as the race ebbs and flows.
I'd be significantly surprised if we haven't got the Full Access crew with significant time in both the WRT LMGT3 garage and that of the Ferrari, of course, a factory team. So still this battle goes on. 2 hours 35 minutes to go. The gap for the lead of the race under a second. Matt Campbell leads the race, the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsports 963. He goes by another pair of LMGT3s. That will just give a little bit of relief to the Porsche driver. Makes his way through the chicane as the Ferrari behind is just going to check up marginally. That will cost a few tenths. Now has to make his way through as the Porsche powers along.
Massive tyre advantage for the 51 Ferrari. Those tyres have only been on for half a dozen laps since the last stop, and the Porsche is on some very, very tired rubber. To take nothing away from the speed of Antonio Giovinazzi, but he does have a grip advantage over the race-leading Porsche. Now, 50 Ferrari is in the pit lane for fuel and a driver change. Let's hear from Jovi.
If you can't overtake, we protect the tire a bit more than what you're doing now, and we save the maximum energy behind them.
All right, if you can't overtake, save fuel, save tyres. He's getting close, almost in position. Meanwhile, Toyota BMW change of place for third. That is Nick de Vries, who's gone by Robin Freins. Now, where did that happen? We didn't see that.
There's traffic around, so they were close.
This is Marcello now. So BMW are 4th and 5th, and de Vries in the black Toyota up to 3rd place.
Yeah, and Marcello's right with it. This is what he was. It was checked up behind the 59 McLaren, and Nick de Vries didn't need a second invitation. The second BMW, by the way, is closing on this pair, and that was another reason why it was vital for the Toyota to make the pass. So from pretty much nowhere, Porsche and Toyota are very much in this race.
And Marcello in the 15 car, he's the tail gunner in this group, but he's on newer all-soft tyres, or used all-soft tyres, but soft tyres. So maybe with a slight grip advantage. There's the 51 Ferrari, now going by the 50 car. So the leaders have put a lap on Ferrari number 50, but it has just come out of the pit. So Antonio Fuoco is now aboard the number 50 car. It has just exited the pit lane. And did we see what it took in terms of tyres?
We did not.
Left sides and driver change. You did tell me that, but that was over a minute ago, Jason.
So 4 things have happened since.
I'm a parrot of very little memory, I'm afraid, as any fool know.
Almost 3.5 hours gone of what's been an engaging race.
And do we know yet who's going to win it?
No.
No. Anthony does, but he's eating a sandwich, so we'll discount that.
The answer is, it's advantage Ferrari, no doubt at all about it. But even just judging by the message we just heard being passed to Antonio Giovinazzi, the sign of the quality of the strategies at this point that's been employed by Porsche Penske Motorsport is that they're not certain yet. They've got to go back to sort of plan 1A, not plan B yet, but plan 1A. Extraordinary stuff from Porsche to get the car to the front. Great stuff from Toyota to be as competitive as they are. They're, what was that, 6 seconds back from this battle. And then the 2 BMWs are in it. I'll tell you what we don't know. We don't know what the podium's going to be, or anything close to it yet. Meantime, in LMGT3, keeping an eye on these cars. Second place car of Vista A, of course, Simon Mann, he's had a good stint, is on pit lane right now.
Yeah, he's had a really, really good weekend so far. and got lots of clicks on social media for being on the opposite lock in the Ferrari through the chicane. Ben Tuck now moves up to second for Proton in the Mustang. Rui Andrade up to third in the 81 TF Sport Corvette.
And that's trouble there for the lead car. That delayed him coming through the turn, blocked by the Iron Lynx AMG, and that's allowed Giovinazzi to get all over the back of Matt Campbell. Now can he make the tyre advantage play?
Yes, he can, but he has to be very, very careful about making it clean and clinical, and here is not that place. Out of Rivazza on the long run to Tamburello, that is the place to do it. And the 46 BMW might just take a little edge off the speed of the Porsche across the line. Here they come, Ferrari in second, Porsche leads. Can Giovinazzi get on terms with Matt Campbell this time? No.
No, this is where the car's been extremely strong, wasn't quite close enough. If anything, I think the BMW robbed the opportunity for the Ferrari to take the line he wanted to at that point of the circuit, flashing the lights at him, and actually got the Lexus between the two. So what GT traffic gives, GT traffic takes away. Now he makes the pass. And we're back to close running and the 1-2 for this race. Ebb and flow and Davidson. It's
yeah, I mean, Giovinazzi's under no pressure here to overtake Matt Campbell. He knows he's on much better tyres. His mission at the moment is just to make sure that those tyres last right through to the end. And he's conserving the fuel. He's got that gap behind him. Even the Toyota, if it catches, they're out of sync anyway on tyres. Conway, it was Nick de Vries, only took left-hand side of soft tyres at the last pit stop. So Giovinazzi's got ample amount of performance in hand, and he is just sitting there until the inevitable pit stop. Out of sync car number 6 has to come in.
And the other thing he's got right now, Joby, is the number 50 car right behind him, so he's got a little buffer as well from attack from behind. The 50 car still potentially could end up on the podium, but right now it's another car that anybody else will have to get by before they can get to 51.
And number 50, Fuoco, will fight tooth and nail to keep cars at bay. But yeah, Giovinazzi, I think he's got this well in hand. He's being told, look after that left front. That's the tyre that we've seen from the last pit stop that took the brunt of the force around this track, and we saw not excessive wear from, but enough wear for us to be, you know, just to stay on top of it through to the end of this race. And he's doing everything he needs to. If he sees a chance in traffic with a Porsche, of course he'll capitalise on it.
We are thinking going triple left-hand side with Kevin. What do you think?
So far the left is okay, the right is giving up, so good work.
Copy.
What I think that Matt Campbell is doing here, doing fairly effectively, you're right, he's not got that many tools in his box, but what he's doing is he's dragging the Ferrari into a fight. And that's the best he can do, I think, at this stage.
Well, Campbell, he's just driving his own race, like Car 6 has done all day so far. They don't necessarily want to get into trouble here. Their main focus is the Toyota, and he doesn't want to waste time, as far as I see. He doesn't want to waste time in allowing the BMW number 15 or BMW number 20, for example, or Car 7 to catch up unnecessarily in fighting Giovinazzi too hard. So I'm sure if Giovinazzi were just to send it down the inside, I don't think Campbell would fight it that hard, because it flies so fast today, so much faster than them. It's not their race, it's not their fight, and he's just focusing now on the next teammate getting in, Kevin Estre, and the tyre choices that they have available. And you want to minimise your pit stop, because you're fighting the Toyotas and the BMWs. You want to minimise the time spent in pit lane to gain you the track position, and it'll be a tough fight for car number 6 throughout the rest of this race, just looking in the mirrors, possibly on older tyres than the rest around them, but having gained track position from having driven such an amazing race so far.
Yeah.
So BMW in pit lane there, car number 46. It's your race leader, Valentino Rossi. We look to the right-hand side, car 50, obviously catching hand over fist with the car 51 that's being held up by Matt Campbell. Rossi staying in.
Yes, he is. And this, I think, will be his final stint in the car. But it's been a very convincing run so far from Ahmed Al-Hati, and now from Valentino Rossi, staying with the plan, regaining the lead during that stint as others made mistakes, issues around him, as well as showing really very good pace. We saw him, didn't we, Ant, at Qatar, putting in a very good stint indeed, and all of a sudden this appears to have clicked for Valentino Rossi.
Yeah, I don't know if he's found extra motivation by being on home soil, but this is the closest that Giovinazzi's been so far. He can see that the sister car's being held up in this phase as well, and it would be ideal if he could just run his own race again in free air, but it looks like he's not going to be able to even do that without the help of some traffic, despite the huge tyre advantage that he has.
Traffic coming for this group. Which race this going to play out? Corvette is the next challenge, and I think there's an Alpine ahead of that.
Sorry, the
Aston Martin. I apologise, I thought it was a blue car. It's obviously the... But this time, Giovinazzi.
It's very hard to overtake it to Piratella, and I think the GT car had forced that trainer cars over to the left-hand side of the Corvette anyway, so it naturally protected the inside of the corner. But yeah, you do sense that Giovinazzi, he's not desperate to overtake, but given the chance, he'll definitely go for it.
Side by side here, and that was more than side by side. 31 and the 10, and that's the 31 having made him. Oh no! Oh, that was so close. That was so close.
So round the outside, there was room for it there, but then it's just unsighted. It's just. Oh, it's always so difficult to try and go around the outside of it.
There might have been quite significant damage here for this number 10. There's already damaged the rear of the car, and there's more damage there.
Yeah, you need in that kind of manoeuvre, like a karting style move, you need full compliance of the driver and awareness of the driver you've just sent down the inside of.
It's that moment.
It's the unsafe rejoin in a way, isn't it? I think we have most of the issue with.
That might well come back and bite more ways than one.
Yeah, that could be big. Oh, where's this puff of gravel come from? The big puff of gravel. Can't see. There's nobody off. They've got going again, but that was a proper rough ride, rally style through the exit of the Villeneuve chicane. Now, what can Giovinazzi do here? Not much. It's so narrow into Piratella. It's too fast a corner as well.
This has got the degree of inevitability now, but if you look at Fuoco here, he's taking a bit of a look. Come on. And 31 off the track in avoidance here. I think might well be damaged there for the 31.
It's awkward for Fuoco because he is in a hurry, isn't he? It's a very different scenario to that of his teammate. Who kind of, inevitably is going to get back into the lead of this race once the pit stops all shake out. But Fuoco, he's hemorrhaging time by watching his teammate just take his time in working his way past. Oh, and there's a mistake from Campbell. There's the chance that Giovinazzi wanted. Through he goes, and that's going to give Fuoco a beautiful run coming out of Ragazza 2 as well. Giovinazzi is back under threat, actually, down this main. The Porsche's got good straight line speed, and I think that's been Giovinazzi out. He's used the traffic very wisely there. Covers the inside as well into Tamburello chicane, so job is done for your race leader. Back in the lead once again. Giovinazzi, we'll look at Fuoco. Has a look to the inside into the Villeneuve chicane, but can't do it there.
Remember, this is Fuoco looking to unlap himself from the lead.
And there's always that extra pressure when you're trying to unlap yourself as well, because although you're in a race of your own, you don't want to obviously make a fool of yourself and upset the drivers that are a lap ahead of you. So you've got to make a clean pass, and once you've passed, you've got to pull away because you're going to be getting immediately blue flagged.
Another GT car put between the two by Matt Campbell. Boy, he's given us a race for the last half an hour or so. It's been cracking stuff, but finally couldn't resist.
Was that outside?
It was that
outside from the lock. I couldn't quite see.
It looked a little like that, didn't it?
Yeah, it's one of the outside. Yeah, it must be outside front that locked up just over the bump, and that happens when the tyres get so old. You lose the gauge on your tyres, and that is just like Christmas and birthdays coming all at once for Giovinazzi. It's a great situation to be in when you see your rival make a mistake like that.
Yeah, and at that point, Matt Campbell did the right thing, realised there was no point, he couldn't resist. There were two choices, weren't there? Give the room or have a bit of an accident. He made the wise decision. Here comes the number 7 car, though. He's charging. This is Nick De Vries trying to get on terms with Matt Campbell. Under 2 seconds behind, and that was contact there with the rear right of the 15 BMW. And the number 10 that had been hit just a lap ago by the 31 LMGT3 BMW. Must be wondering what on earth is going on with his day. That car at the moment in the hands of Eduardo Barrichello, by the way. The Swiss entered. Racing Spirit of Le Mans. Aston Martin.
You can see the headlights, the reflection flashing on the back of the Porsche before Piratella, and he's seen Matt Campbell struggling now, seen that lock up and his teammate pass him, and now he wants to have some of it as well.
Change here for the lead in GT3, and it's Simon Mann on a charge and is ahead of Valentino Rossi.
Now how's he managed that?
Well, we talked a little earlier about, I think Valle is actually catching him back up. This is after Valle's recent stop, but I'm not quite sure how that's worked through. Just looking at the times on pit lane for those two, it was a fuel-only stop from Simon Mann. He's ceded 34, so he's gained 34 seconds on pit lane against Valentino Rossi.
Oh yeah, I don't have the tyre data for those of you wondering. I only have it on for the hypercars. So I'm guessing therefore, like you say, he's on much older tyres, and so he's gone for the track position.
Yep.
But Rossi's got a good run here on the exit of Acqua Minerale, and the drag race up the hill to the top chicane. It's going to be hard to go around the outside there. René Rast will tell you all about that. But yeah, he thinks better of it, and trying to work out where his best chance is to try and outbrake the Ferrari. We haven't seen the straight line speed difference between the two of these cars. Mann covers the inside into Ravazza 1. Oh, and Rossi sends it on the inside. There's contact.
And he's in the barrier. He's in the barrier. Oh dear, oh dear. That could be drama. Well, it's drama for at least one of them, and possibly both.
Seriously unhappy faces, as you'd imagine, from down at the Ferrari pit garage as well. In the pits there, there's just hands in their heads. But look, so he's seen a gap, goes for it, and Mann has just carried on turning in on the racing line. I think it was a little bit late. It was a little bit late from Rossi, I think, that through.
Hits the car behind the door.
Let's have a look from the car from behind. There was a gap, then there wasn't a gap, and not quite enough of his car was alongside. I'm going to have to give that one over to the stewards. They've been busy today.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, I think that is the face that matters. They know, I think, the way that's likely to be called, and worse still for Simon Mann, cannot get the car back on track. Yellow at turn 19, virtual safety car is coming.
Wow,
now,
okay.
That's an interesting call. So we'll once we're under virtual safety car, we'll tell you exactly what that all means, but this could make a big difference to a number.
Virtual safety car in less than 15 seconds. Virtual safety car in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Virtual safety car deployed. VSC.
Right, so virtual safety car. If you've not come across this procedure before, it's a bit different, and it's another one that's been put in place by the FI World Endurance Championship to try to make sure that people's races are not ruined by an intervention. We'll come back to that in a moment. So virtual safety car now deployed. Marshall's just attending to Simon Mann, who hopefully will just need lifting back to the track surface. What is a virtual safety car? Well, cars will come down to 80 kilometers an hour, must retain track position. Pit lane is open and will stay open for 2 laps. And anybody can, and most of them will, and here comes Valentino Rossi, come for any kind of full service they may decide they want at this point. We'll talk in a moment about which cars, and there are a couple of particular cars that might well do very well from this moment. After the virtual safety car period, the safety car will be deployed, at which point, as we watch again, the drama that's led to the deployment here, yeah, that was, yeah, I understand why he did it, but
it was kind of like front wheel to rear wheel. If it was, you really need it in a move like that, you need to be alongside.
Yeah. The other concern here is that impacts to the rear wheel of the Ferrari. That's a big shock on the drivetrain there as well. So let's wait and see what happens with the number 21 car. To complete the point about procedure, at the point at which the safety car is deployed, and it will be, the pit entry closes. If you're in, you can still come out. And then we'll go through a full safety car procedure, which means wave by will happen if required, and then we'll have the pit lane closed for a further, pit lane closed for a further 3 laps. And already a gaggle of hypercars, including the number 50 car on pit lane, and critically, Anne, the number 6 Penske Porsche.
Yeah, the number 6, as we look back in the WRT garage, and Valentino Rossi must be gutted after it going so well to end like that for him here in Imola. But the car number 6 here, looking back at the hypercars, they'll benefit massively here. They were well overdue a pit stop, and now they get to do it under virtual safety car, the virtual safety car conditions.
Track is declared wet. Rain lights in low mode, just as the teams have come in for tyres.
Information to the pit lane, information to
well,
the pit lane. We're getting reports of raindrops. We're getting reports of raindrops. Track is now declared wet.
So
all cars with rain lights on in low mode.
Turn 7, we're hearing raindrops are being reported. There's one important thing that now happens, apart from the fact that the cars have to have rain lights showing in low mode. That is, Davidson, that from this point forward, having been declared wet, they can use wet tyres if they choose to do so.
Wouldn't be a great choice right now. But yeah, we said that last year, didn't we?
We did.
We got it wrong. But yeah, right now as the track is completely dry, apart from potentially around turn 7, Tosa hairpin. And yeah, the reason the race director has to declare the track wet is to give you the opportunity, obviously, to run a wet tyre if you feel it is necessary. But this is, you kind of get the feeling that this is what all the teams are waiting for. Some of the teams are waiting for, that we're in that vulnerable position, a safety car that allows you to, a virtual safety car that allows you to pit under the slow speeds and take advantage of being out of sync with your competitors, as Porsche number 6 was.
Yep.
That really has fallen into their hands. On old tyres, they get a nice pit stop done. I didn't see how many went on. Could have been all 4, because you can now, under the safety car, start working them, obviously. It's like the start of the race, weaving around, getting all 4 tyres up to temperature. And I think that would have been a good call from car number 6 to have done that.
Tom Gamble in the 007 Aston Martin. Both cars running trouble-free. We're almost 4 hours into this race. That's the really important part of this programme. And there's the 21 car, will be rejoining this race. That's great news. Let's hope there's no other damage for that Ferrari, although that clearly has made a pretty major impact to their progress. Not up to speed yet. But then again, remember, cannot go further than... there is trouble, isn't there?
Maybe the front right, the camber doesn't look quite right there.
I'm looking at the rear wheel where it was hit.
But it's got a left rear puncture, as you would expect. Yeah. The question is there any suspension damage on that car?
It is, by a distance, the most modular of LMGT3 cars. What do I mean by that? They can service a lot more on this car more quickly than others. But there are always going to be parts, and it tends to be the mechanical parts of the package that are tricky. Here comes the 51 car from the lead of the race.
And a driver change. I can just see Giovinazzi jumping out there.
Soft's ready for this car.
This will be Alessandro Pierguidi taken to the wheel for the first time today.
There's the energy replenishing graphic going up. And the 83 car I could see just putting in behind the 51.
We're hearing that Kubica, and the car 51 changing to the soft tyre all round because of the risk of rain. So, wow.
They do think there's a risk of rain, significant rain. So that's a preservation.
Now, what do Toyota think of the risk of rain? They've gone for a medium. And that's the team that got it right last year.
Right sides only in that car by the look of things. And that is the 15 car all round. And it's mediums all round.
Well, they did say, didn't they, towards the end of the race that they were expecting rain. I can't remember which driver it was that was interviewed on the grid.
Well, I'm just looking to my right to our resident weatherman, and prediction is that we might get some reasonable rain here before the end of this race. And by reasonable, I don't mean good. So, still under the virtual safety car. We wait now to the point where the safety car is deployed, and then, as I said a little earlier, there will be a full safety car procedure, including, if we need it, a wave by. So 2 hours and 10 minutes to go. 21 car, I'm just checking, I think is in and out of the pits. It has indeed. So Alessio Rivera is aboard that car, but that car has emerged from the pits. That's the good news for Ferrari 296 fans. The bad news is it's the last car running because of the delay. Vincent Voss there, and he's going to be concerned, I'm sure, about what decision is going to come the way of the 46.
And he's also got some cars running at the sharp end in hypercar as well. So what's gone from being looking like a real fantastic day for WRT, and now, yeah, that clash with the LMGT3 car of Rossi, even more to think about for Vincent Voss.
Robin, it's super tight out there at the moment, plus that full course yellow and safety procedure, it mixes everything. What can you expect from the end of the race? Rain, no rain?
I don't mind a bit of rain, to be honest, to mix everything up even more. I mean, we had a bit of an offset because we had damage on the rear wing, so we needed to change the rear wing. So I was driving a bit in no man's land at the moment. Obviously fighting with the Toyotas, I missed out because of traffic. But I think everything felt decent. Everything is like a hard reset now with the safety car. Looks like we're P6. Knowing where we're coming from, starting P13, I don't think it's that bad.
Yeah, it looks pretty good. Good luck for the end of the race.
Thank you.
Confirmed on screen, the incident between Simon Mann and Valentino Rossi is under investigation. That's not a surprise. Most contact incidents like that would be. Hard reset is what we heard there, and you tend to agree with that. Comes down now to track position. What tyres have you got on the car? And So the start of the race at Imola. Bright skies and full grandstands. It was Ferrari 1-2 with the BMW of Kevin Magnussen trying to get into the mix, failing to do it as the cars came through the first chicane, and then dropping back into what would become a tussle, chasing the pair of Ferraris for much of the next couple of hours. Close contention behind the Toyotas, the Peugeots, the Alpines making contact with each other, and behind that, pretty much carnage. LMGT3 and the screaming pack coming down there behind the leading BMW of Ahmed Al-Hati, the 46 car. The Omani under pressure from the number 21 Ferrari of François Heriot. Side-by-side action between Porsche and Ferrari as the number 50 car, starting from the back of the hypercar grid, gradually made their way up the step ladder of talent ahead of them. And a very conservative run. Trouble for Ben Keating after side-by-side contact with Celia Martin. The Corvette coming off worse, Célia Martin taking the penalty for that. And there was a pass for the lead by Francois Heriot. Great run in the 21 Ferrari. 50 car continuing to make moves up the order in the hands of Nick Nielsen. And then side by side between the 94 and the 38. No penalty handed out for the hip check on Earl Bamber. And then to the side of the road and over the grass from Julian Andlauer. Loic Duval defended his position with some verve. 21 car on pit lane, and that allowed back through to the lead Ahmed El Harti in LMGT3. Behind, there was trouble again between a Peugeot and a Cadillac. This time, Alex Lynn hitting the rear of the 93 car of Paul Di Resta, and then high drama side-by-side contact between the 31 BMW and the 27 Aston Martin. That would bring out caution. Aston Martin out of the race. Another hip check there and damage to the rear of the 20 BMW after contact with the number 7. The Toyota in traffic. The two BMWs side-by-side as third place for the 46 at that stage, but making way back up to the lead, and side by side again, this time between the 36 and the 15 BMW on Alpine, and through to what was 6th position at the time would go the WRT run BMW. Opportunistic stuff in traffic saw the number 7 Toyota take the position from the number 20, new rear end after the earlier troubles between the two cars. And then coming towards the 4th hour, Antonio Giovinazzi finally making his way by the number 6 Penske Porsche that had made their way back up to the lead with smart pit strategy. And then trouble for Simon Mann in the mix, was leading the race at that point, and contact from Valentino Rossi means that that incident is under investigation, and the virtual safety car brings us back round to where we are right now. There we are, 135 laps done. We're under the safety car. Pass around is starting, as we say, with the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport car behind, then the 7 Toyota, the 15 BMW, 83 the privateer AF Corsa Ferrari, the 20 BMW, 36 Alpine, 5 Porsche, the 8 Toyota and the 94 Peugeot complete the top 10. In LMGT3, it's led at the moment, but with that investigation looming by Valentino Rossi. So it's Kelvin van der Linde now aboard the 46 BMW from the 78 Lexus, the Montai 92 Porsche and the Proton 77 Mustang.
So as the field is reset behind the safety car, almost all of the LMGT3s are being waved by because the 46 car was at the tail of the field, having stopped.
For the second time, by the way.
Yeah. However, the car that has been most harmed by that is the 50 Ferrari, back down in 13th place.
I'm about to speak to Pierre Alves from Michelin to speak about the tire compound and try to understand a bit better what does the soft compound means and what the medium compound. Pierre, sometimes we hear that the soft tire can actually last longer than the medium. Could you explain why and what's the philosophy behind this tire?
This is a very good question, because as you see, in endurance, we are not making tires to make a qualified tire. We make tires to make a race tire. So all the range that we have available in WEC, it's only race tires. We have to, with these 3 compounds, be able to cover all the championship in all conditions to make race tires, because we want to see the cars use these tires for the longest possible. So why we have this soft compound? Everybody thinks on the soft. We see in the other championship that make soft is faster, but not for long. Here's the philosophy is totally different, because we make soft compound, we call it soft, but it's a cold compound. So this is a race tire, but as you can see, we choose a white color. It's for a reason, is because white, it reminds us the snow is for cold. Like this, we identify which tire to use on this condition.
So in fact, the tire works at a different temperature. That's it.
Exactly, it's only based on the track temperature. So when it's cold, like we see this morning here in Imola, when it's 15 degrees, this tire has a very good warm up because it's a work on the cold condition. But as soon as we are going to go over 25 degrees, we will switch to the medium compound.
Thank you so much for these details.
Thank you very much.
So wave by goes on, and the safety car is coming down or coming up to Variante Alta. Lights remain on, so we should have one more lap behind the safety car. There's another weather front coming in. 65,500 fans here in the Autodromo Enzo Edina Ferrari. So that is the official count for today. 2 hours and 40 seconds to go, and our second safety car period of the race. And this one as a result of contact between our LMGT3 lead cars, Valentino Rossi in the 46 BMW, trying to go by this car, the number 21 Ferrari of Simon Mann, the Vista AF Corsa car. There is Simon Mann in the background, and unfortunately it looks like too much damage on that left rear wheel. Cars building back up to speed behind the safety car in Imola as they come out of Tosa and start the climb up over the Piratella and then heading back down the hill towards Acqua Minerale. And it is that as the end of timing sector 2, where we should probably see the lights go out on the safety car. Let's pan around the corner. Lights off. Lights are off on the safety car, I think.
No, I think they're on. I think they're on.
Are they still on? In that case, there must be barrier repairs because the GT field has joined the back of the safety car queue, so wave around has been completed successfully.
But there is water now on the screen, so the first sign with the first of the cars showing the windscreen wipers playing, and we've got the weather front coming in.
Okay, so the drops of rain should last 8 minutes, and after 8 minutes you will be stopped. The same level for now, for 8 minutes.
Okay, so they should be fine then. It doesn't look like it's a high intensity as we now go back to green flag conditions.
No passing before the line. Good restart by Alessandro Pierguidi. Drop the hammer to pull away from Kevin S. And the Ferrari, Anthony Davidson, will now not go the distance on these tyres. Probably not going to do 2 hours on a set of even new, cooler weather tyres, the soft.
Well, there's a bit of a touch there, wasn't there, between the Toyota and the number 15 BMW. They've been at it all race. Lots of wheel banging and scrapes and scuffs between the two manufacturers.
And the yellow Ferrari right behind them, the AF Corsa car, Robert Kubica. That car, of course, running second a long way through the race. And the number 50 Ferrari, which looked as though it might end up, it may be even on the podium, has now gone all the way back down. It's found a snake after all the ladders, down to 13th place.
Well, you know, that safety car really didn't work in their favour because they'd done a stop fairly recently before. But a car like the number 6 Porsche, for example, due a pit stop, it was perfect timing for them, and that's why they see themselves now in a genuine P2 position. That's something they wouldn't have dreamt of coming into this race today.
It worked really well for the number 6 car, and unfortunately the loser there, the big loser in the entire field, was Ferrari number 50. All that hard work, all that promise, all that speed, all for nothing.
But the counterpoint is the cars are so close together, and he's got the performance advantage we've seen from the lead Ferrari aboard that 50. He's only 11 seconds off the lead.
And if this rain doesn't really come to much, which by the sounds of it, from listening to Hertz Team Jota, then Ferrari, the lead car, isn't on the preferable tyre. on that. So it's not like we heard from Pierre earlier on from Michelin. It's not necessarily a softer tyre. It's supposed to work in cooler conditions.
Yeah.
And the conditions all the way through this weekend have been warmer than it was last year, where they had the mediums and the hards available. Same tyre compounds, of course, and construction for coming into this season. So you've got the fastest car out there, has been all weekend, but now not on the preferable tyre.
And what cost them the race last year? Being on the wrong tyre. Now then it was in the rain, but there we go. So 46 and 21 car team managers and their drivers are being called to the stewards after that investigation. Let's hear from the BMW 15.
Okay, there is Ferrari behind. He's on soft. We just need to keep them behind on the peak, and then after we'll be fine.
Yeah, so make sure that you hold him up when he's got that peak tyre advantage. That's the yellow Ferrari behind the 15 BMW. And of course, behind Robert Kubica, the next set of lights is BMW number 20, the Shell livery BMW. We ride on board with Kubica.
The only problem that we have now in terms of, like I mentioned before, our viewing pleasure with the difference of strategy of the tyres, as Robin Freins pointed out, that hard reset, what he meant by that is that everyone just puts new tyres on now. So you haven't got that offset going on. And without that offset, we're back to square one like it was at the start of the race, hence the hard reset comment by Robin Freins. What he means by that, almost impossible to overtake.
And everybody's on the same fuel strategy as well, so none of that is playing in. So it's basically a 2-hour sprint race. Forget the previous 4 hours, none of that exists. But that's just shuffled up the qualifying mix.
The counterpoint is you can't afford to drive as conservatively as you would have done in a position where you held one of those dominant positions before this one.
And can I just point out that Alessandro Pierguidi's already 1.6 seconds ahead of the second-placed white-nosed Porsche, and he is 6/10, 7/10 ahead of Kamui Kobayashi. So the Ferrari driver in front knows exactly what the problem is, and he has got to clear off and make enough time for a tyre change.
The good thing here as well, I suppose, in terms of like, is there any jeopardy here? I think there is, because we're going into untested waters with the fact that a full set of soft tyres, or the cooler temperature tyres, are going to go further than they've ever been all weekend, or well, for the World Endurance Championship here in Imola, because we didn't have that tyre available last year. So let's see how they go for these 2 hours remaining.
We saw the Alpine perform extremely well over a single stint and then change one side of those tyres in the pit stop that followed. We know there's pace enough to maintain that through a single stint, but 2 stints, they're going to have to change the tyre.
I'll run you through what everyone did now that it's calmed down a little bit. So all 4 new softs for car 51, 3 medium tyres, rears and right front for car number 6 only, so they're continuing on with the front left that's older on that car. Kobayashi, who's in car 7, took a right side of brand new mediums, kept the left side old. A full set for Dries van Tor in car 15 of medium tyres, a full set of softs for Robert Kubica, full set of mediums for car 20. I'll stop there, but most of the others had a full set as well from that point on. So, yeah, car 6 is going to be the cork in the bottle here, I think.
Okay, just a little bit of housekeeping LMGT3 while we're aboard the number 83 of Robert Kubica. We've got investigation for virtual safety car procedures. Car 95, United Autosport McLaren, running 6th, and car 77, that was with Ben Tuck at the wheel. He's no longer at the wheel, and it's going to come to a 3rd point here, running 4th, that Mustang. But interestingly, on that virtual safety car, Bernardo Souza, the bronze driver, is back aboard the 4th place Mustang. So that's not in a realistic position, although he's doing very well to hold off Charlie Eastwood behind.
He had more time to do in the minimum driver time that a bronze must do. Yep. The problem is, none of it, well, very little of it was behind the safety car, and you don't want to stop now because the entire rest of the field will go by, so he's going to have to do an entire stint. Now, the other thing that factors in here is that although the tyres can probably do 2 hours in hypercar, they can't do 2 hours on the fuel, so they're going to have to stop at least twice in the 2 hours because they won't do 1 hour. So there is that opportunity for Ferrari if Pierguidi can get far enough ahead before he needs fuel to maybe do a right side change, and that could save them. But at the moment, 50 has lost out, and 51 has lost out as well, and 83 is going to lose out because they're on the wrong, well, what we think might be the wrong tyre, the cooler weather tyre. Now, the overcast and the cooler conditions of the weather front coming through will drop the track temperature. Will it drop it enough to make those soft tyres work? There's only one way to find out. You're going to have to wait an hour and 51 minutes before we get the checkered flag. Meanwhile, doing all the hard work all over again is the 50 Ferrari. This time Antonio Fuoco. This car started 18th, got up to 4th, 5th on merit, and then got absolutely hamstrung by having just stopped before the safety car because they were playing with the fuel strategy to give themselves track position.
And to prove how hard done by they were. Is he going to go for a move here? Yes, he is on the Peugeot. He's got a great run down towards the rest, so that's one car passed at least on his run back up the field once again. And remember, all of this really because of his mistakes in qualifying yesterday for track limits excursions. He didn't even put one lap together to try and get through to Hyperbole. No banker laps. They were all track limits. So that's the problem, and they fight that fight together because of that. But on top of his pain, and proves that how out of sync they were, didn't even take tyres during that last safety car. So now you're asking a lot from him.
Drive-through penalties for the 4th place car in LMGT3, the 77 Proton Mustang of Bernardo Souza, and a drive-through penalty for the car that is 6th in LMGT3, 95 United Autosports McLaren. So 2 of the current top 6 in LMGT3 with a drive-through penalty, and that will move up into the top 6. Clement Schmidt in the 87 Lexus, and Racing Spirit Le Mans, Valentin Asclo.
So under an hour and 50 minutes to go now, and once again, gentlemen, one other factor worth pointing out as we get into more battles on track, astounding reliability from this hypercar field. I think Qatar was the biggest finishing total of in hypercar history at 17, and with 2 hours to go, 100 hours to go, and all 18 are still running.
This could be a bit of a run for the Toyota here. No, I think car 6 just got away with that one.
We see some front rear locking. We see some rear locking. You can go forward B-bar if you can.
Yeah, sorry, Graham. I thought that was going to be more of a run for Kobayashi there, because I saw the Mercedes, the LMGT3 car just about to hold up car 6 before Ravazza 2. But Estra just had the run on the exit that he needed, and to keep that Toyota at bay.
Kamui versus Kevin could be good news for Alessandro Pierguidi. The Ferrari is only just a second ahead of the number 6 Porsche, so he is not escaping. But if Kamui Kobayashi starts to really attack the Porsche and the BMW sort of joins in, they could all slow each other down, and that might give the Ferrari a chance to escape. I still think Pierguidi in the 51 Ferrari is at the moment least likely of this group to finish on the podium.
1:32.713 last time around from Antonio Fuoco. The 50 car's fastest lap of the race, 10 seconds from the lead.
I think the soft tyre runners are in trouble. I really do, because look at the Alpine. They took 4 sets of soft tyre there, and car 50 on old mediums is through. Car 51 dropping back. I thought it was intentional, but it kind of is starting to show to me why they all started this race today on medium tyres. Have Ferrari reacted wrongly to that threat of rain?
I think so. At the moment, it's not playing out well for them. 51 is not getting away, even though he's in clear air.
83 is dropping back.
Yep.
I would have thought that Kubica would have been putting way more pressure on these cars in front. He's also on that full set of soft. So let's watch this space. But so far, I think all signs pointing towards the fact that at this point, the softs are starting to suffer, as that was just a brush of the gravel from one of the GTs in front.
Yeah. That's not what the race leader needs, but you're right, the gap is now under a second Kevin Estre is attacking for the lead of the race. It's come down from 1.6 to 0.8 seconds in 2 laps. The white sidewall is not the tyre to be on right now.
Well, we'll keep an eye on what's going on with this increasingly manic race at the front of Hypercar.
And incidentally, at the front of LMGT3, we've had 2 drive-throughs from the top 6, yet waiting to find out what happens to the LMGT3 leader, the 46 BMW, after the contact that brought out the safety car.
Well, they've got an investigation underway, and we'll tell you that Kelvin van der Linde in the 46 is pulling away from Esteban Masson in the number 78 Mercedes ASP Lexus, who's putting in his quickest lap times at the moment, but not as quick as Kelvin. It's a good moment to bring in, around the action, Mike McGregor from Goodyear. Mike, there's a very visible presence from Goodyear here this weekend. It's been looming over us all weekend. It's big, it's made of rubber, and Martin Haven has never been on it.
Yeah, that's a bit of a sticking point, the whole Martin Haven up in the blimp situation. We did discuss this last night, but we're working on getting him up there.
So, a quick point on the Wingfoot Award. We've already had the rejuvenated Wingfoot Award in the European Le Mans Series this season at Barcelona. Tell us a little bit about what you guys at Range First Pack at Goodyear have been working on, and tell us how the viewers can get involved this year.
So the Wingfoot Award...
And right now, by the way.
Yeah, so the Wingfoot Award has been rejuvenated this year, as you say. We're now looking at a driver of the day, so we're looking across the entire race weekend at standout elements of what drivers have brought to it, and they can vote for it on social media, as you say, right now on the Instagram page.
Now, is that against a shortlist or any LMGT3 runner?
So we create a shortlist based on a nomination panel, which is made up of certain commentators, people from the WEC, and then a member of staff from Goodyear. And then we put that vote to a panel based on the Instagram page. It
was a real success on launch in Barcelona for the LMS. I'm guessing you're hoping for great things with the big crowds we're now seeing coming to on-site and online with the TV audience.
Yeah, we saw really good engagement already in Qatar, and we saw that improve, as you say, in Barcelona. I think we just want to carry on that momentum throughout the season of really being able to engage with the fans, and there may be some nice giveaways that could come along with that as the season goes on.
Excellent. Well, maybe that might involve a big rubber thing in the sky. Lots going on. Number 50 car is, I think, coming into pits now. It is. We'll keep an eye on that one as we carry on talking to Mike. Mike, huge variety in LMGT3. That's been one of the really big pluses of the introduction of this brand new class last season for the FI World Endurance Championship, and you've got some new friends with your products on the corners this year.
Yeah, it is. Obviously, we're going to see the C specification when we go out to Sao Paulo. And, you know, we've seen it already this weekend, some very different thought process on strategy. Some teams changing side by side each stint, some teams triple stinting left-hand side tyres. So it is really bringing a different mix for all these different cars.
They're all learning products. They're all learning a very different formula. And as we've said before when we had you in the booth, it's a lot more different than people thought it was going to be.
Yeah, no one's done double stinting, especially not in GT3 before. You know, we saw some of that in the past in GTE. And I think, you know, with what we've seen from the variation of tracks across last season, even with the single specification, the different strategies and what we've been able to do with the tyre in year one has been really incredible. So to carry on some of that learning and knowledge, and I think, you know, where we're going to go next into Spa with the new surface, we already saw in testing lap time improvements as much as 4 seconds a lap.
Wow, that's amazing. Let's talk about the blimp. It's a very visible and hugely historic part of the Goodyear brand image. We're going to be seeing it, I know, a lot more this season. It's got its own social media pages all over the place. And I think, I'm not going to give away the secrets, I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of the blimp, not just over the WC and maybe a little bit of ELMS, but elsewhere as well. You want viewers, listeners, everybody to just send in their snaps to that social media presence as the number 8 Toyota on pit lane?
Yeah, of course we do. You know, it's about that engagement. It's the 100th anniversary of the blimp, so Goodyear have been flying it for 100 years. And this weekend we run a competition to win a fly by tagging the blimp in some of those social media posts. And yes, you're going to see multiple motorsport events this year, but also maybe some other events on the calendar.
Whether invited or not?
Maybe a different conversation.
But beyond that, we've also seen the US side of the Goodyear product as the Toyota leaves pit lane. One of the blimps that operates there back in its original livery.
Yeah, so to celebrate the anniversary, we rebranded it completely. And as a little sneak, maybe some of the fans should be looking closely at the tyres when we get to the Spa race weekend.
Ooh, so something a little bit different. Mike, the efforts of Goodyear, all your guys and girls, are much appreciated. It's a great way to end it on with the branding all over the back of the corner there. LMGT3 proving to be quite the hit, and I know Goodyear have been encouraged by the exposure you're getting. I think we're going to be hearing more of this brand, and let's hope that this guy in the future in the FI World Endurance Championship and elsewhere. Mike McGregor from Goodyear, thanks so much for joining us again.
Thank you very much.
Well, while Mike was chatting, 2 cars only stopped for fuel. Now, Anthony, nobody needs fuel, so why could they possibly have stopped? Either because they had to get rid of tyres they were on, neither of them did a 4-tyre change, or because Toyota and Ferrari are splitting their strategy, and have they now back-timed full fuel stops to the end of the race. So these guys will have done their short stop, now given up a bit of track position. I can't think of any other reason why you'd randomly come in 5 or 6 laps after a safety car where everybody's fueled up.
Exactly, I'm of the same opinion, Martin. We'll have to see how this plays out, but car number 8 is on the same strategy as many cars around them, and has decided to come in and do that fuel stop. Obviously, that fuel stop won't see them through to the end of the race. Their tyres may see them through to the end of the race, even though they didn't take tyres in that last stop. But the car 50 is, or was, out of sync, so I expected that one.
It was out of sync until the safety car when everybody stopped and refueled, and that's what crippled them, because they had already just stopped. But now they've made another stop that they didn't need on the fuel they've got. So the only thing I can think of is that both teams have hedged their bets. One is, okay, let's go with what we've got. The other one, they've back-timed it, so there's only one more complete fuel stop.
When I look at the circuit map, obviously you at home, if you're watching on TV, you can't see that. But what it's done is it's dropped those 2 cars respectively way out of the traffic that they were in. So in doing that maybe getting rid of that splash that they might have needed at the end of the race, they've done it now to then get themselves into free air and virtually lap faster than any of the other cars that they were within that group of, stuck behind slower cars. That's the only thing I can see that they've done here. So they've got a huge amount, because of the safety car, it's bunched up the whole hypercar field, and now they've got a huge amount of circuit in front of them to drive around in free air at the lap times that their faster cars than those that they were stuck behind can do.
We're looking at a battle of the 33 Corvette. Danny Junkadea battling with Clement Schmidt, and just about to get to the message at the top of the screen. This will be not for what it currently is 7th place, but for 6th, because Kelvin van der Linde will have to serve a stop and go, and that will cost them over 46 seconds from the lead of LMGT3. And currently 46 seconds behind the leader is Marino Sato down in 10th place. So that will drop this car from 1st out of the points.
It doesn't lose 46 seconds because it's still moving down pit lane.
This is why.
This is why. Also, while we're talking about that and seeing again why that penalty is coming, fastest lap of the race goes to Antonio Fuoco. It's a 1:32.504. Think your theory is beginning to look like it's got legs there.
And I think Toyota did the same with car number 8 to hold track position against car 50.
So, all sorts going on at the moment. Kelvin van der Linde takes that penalty immediately, so the debate's going to be over shortly. We'll see exactly where he comes out. That's what I mean. It's not 46 seconds lost.
It will be, because it's not a drive-through, it's a stop and go. So he'll have to come to a halt and then build up to 80 kilometres, 60 kilometres again. So he will lose more than the drive-through of 46 seconds. So there will be a total loss that will drop him probably to the bottom of the points. Meanwhile, 81 Corvette TF Sport, Charlie Eastwood now up to 4th in LMGT3, and Bruce is with his teammate.
I am with Tom Van Rompuy, driver of Corvette. It's going pretty well. We spoke in quali, it was tough, but as you mentioned, race pace is better.
Yes, true. Race pace is better. We try to really focus on energy saving and try to maximize our stints, keeping a bit of life in our tires. For the moment, we are good. We hope to climb 1 or 2 places to be on the podium. But let's see. It's still about 2 hours. But for the moment, we are happy to how it goes.
Excellent. Good luck for the end.
Thank you.
Yeah, so things are looking better in the race because they've been clean and operated well for the Corvettes. 81 up to 3rd place. 33, well, it was knocked off the track when Ben Keating was at the wheel, but the 633 car now in 6th position. And so Danny Jonkadea has kept that car in the top 6.
46, by the way, emerges from pit lane. Kelvin van der Linde in 9th position. 25 seconds is the gap we're looking for, and that's 25 seconds from the leading, checks for facts, Lexus.
Yep.
Esteban Masson, the replacement gold-ranked driver here. Ben Barnicoat not available this weekend.
Not available, but not fit. He won't be available in Spa because he has a clashing race, so he won't be. So Esteban will be, which is rather painting Ben Barnicoat into a corner. Yeah, we had a really good time and we won while you were away. What did you do? I watched you winning. They better not win at Spa, otherwise he might find himself being talked out of a drive.
Ben Barnicoat and Esteban Masson certainly both part of a growing group of sort of Toyota tender drivers. I think these are names we're going to see in bigger and better things as time goes on.
Meanwhile, back with Kamui Kobayashi, 3rd place for the Toyota. I think they would have paid good money for that when they were getting bashed off the track by the BMW, number 20. And right ahead of Dries Vanthoor in the 15 BMW. And it's still Alessandro Pierguidi leading for Ferrari. Pierguidi in the 51 Ferrari is starting to creep away now from the number 6 Porsche of Kevin Estre. And Estre's not got Kamui Kobayashi really harassing him. So it's not that Estre isn't able to go as quickly as he would like, but it is that Pierguidi is getting a little more out of the soft tyre than he was earlier on.
Okay, so for your issue, we have no option. But we're still in very good position, 3 seconds from P1, so let's keep our head down. You're in dirty air, focus on your tires, and we'll get there. Okay, Dries, so dirty air is making our tires overheat. Try to leave a little bit of a gap to the Toyota, that will help your balance.
Yeah, it's a good idea to play the long game here if you're Dries Vanthoor in car 15, and it's something that Marcello was able to do very well. In the middle stint of that race. So yeah, Vanthoor, his engineer saying the right thing there. Hang back if you need to help to protect your tyres for when we really need them later on. Kobayashi in front of him's embroiled in that fight, desperate to get past car number 6. So you never know what's going to happen between those two. Look how dirty the screen is, by the way, on Van der Linde's BMW car 20. That's nothing you can do at this point. You have to wait until the pit stops, but that's what you get when you follow cars so closely for such a long time.
Do we think that might be coming from the Ferrari? Because that might be a little bit of a worry, or is it off
It's quite
GTs?
normal. It's quite normal.
Okay.
It's just that, yeah, that's what you get when you're just following cars so closely and over so many laps.
We just heard from Dries Vanthoor. I was going to point out, actually, both Vanthoor brothers in the top 4, overachieving little rotters that they are.
Absolutely. Both Vanthoor brothers here, of course, with opposing teams in the factory hypercars. Both Van der Linde brothers, one in a GT car, and we've got Kelvin at the wheel of that car, and the other in the hypercar.
Yeah. So, Lawrence on the right, Dries on the left. Purveyor's a very fine podcastery as well, by the way.
Really good.
If you haven't caught up with the Vanthoor podcast, you don't have to be fluent Belgian.
He's watching that, and he's having a little smile, and he's thinking, they're probably taking the mickey right now. So let's do that.
And of course, the number 6 Porsche, Lawrence Vantor, is in second place. Dries Vantor at the wheel of the number 15 BMW there. He is in 4th place, ahead of the yellow Ferrari of Robert Kubica. And what's Kubica's lap time looking like? Kind of the same as, 35.0. It's kind of the same as everybody else, but 34.5 for Alessandro Pierguidi in clean air, so he's got a little bit of an advantage. But Anthony, Pierguidi is just sort of starting to creep away from Kevin Estre.
Yeah, the natural
is he making the tyre work better, or is it just he's got clear air?
The natural speed advantage of the Ferrari is still there, of course, compared to the Porsche, who's been struggling all weekend. In many ways, that car has no right to be in the position that it is at the moment. The driver trio has done such a fantastic job so far this race today. So that's why Kobayashi is putting so much pressure on, and that's why Pierguidi, luckily for him, he's got the Porsche there that's in second place on the better tyres, and the medium tyres working better in these conditions. If it was a Toyota or anyone else that's had more speed, like a BMW has had more speed this weekend, he'd be under serious pressure right now.
Meanwhile, the lead group hits the first group of LMGT3 traffic, and this could throw something into the mix at this stage.
Always does, doesn't it? And it also starts to jiggle up the LMGT3 order as well. Looking at the 54 Ferrari.
Oh dear! That was
massive
close.
lock-up.
Wow, I thought that was going to be a crash. I don't know how Estre was able to lift off out of that and not cause contact with the Ferrari GT car. Sorry for butting it. I just thought we were about to see a T-bone there into Ravazza 1. How on earth? Look, thread in between two cars, a lock-up, and I tell you what saved him, the Ferrari's awareness. Yep. Whoever was in that GT car, who is that?
It's
that
the 54
was Davide Rigon.
Wow, Rigon, hats off to you, my friend. That was some reaction, because I think many other drivers would have turned in there. Look at this, through the inside one way, to the inside the other way, and that's just, I don't know how there wasn't contact. Yeah, they see it as well. That was my reaction.
Wow. Davide Rigon, long-time Ferrari factory GTE Pro driver. He saw that coming. And did you see that the car was behind? Was the 46 BMW.
That's for position.
Luckily didn't go down the inside and hit another silver Ferrari.
That's for position as well, and he retained his position.
I did a move on.
Did a brilliant move.
Reminds me, I did a move once, I think it was in Bahrain on Alex Lynn down into turn 1. I was in the LMP1, he was in the GT, and I saw him after the race. I just looked at him, I knew he was going to say, and a bit late, wasn't it, mate? But it was a bit late. I'm really sorry. Thanks for not turning in.
And Alex reads me well, and I'm looking, and I could see that face and that tone that he would have delivered that in.
Now, why would Jose Maria Lopez have just pitted in the 86 Lexus? Not sure. Anyway, that's dropped it a little further back in LMGT3, and in fact out of the points, unfortunately. But Esteban Masson leads in the 78 Lexus, ahead of Ricardo Perez Porsche, and Charlie Eastwood up to third in the 81 Corvette.
And the 46 BMW, remember, had that penalty, came back out in 9th, back up now to 7th, Kelvin van der Linde, and some cars just tenths of a second ahead of him.
So Kelvin has in fact got ahead of Davide Rigon silver Ferrari, and just in front of him was Michel Getting, in the Iron Dames Porsche.
It was moments ago Danny Juncadella, but he's now got ahead of Michel Gatting, and they've got their mirrors full of...
And there is Michel Gatting just being passed by Davide Rigon, and ahead of him is the 46 BMW. So the BMW is now right on the back of the 81 Corvette, and that 33 Corvette of Danny Juncadella, and that is for 5th position. It's all happening.
So he lost that position, obviously, at the exit of Ravazza 1, didn't he, to the BMW. That's what you get for, well, he lives to fight another day, and he's still in the fight, but you've lost a position. If he had turned in, there would have been damage to the left-hand side, possibly spun him out. So although it's painful, he did the right thing in not turning in, and can refocus now and try and mount the pressure on the BMW. But as we know, the BMW's been the fastest car all weekend so far, so that's a tall order.
That's a mark of progress, by the way, from Kelvin van der Linde since that penalty. He has picked up now 3 places and dropped no time to the class leader at all. In fact, if anything, he's picked up something like a second. All over the back of Danny Cadella. If he's going to carry on that progress, needs to get by the Corvette now, and that is not going to be easy, as we saw at the end of the race in Qatar when Danny doled out an absolute defensive racing masterclass.
Yeah, I'd forgotten that. He really did, didn't he?
Should say, by the way, also comes to this race as he looks out to the inside now on the back of a win on his debut in LMP2, Danny. And there goes the position.
Just didn't have the straight line speed to fend off the hard-charging BMW. Surprised that he didn't defend on the inside, but he's in trouble there as well.
That's Sebastian Bourdais going through the hypercar.
That makes more sense.
Whoa. Bourdais threading the eye of the needle inside the 46 BMW as well.
He's under pressure here on the inside potentially with Rigon. Thinks about it inside of Tosa.
Yeah, didn't quite have the run out of Tosa, but he's still there as they climb the hill.
Yeah, and ahead of this group, next car in the train is Valentina Hazaclo in the number 10 Racing Sprint Le Mans car. We'll see that car there as the camera pulls out.
Rigon is going to have a look down the hill, either into Acqua Minerale or more likely into Ravazza. He's definitely closing in on the Corvette. Not quite close enough. Meanwhile, through goes the number 6 Porsche. Kevin Estre in second place. Kumo Kobayashi, the black Toyota, with him in third. There's the white nose of the Porsche Penske Motorsport 963.
Yeah, and Kobayashi's now looking to be, he's a bit more desperate to get past Estre because they're starting to lose too much time to Pierre Guidi in front. Is now, the gap's over 5 seconds. So, yeah, that moment that Estre had down into Ravazza certainly hasn't helped that. But Kobayashi clearly in the faster car at the moment.
Pierre Guidi, one of 3 cars in the 33s. The other ones are the number 50 Ferrari and the 99 Proton Porsche.
Okay, Kamui, it's 11 laps to go and 54 overall, so you will bring these tires to the end. So now it's 11 laps to go.
Yeah, Guidi 5.8 seconds away from Kevin Estre now, and with Kamui Kobayashi now settling about the tail end of the second place Porsche, that can only help Pierre Guidi. But this is temporary relief. He's got to get a long way away if they're going to risk trying to change tyres at the next fuel stop, because we've already heard that Toyota won't. But can they survive on softs? Can they double stint them all round? 2 hours seems like a lot to ask of the cold weather tyre.
The lead gap, by the way, by far almost 3 times bigger than any other gap down to, what is that, 14th place? Yeah. 13th place. So that is the convincing gap that's opening up at the moment. Behind that, there are multiple 2, 3, 4 car battles.
And the same in LMGT3. And that, of course, is because everybody got shuffled back together by that safety car with 2 hours to go. Here comes Davide Rigon in the silver Ferrari. Again, looking down the hill into Ravazza, not close enough to have a lunge on, well, close enough to have a lunge, not close enough to have a clean or even remotely successful attempt to get by into Ravazza.
Lead Lexus on pit lane, and it's too early for that to be able to get home from there on fuel. That puts Ricky Perra in the 92 Monsai first form Porsche into the lead for, I think, the very first time. Charlie Eastwood goes second, Valentina Hazaclo third. Kelvin van der Linde is within half a second now of the Aston Martin to get back into a podium position. What a remarkable run.
So Esteban Masson out of the car. There's a driver change, so who's got back in? Hopefully not Arnaud Robert. Surely he did his driver time early on. If it's not, then that's another error by the team, or maybe they were just forced into it by the fact that it was all still green up to that stage.
He thought about it again, didn't he? But yeah, the Corvette had it covered. Juncadella could see it coming and
parked it in Tosa.
Yeah, it would have been a bit late, but Rigon's doing anything he can right now to just try to just send him off balance a little bit, just, you know, duck and dive a little bit, and you see the car behind you flashing in your mirrors the whole time. You're not quite sure. You want to try to upset them in any way you can. But yeah, it wasn't to be that time around into Tosa. Meanwhile, running on board with Michel Gatting momentarily before that top chicane there.
And just behind them, you saw the battle between the BMW, the 46 BMW, and the number 10 Corvette, Aston Martin Racing Spirit Le Mans car. So Kelvin van der Linde behind Valentin Asseclo. That is the battle for third place.
And 17 seconds off the lead, as opposed to 25 seconds for van der Linde it was when he came out after the penalty. Helped, of course, by the fact that the leading Lexus has pitted.
17 seconds off the lead, but only 5 seconds off second place. So they might not get back to the top of the pile, but they're going to be very close if they can get by the Aston Martin there. They don't quite, but this is the battle. Valentin Asseclo with the Dayglow yellow nose, and the Dayglow yellow nose on 46. Kelvin van der Linde. Through comes the Aston Martin, through comes the Toyota as well, squeezing through this battle, and that's the opportunity for the South African. He's going to have to go the long way around the French driver, and he's going to try and make it work. He'll have the rod on the exit, and that means Asseclo can't use all the power, can't drift out wide. That was great opportunism.
Here comes the 50 Ferrari into the mix here. That's going to make it trickier for Val Hasklo to get back involved here. He's lost that moment, and away goes Kelvin van der Linde. What a run back to a potential podium place it's been for the Team WRT driver.
And sometimes the opportunity presents itself as the tiniest sniff of a glimmer, and he was straight in there like a rat up a drain pipe. Great work.
Regon's going to try and go around the outside here. Round the outside. We know it's difficult, but he makes it work. Brilliant driving by both of them there, and proves that you can get two cars side by side through that chicane.
And that's proper pro driving as well by Danny Juncker there, because he could have shut the door and had him off and heaved him into the undergrowth and picked up a penalty and some damage probably, but he's a grown-up and he went, OK, you've tucked me up, right, I'm going to have a go at you on the next lap. You've got to survive these incidents, otherwise you're never going to finish the race, and that if you don't finish, you can't win. Into the pit lane, Celia Martin. Now, I'm not quite sure why we're seeing so many GT stops. Let's take a look at this.
It's Michel Gatting. I think it's going to be, Martin, it's where they were left after that virtual safety car, because they'd all have fueled at that point. They're going to be on a strategy that doesn't take them to the end of the race. So what we're into now is a position where they're all going to need a splash, and that's going to make it pretty exciting.
Well, they're not going to go an hour and 18 if they stop now. Well, but everybody had the same opportunity to come in within 2 laps and fill up. So why are certain cars coming in early? Either they're not fueled properly, or I don't know.
Because they want to make advantage or take advantage of their being in a faster car and not getting caught in the train of slower cars. So they wanted to offset their strategy.
Meantime, it's the battle of the light-footed at the front, as well as the heavy-footed at the lead of this race. 9 seconds the good now, Alessandro Pierguidi. He's been on a tear for the last 2 or 3 laps and has been drawing that lead out, and Davidson by about 3/4 of a second a lap.
Basically, if you look at if you have the circuit map, if you've got that available, it's worth looking at where the car number 6 is, and all of the cars behind him. There are at least 8 or 9, 10 cars that are just trapped behind him. I said he might be the cork in the bottle. He is absolutely materialised into that way, and that's why car number 8, car number 50 pitted early to get themselves out of that train, and they're car 8 and car 50 just coming past the main straight now, past the commentary boxes where we are, and the rest of the gaggle of cars going through the top chicane, all following car number 6, and meanwhile 51 continues to streak away in the distance. So I think that's what's going on here, and it would all come out at the end of the race once the pit stops rebalance.
Right now, it looks like almost whole field pit stops, certainly wholesale pit stops in LMGT3, and 46 back to the top of the pile. 33 are winners in Qatar, are second, as the 10 Aston Martin, the 92 Porsche, the 81 Corvette, the 51 Ferrari, and the 95 McLaren all stop.
So Team WRT's 46 BMW back to the lead, but will still need to pit in this cycle, without a shadow of a doubt there. They're going to be therefore closest, and with the lightest of splashes at the end of this cycle.
Talking of which, spots of water on the camera lens there in the pit lane.
Here we go again.
Lightest of splashes. And maybe that, if there is just a little bit of precipitation, just a tiny bit of precipitation, that will help maybe those soft tyres on the lead Ferrari survive to the end of the race. Because at the moment, I don't know if they know, but I know that we don't know what's going to happen with those tyres. Out comes Valentin Asclot, that is the Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin. Out comes the 81 Corvette, off goes the 95 United Autosport McLaren of Marino Sato, and Richie Leitz is in the Manthey first form, the turquoise Porsche. As we get back to the battle for second, Kamui Kobayashi chasing Kevin Esch, that's the car right in front. White nose on number 6, and right behind them, still Dries van Tor. Second, third, fourth across the line, as quick as you can say it.
As we know, the Porsche's had pretty good straight line speed, hasn't it? All the way through this weekend so far, and that shows its hand once again to Kamui Kobayashi. Nothing that he could do that time around. He's going to need the help of traffic somewhere else on the lap to help him through. But for now, Estra more than has it covered, it seems.
Number 5 Porsche in the pits, and you can see how close everybody else is. Who is closest to needing fuel? 93 Peugeot and 12 Cadillac, and the least necessary stoppers will be the 51 and the 83. They might maybe go an extra lap longer than their rivals.
And then you look further back and you can see the car number 8 and car number 50 on their much higher percentages of fuel or energy compared to the rest. So that's that's the game they're playing here. They're trying to maximise that the clear air that they're in. By the way, car 50 is really catching Sebastian Buemi in car number 8 now. So yeah, that's the reason they bought car number 8, to protect themselves from the much faster car 50.
To cover off the undercut in Formula One parlance, sort of fuel-y, tire-y undercuts.
Well done, well done.
Yep. And it's interesting, you look at an undercut playing out over 2 hours rather than, a 12-lap stint or a 15-lap stint.
So under an hour and 15 minutes to go. Big gap opening up, 10-second gap opening up now. Alessandro Pierguidi to Kevin Estre, but behind that, it's just a train. It's 0.3 of a second, it's a second, it's 0.8, 0.5, 1.9, 2.4, 1.5. It's nothing.
And Pierguidi, the race leader, is still the only man in the top 10 in the 1:33s, apart from 9th place Paul-Luc Chatin in the Alpine. And in fact, his last lap was a 34 anyway, so behind him, Mikkel Jensen in 10th place, just in a 33. 46, leader in LMGT3, Kelvin van der Linde makes his final stop. Ooh, Corvette versus Ferrari. Around the outside, Davide Rigon doesn't quite get there.
There wasn't quite enough of his car alongside. To have any hope of overtaking around the outside of turn 2 into Tamburello, you need to be basically ahead of the other car as you turn in. You need to have a significant part of your car ahead, and in that situation, he wasn't there. Look at this. So the traffic getting in the way there at the top chicane, and Kobayashi thought about it, got very close, and then was pinched to the side of the track by Estra. It's that kind of moment he needs.
And that Ferrari Corvette action actually was Davide Rigon, but it wasn't Danny Juncadella, it was the other Corvette of Charlie Eastwood, the 81 car. So Rigon having a go at both Corvettes in almost consecutive laps. Now, Kamui Kobayashi, well placed to have a really good attack at Kevin Est. Oh, little little sideways moment for the Porsche, and when we saw that for for Matteo Gemini, next thing that happened was he went off here and gave away the position in the 99 Proton car, but the Porsche's tail definitely stepping out there in Tamburello.
Yeah, I mean, tyres have a memory as well, and the more you punish them, the more you slide them, they remember, and you continue to lose more and more grip from them. But somehow, usually, Estra gets away with it. Now, what's going to happen here? Piratella, big traffic in front, and that's going to give Kobayashi the run that he's looking for, but not much you can do into Acqua Minerale, pretty much single file into that one, as Loic Duval found out earlier on in the race. But here's a good run on the exit of Acqua Minerale. He's drawing alongside. There is a GT car though in front, and that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, Kamui saw the trouble coming early, didn't he? Well, okay, no, that's not happening for me. However, maybe down to Ravazza.
Close again. Now, this is the closest he's been down to Ravazza. He's always looked to the inside, but I don't think there's much he can do there. Kevin Estra breaks nice and early. You think about the switchback on the inside, but he's got that bit of contact there, but that was too close.
And up behind, the BMW is watching this going on and looking for whether the error that's being forced might give the opportunity. Behind him too is the, of course, number 83 Ferrari.
So where's he going to go? To the outside, surely to the outside. And he's got enough of his car alongside now. It's all about the braking, but he's not far enough alongside. And that situation I was speaking about before happens once again. But Estra is struggling. He's massively on the defensive here, and he's got to find his rhythm once again, because Kobayashi's got him running around here on different parts of the track that he's not comfortable being on. He's driving defensive lines, picking up marbles here and there as well when you do. And look at the trainer cars that follow now.
He's losing the rear of the Porsche. It was really interesting on board coming out of Ravazza. Kamui having to check the mirrors to see where the BMW of Dries Van Tor was before he committed to that move on the Porsche ahead of him. He's got to look ahead and behind at the same time. And behind Dries Van Tor, the yellow Ferrari, Robert Kubica. And behind him, we ride on board with Sheldon van der Linde. And he's...
That's what I said before, wasn't it? Car 50 really has caught up to the back of car number 8. And this is important. This is critical for
both
50. Well, mostly for car 50's progress in this race today, because they purposely pitted early out of sequence of other cars to maximise its potential. Down the inside, finally, Kobayashi, a little bit of wheel banging there. I think that was fair. That was good hard racing between two hard drivers.
Yeah, he was square alongside, unlike a couple of the touches we've seen there.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, and Estra, to be fair to Kobayashi, Estra did make his life very hard by slightly moving under the braking zone, well, not moving under the braking, but taking an early turn in, and you know, tightening, basically creating a funnel situation, and that's really hard when you're the overtaken driver. You've committed to a braking point, and then suddenly you're going into a wedge. And it's an awful situation to be in. So what Estra did there, and he knew what he was doing, so he opened up at the end. But if he had continued that wedge, there would have been more of a contact.
He didn't slam the door, but he certainly didn't leave it open. But again, the pro he is, he made sure they both survived.
He made it as hard as he possibly could, but he's still there in that position. But he's under threat here. You can tell he's not getting tired, but they're wearing him down.
They're queuing up to have a go, and I think his tyres are getting tired. The back end of that Porsche doesn't look stable. Dries Van Tor next up, Kubica, Sheldon van der Linde, and here's the number 8 Toyota. This is the battle for 10th place, the last point.
The longer this goes on, the better it gets for everybody else other than Ferrari.
Yeah, that train of cars following, who were following Kevin Estra, at least if you're Kamui Kobayashi, who's been released. It's Kobayashi, after all that work to get through now, and they're all diving in to the pits for their next fuel stop.
Now then, what that did for Pierre Guidi is it left him not 6 seconds ahead, but 15 seconds ahead of second place, who's now in the pit lane, and third place, who's now in the pit lane, and fourth place, who's now in the pit lane. So through has gone the yellow Ferrari. Robert Kubica there is now back up to second with 1 hour and 7 minutes. That's more than one stop. And behind, here comes Dries van Toor, I beg your pardon, Sheldon van der Linde, under real pressure from Mick Schumacher, starting to ramp up his box office again in the Alpine.
Cracking stuff again. It's another group that have their moment in the, well, not the sun, it's getting darker again. And I think our radar is showing us that there's particularly significant rain that potentially could graze this circuit before the end of this race in the next hour and 7 minutes.
Some teams are expecting rain about half an hour from the end, and some teams are saying, no, it looks like it's moving away, but it's weather. Who can tell? Until it arrives, it's Schrodinger's weather. It's neither wet nor dry until you either get rain or you don't. Is that a thing? I'm not sure. Okay, 51 Ferrari will be in at the end of this lap, so probably will the 83 Ferrari be, and the BMW and the Alpine.
Minute and 13 seconds on pit lane for the number 7 Toyota. Kamui Kobayashi rejoins. Dries van Toor, 2 seconds longer, joins just behind the number 7 Toyota.
And look on the left-hand side of your screen. What has happened to the number 8, number 50 battle? It's no longer for 9th. It is currently for 5th, and more cars stopping ahead of them. Suddenly that all becomes very, very relevant. That offset fueling might end up coming back to reward one or both of those cars. Leader is in.
Leader is in. Robert Kubica leads the motor race at the moment. Will always a pit stop shortly, but the 83 car is on pit lane.
Oh, right, OK, so no, he's not. 51 is. So 83 hasn't come in yet, and that means for the first time 83's leading?
83 had 2% more energy than 51 because I think following the Porsche, naturally saving a bit more fuel.
Not the fastest of getaways from the standstill there on the 51 car.
Here we go. This is Fuoco's best chance yet on Sebastian Buemi. Where are you going to send it? To the outside, probably has been the driver's favourable place.
And where does 50 come out in front of this? Fuoco's going a long way round the outside, but there's a McLaren in the way.
Yeah, that scuppered his plans, didn't it, there, that time around. So Buemi used that GT car wisely to his advantage, but this is really losing Fuoco time, that virtual race that he's in against the other cars behind the Penske Porsche.
Fantastic start from Sebastian Buemi. Antonio Fuoco still clambering all over the back of this Toyota. What tyres has the Toyota got on? It's got mediums all round, yes?
Yeah, in the last stop, it didn't take any tyres at all, so it's got old mediums on the right and old softs on the left.
OK.
Here comes 83 from the lead of the race. Yep. Just that one lap, Kubica brings the car down pit lane. Number 8 and number 50 now, second and third, and this is the second place battle. Closer than ever.
Well, actually, it's 83 stops. Unless he gets out in front of them at the end of the lap. This is going to be possibly for the lead. Sebastian Buemi and Antonio Fuoco. Buemi in the number 8 Toyota, the Scarlet Ferrari right behind. They dive down through the inside, past the Corvette LMGT3 car. And again, it's not just what you've got, it's how well you operate it. And that's what Toyota is so good at.
Leader's gone.
Yeah.
The 8 and the...
Number 8 Toyota leads the race. Toyota in front for the very first time, 1 hour and 3 minutes to go. Anthony Davidson, they are never down and out.
No, absolutely. In an endurance race, never. You never know what's around the corner. And this race, this is an interesting battle. Many people thinking, why are we looking at a fight with these two cars? They're completely out of position, way behind the trainer cars we were focusing on earlier on. But what they've been doing here in clear air is important and will potentially put them up when it all shakes out at the end, put them into that middle of that pack somewhere that they were once in.
And worth pointing out, there could be a safety car in the next 60 seconds, and they're the race leaders. And if we go virtual safety car and they get a chance to fuel...
Well, and if it rain, imagine if it starts to rain right now or in a couple of laps, they don't need to come in just yet, and then they go straight onto the wet tyre. You've saved yourself a minute in the pits.
Again, it's how you operate the car, and both these teams are exceptional at doing that now. Ferrari may possibly have slightly miscued with the soft tyre call, but again, only hindsight is going to tell us whether they were right or wrong.
It would have hurt them more, definitely, for car 51 if it was the Toyota behind them of Kobayashi instead of Kevin Estre.
Now, what seems to have happened is that the 51 Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi has come out 3 seconds behind Sheldon van der Linde in the number 20 BMW.
Well, that's because Sheldon van der Linde did not take tyres, and I'm pretty certain that Alessandro Pierguidi did. So the difference in the pit stops last time around was 21 seconds to the advantage of the BMW. 1 minute and 2 seconds on pit lane for the 20 BMW. It's its third, 1 minute and 23, but retaining their tyre advantage for the 51 Ferrari. But that tyre advantage only really comes into play if this race stays dry.
I think, was it Robin Fine said, a hard reset? We might be having another one of those if it's wet. But look at Fuoco now. Just, this is desperate stuff, isn't it? It's the speed that car's had all day. And I thought they might have been the race to be watching today before the start of it, starting in P18. But it's been fantastic to watch in many ways. It could have been out in front, just blasting up into the distance.
We are on energy compared to him, and we can undercut him or not.
Yeah, we are trying to get you there, mate. It should be in 8 laps at the moment. 8 laps. We're going to pit or the lap before him or the same lap.
Yeah, so what he's looking for there, and unfortunately he pitted quite a few laps before Buemi. So Buemi, last time I saw the energy graphic at least, Buemi's got quite a bit more fuel on board, but here we go again. Just slowly catching on that Toyota, and there's another GT car in the way, and Buemi's going to go to the inside of that.
Which not.
No, but he thought about it and had it covered anyway. So, yeah, Fuoco, I'm surprised he didn't sound unimpressed. He didn't sound more frustrated on the radio. It was still quite calm for the action that we're seeing unfolding here.
He is sanguine, isn't he? Desperate to try and get by the Toyota any way he can. Can we undercut? No, probably not. Right, okay. Well, but that at least means it's clear. Okay, I have to do it on track.
Yeah, exactly.
I have to. I can't just sit here and save another litre of fuel. And confirmation, 51 Ferrari took tyres, new softs on the right-hand side. They didn't go medium.
I am with Brendan Hartley, driver of the Toyota number 8. What a race Seb is doing, and all you guys. You were not there at the beginning, but as usual, you're always there on strategy.
Yeah, look, we were fighting pretty well at the beginning in P4. We took a penalty on our car with a full course yellow infringement. Not really sure what happened. I'm pretty sure that it was safe, so we have to review after. Now we've gone off strategy, quite heavily off strategy. It's hard to see how it's going to play out. I feel like virtually we're maybe fighting for P4 and 5 now. We have one more stop, and so do the others, but the others just have a splash.
Except there's a safety car or something.
Yeah, we don't know, or maybe some rain. So look, we're still in the fight. The Ferrari has way more pace. They're managing at the front, and Fuoco's right behind. Seb's trying to keep him behind, but yeah, I'm just watching the TV now. It's a great fight. We're hoping we can still fight for a podium. Kamui's also fighting for the podium, so if we can score some good points again, it would be damage limitation on a weekend we don't have the full pace. But it's been a nice race, honestly, with many cars and the midfield battle, let's say.
Absolutely, and we're all watching the race and the fight at the moment. So good luck for the end.
Thank you.
I tell you what, Brendan's right. This is an absolute masterclass in how to defend. He's just got enough straight line speed to keep Fuoco at bay. Fuoco can just about get a nose in there, but Buemi's got the inside covered every time into turn 2. Then he defended in towards the Villeneuve chicane, but gave a car's width on the outside when he moved back on to or close to the racing line. So he's being very fair, but he's just placing the car in all the right places and carrying the speed where he can as well. Problem is for these two, in Fuoco mounting this pressure, they're both losing time compared to the others that Brendan talked about.
But what Brendan was talking about there is it encapsulates what's been going on this race.
Graham, he's thinking about going to the inside, but look at Buemi again. He moves the inside and back to the racing line just to put Fuoco off the scent of I was thinking he was going to go to the inside. If I was Fuoco, that's what I would try and do.
Yeah, point we're going to make here really quickly because it's happening so quickly. We came into this race with a fair number of people telling us it was going to be a foregone conclusion for Ferrari.
Hurry up.
It's not, for all sorts of reasons, and that's what makes it brilliant.
Well done.
Just to pick up on Anthony's point about this battle slowing these cars down, they are lapping in 1 minute 35s, the slowest two cars in hypercar in the top 10.
Okay, mate, they will have to triple the soft on the left and double the medium on the right, the Toyota, if they don't change at the next stop. There will be on the triple soft on the left and double medium on the right.
So let's have a look at so basically, Fuoco does have the tyre advantage. Of course, they took the right side of medium's last pit stop.
But that means that Ferrari are committing him to a no tyre stop, fuel only, to jump ahead of Buemi. And don't forget, this is not a random battle of guys who are going to drop down to 12th. They are the leaders right now. Rain, safety car, somebody else's incident, all of that can play into their hands. These two could end up first and second. There's no good reason why they wouldn't.
What we've seen already in the first 5 hours of this race, and we'll watch this, who is coming right behind.
Here's his chance, Anthony. No.
I don't know how he's carrying so much extra speed before the right-hander, before the Ravazzas, but Buemi, I don't know whether he was just lifting coasting or what, to make sure that Fuoco's momentum came to a halt before the braking zone. If that's what he did, incredibly smart, but maybe it's the way they're using their energy as well, I don't know, but that was interesting before that corner. I haven't seen that before.
It looked like he had him dead to rights.
It really did, but he couldn't do anything with the momentum because it's not an overtaking corner. And then Buemi kind of sped up. He basically killed his momentum before the braking zone.
It's going to be interesting when he does get a run in the right place there, which he's simply not had. There's always been traffic.
Yeah, the GT cars have really, they've fallen okay for Buemi, and he's really capitalised when there's been a slower car in front that shuts half the racetrack off for Antonio Fuoco, which means he only has to guard half the width of the track, and it's not a wide track in the first place.
Let's just remind people that there is still a battle underway in GT3. It is Ricardo Leitz leading for the Montai First Form Porsche squad, the 92 squad, from the 46 Team WRT. Kelvin de Linde pedal the car at the moment, and then the two Lexus behind that contesting the final podium position.
Let's see this again. Same part of the track. What happens? So not much of the difference in speed that time around, which makes me think it can't be. You know, it's nothing to do with their straight line speed naturally in the car. Maybe Buemi did lift off a little bit there.
Well, it's again what we're seeing here. We heard it with the radio calls for both teams. Here's where I think he's got an advantage. If he's got a clean run down to this turn, and he does, can he get around that? He can't.
Not because Buemi had the inside covered. Fuoco wanted to look to the inside. Buemi just hugged the inside, took the shortest distance on the road towards the corner. And
but that's where the Ferraris had a massive performance advantage all day, but it doesn't seem to be there right now.
Fuoco's going to have to think again here. He's really, like, it has to be the element of surprise, because Buemi is a wise old fox here. He is placing that car in such a way that it's making, it's like when you see, again, the reference to Monaco and F1, if you do it right, it's impossible to be overtaken.
Buemi is putting in as good a drive now as he did in Bahrain at the end of last season in such a different way. Sebastian Buemi, the race leader in the black number 8 Toyota, right behind him, underneath him, along both sides of him, over the top of him, Antonio Fuoco. He's looked everywhere, and Buemi has kept the door closed. He's stuck his staff in the bridge. They shall not pass.
But here's the point, Buemi doing a fantastic world-class job here. has been put in that position by brilliant work on pit lane and by brilliant strategy from Toyota, and we've seen that all the way down through this field, which is why we've had so many different cars and so many different manufacturers in the hunt.
Here we are thinking whether us would change or not 2 tires at the next stop. At the moment I would say no, so we have more chance to pass them at the last stop. Let me know how you feel with tires.
This is shaping up from Sepuebi to be somewhere close to what we saw at the end of Bahrain last season.
I tell you, any young driver watching this, if you want to be in the World Endurance Championship one day, driving these beautiful cars, and you want to maybe defend for your life one day, this is how you do it. Take all the notes you can from car number 8, Sebastian Buemi, right now. Is this an absolute lesson to everybody? He may well get overtaken. He probably will at some point. But so far, the job he's done right up to this point, absolutely, I mean, beyond. It's so impressive.
Yeah, it's not looked at risk almost because the car positioning has been pinpoint.
And we heard, didn't we, Antonio Fuoco asking the team, can we undercut? Well, the answer is no. Buemi's got twice the remaining energy of the Ferrari, so they're going to have to stop before the Toyota, but Toyota's stop, their final stop, will be slightly shorter. So Fuoco, after this stop, if not before, and he's probably only got one more lap after this one before he needs to stop for fuel, he's going to have to invent something, or they're going to have to catch traffic, and they're not catching traffic. They might do in this lap. There's a couple of big clumps of GT3 cars in front who are very close together because of all the safety car positioning. But again, Buemi is just doing everything. And Fuoco, if he had a performance advantage, certainly doesn't anymore.
Well, and we said, I think, what, half an hour ago, every lap he could keep this car behind him as an advantage. Did you dream we'd be looking half an hour onwards and we'd still be in this position? Because I certainly didn't.
No, I really didn't. And actually, remember what we said about Kevin Estre earlier on, how he looked at some points a little bit ragged, he made a few mistakes, it opened the door up for people to overtake him. Buemi has been absolute millimetre precise perfect, not flustered in any way at all. He's rolling it still, he's keeping it smooth, he's carrying momentum where he needs to, and it's impregnable, isn't it? There's no way, it's watertight.
And all credit, by the way, to Fuoco for keeping his head, actually, and
absolutely
not a lunge.
Traffic right in front of them. Here we go, up to the top chicane. They've gone by the 59 McLaren. There's another couple of GT cars. In fact, that's the 95 McLaren. 59 is in front. 77, the Ford Mustang, down the bottom of the hill.
Yeah, it's going to work.
But Fuoco's pitting this lap. This is his in lap.
I was going to say that's going to work in Buemi's favour where that car was at that point. But OK, so Fuoco, yeah, it's 0%. He has to pit surely this lap. And he does, so Buemi maintains that track position.
Yeah. World class, just world class.
Absolutely.
Any form of motorsport, anywhere.
You know what?
Class.
I'd go as far as you could take many Formula One drivers currently on the grid today and get them to try and do what he just did, and they would fail.
Yep. Absolutely faultless.
Yeah. Possibly with the exception at Monaco, where there's even half the track width we've got here and no runoff, but exceptional stuff from Buemi. And he totally blunted any advantage that the Ferrari might have had. Tyres are ready. And are they going mediums or softs? Well, 48 minutes left. It's going to be softs. Are they going to do the tyre change?
The thing is, whatever Ferrari do here, Toyota can retaliate, they can just mimic them, they can copy them. And maybe if Ferrari don't do any tyres at all, do you risk it with Toyota to do that triple stint and carry on with that track position? So that's what Ferrari, they've forced Toyota's hand here by not putting any tyres on his car.
But I think Ferrari couldn't afford to take tyres and they'd just lose too much ground. I think and they're not that old, they had to go with it. Meanwhile, back in LMGT3, car number 10, Valentin Asiclo, Charlie Eastwood right behind him, the yellow Corvette, and right behind him, Davide Rigon. This is 5th, 6th and 7th, and behind them, one of the hypercar Toyotas coming through, but 8th place, Michel Gatting in the pink Porsche. So 5, 6, 7, 8 here in LMGT3.
That is Buemi, isn't it, behind this Gagler car, so he's going to peel off now and come into the pit lane, and he maximises the momentum that he had by cutting onto the grass slightly as well. So Fantastic job done by driver. Unfortunately caught that gaggle of cars right at the end. He would have lost a lot of time there. I don't know what Fuoco's traffic looks like this time around, but we are expecting some tyres to go on this Toyota. Surely they have to.
He's actually in the lead battle for LMGT3 at the moment. He's going behind the 46.
I don't see any tyres.
No tyres.
No tyres. No, they can't afford to. The battle is too close, and he's done too good a job on those softs. He's just got to go with what he's got.
Minute and 16 seconds it was on pit lane for the number 50 car.
And that's part of why we say what a team sport this is, because there's so many times, as in Formula One, where the pit crew can make a difference and make a change in position. Halfway around the lap is the number 50 car.
Yeah, luckily we've got that track map on your right-hand side of the screen. You can see exactly where Fuoco is, and on the left-hand side now, we've got his onboard. This could be very close as Buemi now trundles down, painfully slow, 60 kilometers an hour. You're wishing the car on, you're looking at the pit lane speed limit. As the time ticks by so slowly.
Fuoco's out of Ravazza 2, that's him on board on the left-hand side.
This is going to be tight.
The hammer. Fuoco's got speed. Buemi's ahead. Look at the inset picture. There's Buemi in front. And Buemi stays in front. They're both on hot tyres. And actually, the gap grew maybe even as much as a second.
Great job then, therefore, by Toyota in the pits. I didn't see the times.
2 seconds quicker from Toyota in the pit lane. Now, it was 1 lap less fuel, but they made sure that there was no dramas.
And would marginally offset the delay we saw him having traffic. Let's not get away from the fact we've got a BMW leading this race. Sheldon van der Linde in the number 20 car, 3.5 seconds ahead of Alessandro Pierguidi.
And Mick Schumacher, third for Alpine, as we return again to Buemi versus Fuoco. Another 45 minutes of this, I think.
Well.
And Fuoco loses out behind the Iron Dames. Now that car has just stopped. So too both Lexus. So too, so the leader is still Richie Leitz in the 92 Porsche.
So with 45 minutes to go, we know that the hypercars can get through that. So this is it for car number 8 and 50 through to the end of the race now on their tyres and fuel.
Okay, so we're very close to being virtual P3. So P3, P4 is in the hunt. We just need you to go fast like always.
He can't do any more. He can't do any. Well, actually, he would do more if he didn't have this car behind him, because it's forcing him onto defensive lines. But yeah, P3 up for grabs, because like I say, these two don't have to pit again for fuel. The others, like Brendan Hartley said, they need a splash towards the end of this race. And that's what these two did.
Or some rain.
That's what. Well, forget all of that. That's just an added complication. But for the straight strategy, these two cars did their splash early on, like we thought.
Yep. And that's what they were doing. They were trying to get clear to the end of the race on just one fuel stop. That meant they ran heavier, longer. Battle for third place. Valentin Asseclo getting bounced around there from behind by Charlie Eastwood.
There was contact, rear diffuser of the Aston Martin damaged, I think.
And the Ferrari of Davide Rigon went by him as well. Leader into former leader into the pits.
Yeah,
Kelvin van der Leer in from second place.
And he was 6 seconds back from the lead Porsche at the point at which he came down pit lane.
Richard Leeds in 92, the remaining driver from the trio that won the LMGT3 championship last year in the Porsche. Ferrari had dominated qualifying in the run-up to round 2 of the FIA World Endurance Championship, and they led the field first and second away from the grid. And after the carnage of last year's start in Imola, this time all 18 cars made it through without losing too much bodywork. Contact between the Alpines, but they all survived, and it was similarly clean in LMGT3. Good start from Francois Heriot in the 21 Ferrari to move himself up to second. 18th after qualifying, the number 50 Ferrari, but a really strong start to the race saw them move up into the lower reaches. First major drama for Ben Keating, turned around by Celia Martin in the Iron Dames Porsche. And then battle for the lead in LMGT3. Francois Heriot going around the outside of Amadou Harty. A penalty then picked up by the number 21 car for start infringements, puts the 46 BMW back in front, and there it remained throughout the Al Harty stints. Contact turned around the 93 Peugeot and earned a penalty for the Cadillac of Earl Bamber. And there was worse to come for Ian James, 27 Heart of Racing. The Aston Martin clattered off hard down into the Ravazza. Contact from behind by the number 31 BMW, which would later serve a penalty for that. The 20 BMW hypercar and the number 7 Toyota side by side. After a mistake in traffic from the BMW gave Mike Conway a chance. He didn't end up getting through there. BMW and Alpine, this time the number 15 car, working its way back up the order, having been third early on in the hands of Kevin Magnussen, and then moving back towards the top three. The number 8 Toyota and number 7 Toyota, both out of position perhaps after qualifying not as strongly as they'd hoped, but having really strong races. And then a change of lead after the number 6 Porsche locked up, allowing the Ferrari to get back in front. Porsche had worked their way with a good strategy and a clean race to the front of the field. Drama for 46 BMW. Valentino Rossi knocking the 21 Ferrari of Simon Mann off track after a late lunge at the Ravazza. Mann's car was out of the race. Rossi would have to serve a penalty. And in the battle for hypercar honours, both Toyota and Porsche, after not qualifying strongly, having very exciting races, maybe a little too exciting there for Kamui Kobayashi and Matt Campbell, but Kamui finding his way through. Kamui Kobayashi and Kevin Esche, in fact. But it is the number 20 BMW of Sheldon van der Linde that leads, as number 8 and number 50 continue their battle. So there is your race leader, the Shell BMW that had to stop after losing half the rear bodywork early on. The 51 Ferrari is in second place, 3.3 seconds back, and Mick Schumacher's Alpine, the number 36 car, is in third place. Hands up who had that in their lottery selection for heading the race with 40 minutes to go. You see the energy on screen. The Alpine is due a pit stop, so too the BMW, but with 53% of usable energy, 52%. Can the 51 Ferrari go all the way? Well, the 83 Ferrari further down has got 58% energy. Toyota, number 8, and the 50 Ferrari with 80% energy perhaps show you what you need. And there's the 50 car off the road, having another lunge. Antonio Fuoco at Sebastian Buemi, actually trying to go around the outside at Tamburello. And Buemi going, mate, really?
Very tough to go around the outside there, like we've seen so many times today, and not quite enough of the car. It was the closest he's been, but there wasn't quite enough of the car ahead before turning into the corner, so you don't own the corner, as they say. But I know what you're going to say, Graham. That was a different part of the track we saw the replay from. I think that was up at the top chicane.
Yes.
50 going across the grass.
I am with Jules Gounon, driver car number 36, the Alpine, who's currently running third, but you're due for a pit stop. How is it going, and what can you expect for the end of the race after the pit stop?
Well, we gambled quite early in the race. In my stint, we went for the soft, which was quite early with the track temp. We tried to gain a lot on the outlap, but there was a virtual safety car at that time, I think, or FCY maybe. So we could not gain. And now we continue with the soft, and we underfueled 2 times now to try to split the last 2 stints that we have to do. So we are, of course, Wow. Sorry, that's good for us because we are fighting against them. So actually, if they continue like that. But yeah, no, it's a crazy race as usual in WEC, a lot of fighting. We are in the fight, so let's see what's going to happen. If they continue also to fight, it's going to help us, so we cross fingers.
Okay, thank you, Jules.
Yeah, puncher for the 50 Ferrari. Oh, my goodness. Well, clearly Antonio Fuoco had enough of that after the last lap and went, no, I'm not putting up with that again. But he's paid the penalty, I'm afraid, for insisting that Sebastian Buemi let him through, and it's a left rear puncture. It looked like a left front maybe, but it's a left rear that's gone down, Anthony.
Yeah, so he's come round the outside, and this time he's thought, no, you don't squeeze me to the outside of the track. So he's made initial contact. Buemi's just, yeah, that initial contact really upset the inside car, and both cars run way over the gravel. So look, it was always going to end up coming to blows, I feel, because Fuoco knew he's going to have to do it on track. Sat behind the Toyota so long and felt, in a way, yes, I agree that he was squeezed the lap before. Buemi did, you know, kindly run him out of road. Buemi had the track position there and the car slightly ahead, and he utilised that to all his worth in pushing him up. We see it so many times in that corner, and that's why you do need to have a significant of your car in front if you're the outside overtaker before that corner. The stewards will look at that one. The initial contact was made because of Fuoco in a straight line. He swerved to the left to try and bash Buemi to the inside.
Yeah,
now we see Fuoco limping around the final two corners with that left rear delamination caused by the sharp bodywork of the Toyota right front to Fuoco's left rear.
And again, people at home looking on the timing pylon, well, it was a battle for 8th. They're not even in the points, really. But we heard Buemi's engineer saying, potentially, this might even be for P3 or P4. It's important because all the cars in front need to stop again. Only for a short stop, but they do need to stop again. And that has definitely, likely cost the number 50 chance, any chance of a podium finish. Boy, what an up and down race they've had. But for Buemi, again, is there any long-term knock-on? Is there any long-term damage? Has it put the tracking out? Has it disrupted the rear suspension? At the moment, we don't know, but he might be feeling all sorts of things going on.
There's all sorts of reasons why that was not a smart moment. One of them is they're in a great points position after, remember, points and a half at Qatar. They needed points to retain that advantage because of the way the rule set works and the way that the performance is managed through this whole field as we go further deep into this championship.
Fuoco was in a position, I completely agree, Martin. He had run out of patience. He had sat there for too long and felt like he was wrongly pushed wide the lap before. That's only natural until we can see now at the top of our screen that, of course, that incident is under investigation.
Yeah, both incidents. It's 18-18 and 18-23, so they're looking at all of it.
I don't see that Buemi's got a case to answer. I'm sorry, I don't.
No,
Fuoco wasn't in front in either case. He was alongside and he had an overlap, but he was not in front. Buemi was on the inside. He had nowhere to go.
I didn't see Sebastian Buemi do anything he hadn't been doing for the last 45 minutes.
Well, that's not the same as I don't think he's got a case to answer.
Well, no.
I think it was good defence.
I mean, in the last 45 minutes, it had been coming to blows, and Fuoco, to be fair, hadn't been anywhere near alongside Buemi. So the last couple of laps, he had found extra momentum somehow and been completely alongside. Not quite enough on the first go, hence being pushed, squeezed wide. Second time, had more of a part of his car alongside. And that's the one you could argue, has he won the corner? It's all about how the stewards feel who has won the corner. I think first time around it was Buemi's corner, second time around might be a bit different.
Here comes Kamui Kobayashi's black Toyota, and right behind him the number 15 BMW of Dries van Tor. This is currently for third, will be for second, because the inset picture, the number 20 BMW, that is peeling into the pit lane, so it is out. And the 51 Ferrari leads, that needs to stop again. But the Toyota and the BMW, now this is not perhaps for a virtual, but an actual podium position as well. So again, both Toyotas could be in the mix, or either of the Toyotas could be in the mix for a podium. And actually, either the 20 or the 15 BMW could also be on the podium here.
20 BMW on pit lane from the lead of the race. Alessandro Pierguidi in the 51 car that led for so long earlier in the race makes it back to the top position with 33 minutes to go and will need to stop again. Tota Gazoo Racing's number 7 car in the hands of Kamui Kobayashi, Dries Van Tor in the number 15 BMW, and Robert Kubica in the 83 Ferrari. Now fill positions 1 to 4, but also will need to come in.
Now, don't forget that the later you have to come in, the less distance there is until you get to home. So you have to put less fuel in. And so, effectively, although the BMW is stopping now, number 20, and 51 owes us a stop, it will be around a 10-second shorter amount of fuel going in. And that means their overall pit stop is less, which means basically the BMW had to be 10 seconds ahead to stay level, and work it out yourselves on the back of an envelope. However, back to number 7 versus number 15. And again, really good for the championship to see BMW really pushing hard. Ferrari's in it, Toyota's in it, Porsche's still in it, number 6 car in 5th. And hang on, where's the Cadillac come from? The number 12 car in 6th position as well. Peugeot and Alpine still in top 10 positions. And the BMW is in the pit lane. And that is the 31 car that had the penalty early on.
Swinging left end plate on the rear wing there.
I didn't know that flexible wings were a thing outside of Formula 1.
That's a big bit of bodywork to be done. I'm surprised they didn't just rip that off.
Being held on by one screw.
Sort of giving the Queen Elizabeth wave, isn't it?
That's giving me, because it's been on camera quite so clearly. No.
Oh, the driver did it.
No. Oh dear, Augusto Farfus may just have earned himself a black and orange unsafe vehicle flag. Now, if only he'd pulled it a bit harder and it'd come off in the handcuff, that would have been safer. Back to the lead of the race, the 51 Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi. Now, one thing, Anthony, I'm going to venture here, probably not a big risk. I don't think they'll be looking at changing the tyres on that car unless it's a downpour when they come into the pit lane.
That's right, yeah, they took the right-hand side new soft, didn't they, in the last pit stop. So, yeah, the 4 new that they took the time before that will see them through this next half an hour, I'm sure.
Meantime, Alessandro Pierguidi, the lead of the race, 25 seconds to the good. Looking for a clean run now for the final half hour of this race. Looked easy, didn't it, at one point for a long time. It's not worked out that way. It's come back to them.
Well, before the race, everybody said, well, what's the point in even turning up? Why are we even going to bother? Ferrari have got this made in the shade. That's why it's called motor racing, because it's not a given. Qualifying is one thing, racing is a different. And again, the Manthey Porsche, where did the first form Porsche qualify? I'm just... talk amongst yourselves. They qualified 1st, 3rd, 5th, 7th in LMGT3, and here they are back at the top of the pile. Yes, they owe us pit stops, but they're still in a potentially very competitive finishing position.
Again, the 2 TF Sports Corvettes, 2nd and 3rd at the moment, again owe us pit stops. One of those cars was backwards through a gravel trap not that long ago.
Having qualified 16th.
Absolutely.
And is very likely to finish in the points. And it's that thing, you know, some days you are gifted a car through your own brilliance or just the way things work that is potentially a winner. You've got to win. And on the days, and those are most of them, when you don't, then you have to take the points and the black and orange flag. Listen, if it wasn't on camera for about 10 minutes with us talking about it, Augusto Farfus might have got away with that, but he hasn't, and he's going to have to bring the car in to have that bit of bodywork that he didn't quite ripped off.
Oh dear. Leader in the pits for LMGT3. It is Richard Leitz after a great run from the, I'm going to call him again, he loves it, veteran Austrian Porsche factory driver.
Well, it's better than elderly.
He's not elderly, but he is a veteran. And this is the charge now. This is the chase after the final pit stop just a little wee while ago for the 46. That car currently runs 6th. Everybody ahead of him has to stop.
Yep, 81 Corvette is already in, and the 33 Corvette that's the current leader will have to stop. So And the number 10 Racing Spirit of Lemon, Aston Martin, has also come in from in front of the BMW, as has the 95 McLaren. So the 46 car is coming around and doesn't have to stop again, but 92 is out in front.
It's the length of the pit not straight, isn't it? It's from turn 19 to pit out. That is the gap between Richard Leeds and Kelvin van der Linde.
It's going to be something like 6 seconds, isn't it, with 27 minutes to go. That's quite a long time, I would have thought. That's a kilometre between them, basically.
Yeah. Meantime, the number 10 Aston Martin, the 81 TF Sport Corvette, both stop and both will drop behind Kelvin van der Linde.
Well, I missed my guess by a substantial margin, not 6, but more like 14 seconds. Number 10 comes back out in front of 95, so I don't think there was a change there. 31 also off the apron.
Yeah, that's the 31 coming in for that black and orange flag, and indeed the wing end plate is gone.
There it wasn't. Very unfortunate for Gusto, so they'll be doing a little bit more pit stop rehearsals. But guys, don't grab the rear wing end plate.
Or just making the end plate stronger.
No, making the drivers brighter. No, you're right, make the end plate stronger. That's the easier battle. Choose your battles. You're right, as ever, you're right.
Win the battles you can win. That's me.
Okay, Stoffel van Dorn, where do we find him, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? Okay, the Peugeot is in 13th place, right behind Michael Christensen's number 5 Porsche.
John Motfino just briefly there. How's his Peugeots doing this afternoon? Well, the answer is the first of them, Hans Mikkel Jensen, the 93 car. That sits at the moment in a pretty good 7th place.
And don't forget, that's a car that was turned around in contact by Earl Bamber as well. So, again, cars that have had a Bosch or two, you're not necessarily out of the equation.
One to watch at the moment is Dries van Tor. He's with Kamui Kobayashi for 2nd place in this motor race. So the number 15 BMW, that is a switcheroo between Aston Martin and McLaren, the 2 British sports car mates here.
Yes, I think that's Marino Sato going by Valentin Asiclo, but there are 2 McLarens there, and they're a little hard for a man with my feeble eyes to tell apart.
That is the 59 car, and that indeed has, it's 95 cars, because she's got ahead.
Yeah. 59, Gregor Sosi is behind, and in fact, behind him is 31 as well, so Danny Juncker in the 33, which has just stopped. That's the other TF Sport Corvette, as they now run nose to tail. He's been warned about track limits, and that's the one with the sort of Texican flag on and the happy birthday message on the door. That's 33, so that's dropped in behind 81. And Charlie Eastwood in the 81 car is just in front as the Ferrari comes by. That's your race leader, Alessandro Pierguidi.
Got a part of 30 seconds to the goods, the 51 Ferrari, but it is certainly not the 1-2-3 train that a number of people were predicting before the start of this race. All sorts of reasons why.
Riding with Davide Rigon, the Vista AF Corsa Ferrari up to 5th place now, and nobody in LMGT3 needs to stop again. So the lead, Manthey first form, Richard Leeds ahead of Kelvin van der Linde in the 46 WRT BMW, 12.1 seconds, 24 minutes. That means he's got to take half a second, a minute out of him, which means a full second a lap every lap. That is a tall order, even for Kelvin van der Linde. Thomas Floor on the left, Francesco Castellacci on the right, watching the 54 car of Davide Rigon. Looking back from Rigon, there are the 2 TF Sport Corvettes.
Battle actually underway as well for 6th place between the 12 Caddy and the 93 Peugeot, but at the moment we've got the 2 Corvettes together on track. They've been for some little while. Danny Incadella in the 33 from the 81 of Charlie Eastwood, and they are working the gap to Davide Rigon ahead for what is at the moment 5th place.
I thought they were the other way round before the pit stops. Possibly not, however.
Riding on board with your race leader, Alessandro Pierguidi, and you can look at the energy remaining there 21% for that car, 8% only for car 7. 15 car has 13%. So yeah, still you look down as the reference car number 8, 49%. So that fuel was put in to see them through the end of the race. That 49% that remains, yeah, they had their last pit stop with 45 minutes to go. So they will get through to the end of the race in car number 8. So yeah, the cars in front going to have to do that splash towards the end, including our race leader.
But the one who will have the shortest stop, currently fourth, the 83 car, which means they'll lose less time than any of the other cars ahead of number 8 and ahead of number 20.
And the gap between them and second place, 6 seconds. So that's the gap that Robert Kubica will be working right now, and he is indeed quicker at the moment than either of the 2 cars ahead of him.
This is interesting, the graphic at the bottom of the screen as well. So you look at car 7's 90-lap old left-hand side soft tyres compared to the right-hand side, on the right-hand side, much better aged tyres from Dries Van Tor. They took a brand new set, not in his last pit stop, but the pit stop before, but more critically, all 4 tyres on the mediums. He definitely has the tyre advantage to see that car 15 through to the end of the race. I'm sure they're going to be mounting a challenge. On top of that, they've got more energy left, double, in fact, to what Kobayashi's got.
So Kamui's tyres have done what was that, 90 laps of 197. So basically...
That's what I call sweating the asset.
Certainly is. Certainly is.
Well, team principal now, Kamui Kobayashi.
Yeah,
surely looking at all of the figures.
Stock control.
Yeah, it was the
stock control.
Stock control.
Dear me. Just had a mental image of Kamui Kobayashi as a time of motion man.
Well, he is a man in motion, even...
It's amazingly believable.
Again, fresher left-hand side tyres for Kevin Esch than the old right-hand sides, and you think as you're sort of getting towards the end of the, you know, into the final couple of hours, presumably that's because the left-hand sides had already done 4 stints and they absolutely had to be changed, not because it was a performance advantage, but because there was nothing left of them. Norman Nato, 6th place, Mikkel Jensen in 7th position. So again, they will need to stop before the end. The lead car that probably doesn't need to stop is Kelvin van der Linde, isn't it, in the number 20 BMW in 8th position.
Yeah, I'd say anybody that's got more than 44% of fuel remaining, because I'm using Toyota car number 8 as my reference there, are good to see them through to the end of the race.
Well, in which case, the number 5 Porsche might be in trouble, because that's got a bit less, only 2% less, and that might be battery power. Drive-through penalty for the 59.
2 Corvettes. Bit of contact there, I think it was, in the right hand of turn 6.
Just to clarify, by the way, with thanks to Corvette and GM, this position did only change for the first time on the last pit stop, and boy, oh boy, are they still close.
Yeah,
well, that side draft again that we often see.
81 has been in front throughout the race and goes back in front again. 81, Danny Juncadella, Charlie Eastwood rather, ahead of Danny Juncadella in 33.
I don't think Juncadella was particularly happy with that, because he's flashing away, isn't he, after his teammates passed him.
Well, they probably have a don't hit the yellow card rule.
Exactly, yeah. We've heard of papaya rules, this is yellow rules. Kobayashi down towards Rabatza 1, take a lot of that curb on the left-hand side. It minimises the level of understeer, particularly this late on in the race, and particularly when your left-hand side of tyres have got 90 laps of them. Here we go into the pit lane then. That 60 km/h board comes at you, hit the pit lane limiter, and then floor it. The car holds at that speed. Keep an eye out for the right-hand side, your pit board coming up. You see your car crew, and neatly stop just at the arrow. Keep the car as square as you can to make the life of your pit stop crew as easy as you can.
Clearing tyre debris out of all the really critical cooling vents. Having a bit of a polish of the splitter as well. Why? Because it helps stop rubber sticking.
So they put 37% of fuel into that car.
And that's
Nato getting a little top-up of energy as well.
That's compared to 40 for the BMW we were using as our reference last time. So if Toyota have got their numbers right, and they usually do, 37 or a little less than that is the number that is going to be required, and nobody ahead of them is got anywhere close to that. Car 31, by the way, gets a drive-through penalty for unsafe rejoin at 16:35. That's the one we saw when there was a spin, and he came out ahead of, I think, the Corvette.
Wow, they really have taken their time on some of the penalties today, haven't they? Really going through it thoroughly.
So Augusto Farfus, who's just had to stop after taking the car over because he pulled a bit of it almost off, is now going to have to stop again because somebody rejoined unsafely after a spin. Into the pit lane
15.
comes 15. Yes, 15.
From second place, Dries van Teur. Been a good day so far for the WRT team, apart from 31 who's just had those 2 penalties. He corrects himself immediately.
And Robert Kubica, still 18% of usable energy, which means he will have to stop something like 6 minutes from the end of the race. Valentino Rossi wins the Wingfoot Award. I think that's the first time Valet has won the Wingfoot Award.
Voted on by the viewers, I would never have believed it.
31.
Well awarded, actually. He did drive extraordinarily well.
31 BMW, and that's across the weekend, so he qualified extremely well as well. 31, the BMW, no further action for contact with the number 10 Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin, which is probably just as well. Otherwise, there'd be so many penalties heading the way of 31, they'd never leave the pit lane again.
That, I think, was the incident that led to the unsafe rejoin.
Yeah, so they've just served the penalty for the unsafe rejoin after coming back in to have the rear wing really properly ripped apart. And Augusto Farfus may now complete the last 60 minutes without much more penalty.
So just looking at the energy graphics again, next of the front runners we're expecting in is the Peugeot 93, down at 4%. That's Mikael Jensen. He's done a fantastic job there. Yeah, when you think they got spun around earlier on when Paul di Resta was at the wheel.
Notably, the 15 BMW, Dries van Teur, has made it back out ahead of both Toyotas. So that's great work from Team WRT.
Well, they had less fuel to put in, didn't they, in their stop, and now utilising the fresher tyres that they're on. So the BMW, you know, they haven't had a trouble-free race today. You have to wonder where, you know, they could have been threatening Ferrari 51 much more seriously if they just didn't get into too many battles.
15, what trouble has it had? 20, I'll give you, yes, it's been in the wars a lot, but 15, don't forget, third with Kevin Magnussen, a long way into the race. I'm not sure they've had too many dramas.
The point I'm going to bung in here is, it's a point you made a little earlier. We've seen just how fantastically well the backroom boys and girls at Toyota Gazoo Racing can serve that team. Count on WRT being spotless in a pit stop. That's what's made them their reputation in GT racing, and well earned. Changed the rule book forever in GT racing. They were that good. And now we're beginning to see what they can do in hypercar.
And of course, because Thierry Tassan listens intently to the broadcast, he's been picking up all Anthony's tactical tips about running the 15 car so well.
It'd be nowhere without him.
I'm racking my brains now about the 15. I'm sure they haven't had a completely trouble-free. Maybe they have, but I seem to remember there was some drama at some point, but maybe I'm wrong.
They have also been really abstemious with tyre use. I think that's part of their deal as well. I mean, we've barely mentioned them. 009 under investigation, the Aston Martin for pit lane speed limit infringement. One of the Astons had a bit of a problem with peak power usage as well. And Alessandro Pierguidi has had none of that so far out front. Here's the 93 Peugeot, Mikkel Jensen heading into the pit lane this time.
Yeah, absolutely. As you see, you're going to peel off to the right-hand side, get ready on that pit lane limiter as well. Well, and there we go, 60 kph, holding the car to that speed.
Much, much better performance from Peugeot here. Watch this space.
And this car made it into hyperpole as well. The other car just didn't. They were 11th. So both Peugeots could have been in hyperpole with both Alpines. So yeah, an encouraging race weekend for them all round. I think they've had performance And with a little bit of luck and not getting hit by the Cadillac, who knows, they might have been right in with a podium shot, but then might have beens make up for a lot. 51 into the pit lane. Here is our race leader, final stop.
We're expecting around 10 seconds of fuel going into this car and no tyres.
Yeah, not a chance. Now, they had a huge advantage early on, and the safety car eradicated that, because sometimes that's what's happened. And we're looking at who coming up behind. Well, the 83 Porsche, Ferrari rather, of Robert Kubica. Has that gone by into the lead?
Now.
It has. It will need to stop in 2 laps, perhaps. And out comes which Alpine? 35, that's Paul-Luc Chatin. There is 51. And again, Angie, you talked after 2 hours about the amount of tyre debris at the side of the track. Certainly hasn't lessened in the remaining 4 hours of the race.
It makes it incredibly hard, as we see the car number 6 in the pits now. Yeah, incredibly hard for all the drivers to stick to that almost single file line that they're on now, with the marbles everywhere, and makes overtaking even more difficult. Car 6 is underway.
But as the 20 BMW passes, 50, a lap down, with the 36 Alpine trying to get onto terms with the 20 BMW, now back up into 3rd place.
And as all these cars pit...
Someone's been through the gravel in a big way.
As all these cars pit and do their splashes, is sending car number 8, Toyota Gazoo Racing of Buemi, further and further up the field. He's now running in P6.
Yeah, compared to number 50, which is down in 15th place. Don't forget, that was right behind him.
And Buemi and all of his teammates and team will be praying they don't get some kind of penalty from what happened a few laps ago with the car 50.
83 comes through once again. Drive-through penalty for the 009 Aston Martin. 16th, 17th place. We'll say, with 11 minutes to go, we stand with a possibility of a record number of finishes in hypercar. I think 17 was the record last time out. And at the moment, all 18 cars are running.
Yep, and that's a remarkable achievement, considering one of them, the Aston Martin, is only in its 2nd race in the World Endurance Championship. Yes, it has raced 3 times in North America as well, and they are still very much in the learning phase. So 83 will be in this lap from the lead. Robert Kubica can't argue this time about whether or not he surrenders the lead. Look how old those tyres are. 71 lap old softs all round. Again, there will be no tyre change. 10 minutes, maybe 6 laps, maybe even as few as 5.
So close, this race. And it's not, I mean, yes, we've had a virtual safety car, but the pace of the leading pack has been absolutely magnificent.
It has, yeah. And actually, I'm really surprised by the speed that the Ferraris have been able to maintain. And other cars that have tried the soft tyre as well today. Makes you wonder why there was that rule change in the first place yesterday in qualifying. Why we didn't see the soft tyre come out in Hyperpole. You know, that late last-minute rule change to run the medium tyre instead of the soft, which is the usual regulation. But as we've seen at 83 into the pits now, I think the soft tyres performed perfectly well.
Absolutely. By the way, including a magnificent stint from Jules Gounon on the Alpine. So we'll listen what's going on.
After our pit, we will be in front. After the pit, we will be in front by 5-6 seconds.
Okay, by 5 or 6 seconds. In front of whom? You'll be in front of somebody, but won't be in front, because there's the leader. So the leader goes through. 51 Ferrari back in front. Inside 10 minutes to go. Now, will they be in front of the number 20 BMW of Sheldon van der Linde? I'm getting the van der Lindes confused. No, they won't. Will they be in front of the 36 Alpine? No, they won't. Will they be in front of the number 8 Toyota? We're counting them down. BMW, 2nd place currently, and 8.5 minutes to go. And the number 20 car, which has been properly in the wars, had bits missing off it, had to stop because some of its wing had disappeared. Again, Anthony, what? Hello? How?
Well, that's my point about the car 15. Is that, yeah, so this now, the car 20 can make it through, obviously, to the end of the race, and they're ahead of the car 15. So something, I can't remember what it was, but something did happen to the car 15, put it behind their teammates, which had, not, you know, definitely not a trouble-free race.
We're all good to go now to the end of this race with 8 minutes to go. Bit of a wobble there from the Alpine. It is 15 seconds to the good Alessandro Pierguidi from Sheldon van der Linde. 5.7 seconds back to a great run from Alpine in third with Mick Schumacher. Robert Kubica is a further 4 seconds back, then 6 seconds back to, well, one of the heroes of this race, frankly, Sebastian Buemi, who is just ahead of a charging Dries van Tor, half a second there. Kamui Kobayashi in the second Toyota, Kevin Estre in the 6th Porsche that led this race, the 93 Peugeot in 9th, and the first of the Cadillacs, the number 12 car, in 10th.
Remind me, has Alpine finished on the podium yet? Did they finish on the podium last year?
Should say, by the way,
I don't think they did either.
The only factory team that does not have a car in the top 10 is Aston Martin.
Yeah, and that is a great spread. And yes, the vagaries of racing and all of that. Sebastian Buemi, last lap round, 1 minute 34.1. Last lap round, Alessandro Pierguidi, 1:36.5. So the Toyota is definitely still a competitive proposition, no matter how down he was on balance of performance before the race. The performance has been balanced. Ferrari first, BMW second, Alpine third, Ferrari fourth, Toyota fifth, and Alpine achieve finishes in the Fuji. Okay, I was trying to think, was it Brazil?
Well, the other point to make is, remember, this is their second hypercar, the A480, the car that was originally LMP1, most certainly achieved podium finishes, but for the A424, the current car, this would therefore be its second podium.
Yep. But again, we've got 3 different marks in the top 3 positions at the moment. And my answer to Sebastian Buemi this morning, he said, are you happy with BOP? I said, yes, I am, because we are 9 different manufacturers, 3 more confirmed for the next 2 seasons, and at least 2 or 3 more lining up. So I think everybody's happy with BOP.
I'm struggling a lot.
Yes, mate, we see that. We see that the car is not the best.
One other thing to watch while we're watching these cars streaming through, and that is the lead in LMGT3. Kelvin van der Linde is closing very fast indeed on Richard Leeds, and that could be a very significant result. We have 5 minutes to go. It was 6 seconds at the end of the last pit stops. Kelvin van der Linde 1.5 seconds back now for Richard Leeds. The 92 Porsche trying to fend off a rampant run from the 46 BMW, and this is going to go to the flag.
Well, the 2 BMW hypercars appear not to have taken tyres since a week ago last Wednesday. Anthony's just counting up the laps. The number 15 car struggling. The number 20 basically changed tyres last time at the same time, and that's getting on for 2 hours ago, I would say.
They've only done, well, I say only done, by
only done
taking
160 laps on those.
Using this as our new baseline reference on tyre wear, they've done only 75 laps.
Oh, okay. Well, no, I mean, they're still relatively youthful then. Oh, are they on soft?
Fresh,
are they on
actually?
softs?
Yes. No, they're on mediums.
Oh, on medium. Wow, no, they've got another 50 laps in them.
They go do Le Mans with them next.
4 minutes to go. Alessandro Pierguidi still 12 seconds to the good. LMGT3 lead is under 1.3 seconds now. Kelvin van der Linde is rapidly getting to the rear of the Monti First Form Porsche, the 92 car.
We might have to start taking a really close look at that, because the car that started on pole versus the car that won last year's championship, and in fact 92 started on pole here last year and ended up winning the championship. Meanwhile, here's the number 20 BMW, Sheldon van der Linde. And again, to have both BMWs in the top 6 is a very, very strong effort.
They had a quick car today, they really did. They didn't have the pace of the Ferrari at the start in the hottest conditions, but after that, they really came on strong, and actually now are lapping quicker than your race leader. Actually, last lap was 2 seconds faster, but yeah, it's nice to watch the car having such performance, but they haven't had that trouble-free race that the car 51's enjoyed.
There's our LMGT3 battle, the turquoise Porsche, Richie Leitz, and behind him, the blue 46 BMW, Kelvin van der Linde, with a tyre advantage. 20 laps, 18 laps fresher tyres, and Leitz on his final public warning for track limits. Okay, this plus one more lap, maybe if they're really lucky, van der Linde and crew might get a second go at it, but if he gets to Leitz, he's got to lunge immediately, Anthony.
Absolutely, yeah.
Sorry, tension in those garages at the moment is palpable as they've got the Porsche hypercar between the two. Kelvin van der Linde knows how important this is for the team, for the championship, but not least for the 65,000 people that might want to have a word if he doesn't.
They definitely won't blame him. It's been a really good race from the 46 car. That one lunge just here, you can see the tyre marks actually from the car that Valentino lunged. Very unfortunate they got the penalty, but he's right there. DRS is open.
We know that BMW's had great straight line speed all weekend, particularly compared to the McLarens. How does it fare against the Porsche? He's right there, isn't he? It goes for the inside, but just thinks about it.
If there's one driver in this field that's not going to be sold a dummy, it's Ricard Leitz.
Because he's a veteran of motorsport.
He's a veteran, yes.
This plus one more, and look at that, van der Linde like weaving around behind him, showing his nose in both mirrors.
Showing, I can do this, you bet you can't. On those tyres, Tom.
You have a weave, let's see how that works out, but yeah, at the end of this lap, they'll have one more to go. The battle for victory in LMGT3. Will it be Porsche or BMW? Will it be... I don't know, but if whichever way this ends up, as long as neither of them go off, we will have 3 different brands on the podium in LMGT3 as well.
Oh, that's what you don't want, right there. 3rd and 4th. Look at them. Look at that distance that you've lost with the hypercar lunging in Acqua Minerale. It's going to come down to this. Who gets the luck of the draw with the traffic?
It's this and one more for these cars, because the leader here is on his final lap.
Yes, he is.
11 seconds to the good. Looking at gaps behind as to whether anything can be done. Robert Kubica, I think, is going to fall short of a podium finish here. It looks to me like it's going to be 3 different makes on the podium, but he's back right with him. There's another hypercar there in contention.
It really is. It's one of the Cadillacs, and a little bit of a drift wide from Kelvin van der Linde. Last lap coming up for LMGT3.
He's a little bit closer than he was last lap around, but I'm not sure it will be enough. Leitz is going to place the car to the inside. I don't think it's enough, is it? But he goes to the inside anyway. Again, yeah, it's the same as before.
It might work with me, mate, but I don't think with him.
It was all because of the traffic in Acqua Minerale, but you never know who's behind.
Close enough. Can he have a look at Tosa? He can have a look, but he can't have a lunge. Maybe, I don't know. He was close in Villeneuve. It might happen at Tosa. Here is our race leader. Out of the final corner comes Alessandro Pierguidi. Ferrari 51 started in front. It will claim victory for the first time in Italy. And for the first time outside Le Mans, a red car wins. And here is the battle for victory. Around the outside into Acqua Minerale. Can he cut back to the inside? Van der Linde finds the road is full of Porsche. And now Richie Leitz has got to survive 4 more corners. Variante Alta, a chance for van der Linde. Leitz is in the middle of the road. Van der Linde looks left, he looks right.
He's going to have a great run on the exit of this chicane, because Leitz was compromised by having to defend into that chicane. So it's all going to boil down to the Ravazzas.
He can't make contact into Ravazza. Leitz has got to keep the door shut on the inside. And he's 2 corners away from victory. 1 corner away from victory. And it is going to be the win for the 92 first for Manthey Porsche. just ahead of the 46 BMW. Valentino Rossi does not get to win at home, but jubilation. First win in the World Championship for the first form team.
Nowhere in Qatar, the Porsches absolutely did it here. Great last couple of laps from Richie Leitz, with clearly a less good car underneath him than Kelvin van der Linde.
And
Fabulous
you saw
stuff.
Ryan Hardwick and Ricardo Pera celebrating jubilation for first form and Ferrari.
Race win.
Guys, come on. We deserve this so much. We deserve it so much since many times. Thank you so much, guys. I'm so happy. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, mate. Thank you.
James Collado started the car that man had put on pole position. Antonio Giovinazzi did the middle stints, and then it was down to Alessandro Pierguidi to bring it home, and he did.
Redemption from last year. They had this race in the bag, didn't they, speed-wise last year. The weather went against them. Strategy went against them as well, but this year, at least with one of their cars, put it right.
Well, the other point to make here, lots of people talking before this race started about the potential 1, 2, 3. They finish, the Ferraris, 1, 4, 15. That's what sports car racing can do.
And look at the response from Ryan Hardwick there, just delighted.
Yes! We won the race, we won the race. Good job, Severe driving. Give us some pickup, give us some pickup. You can use all the fuel, but give us some pickup. Amazing job.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
He's so dry and so cool. He's got the driest, most wonderful sense of humour, Richie Leitz. Cheeky grin, and it'll be all over his face right now. He'll have enjoyed that.
Well, for perfection for the Italian fans, it would have been the 46 BMW in front. And Valentino Rossi will know that that lunge down into Ravazza cost him the win. And that too is motor racing. He's been there before on two wheels. He really wants to do it on foot. And what a place it would have been to have taken his first World Championship win. It wasn't to be. Second again.
Get those lights on, sunshine. P2, baby! Yes, boy! Yeah!
Oh, those Belgian tones.
Yeah, you know, for BMW, Sheldon Van. Third place for Al.
Thank you for tuning in. If you haven't already, hit that like button and subscribe button. May 10th is Spa. Enjoy the podium celebrations. We'll see you May 10th for more WEC action.
Team and Mick Schumacher, a great run at the end of that race. He's growing into this as well, isn't he? And he's enjoying it now.
Yep. No question at all. Victory in Italy for Ferrari. And after coming close last year and making the wrong call on tyres in the rain, Anthony Davidson, when they went softs, because rain had been forecast and maybe it was going to come, it looked like they might have really compromised their strategy. Somehow, in the end, they made it work.
They had enough.
And nobody, I don't think anybody knew whether it would or wouldn't.
They had enough speed in the car inherently. They've been the class of the field in terms of speed all weekend, that they could make it work. A few other teams tried it as well. It hasn't been the preferable tyre of choice this weekend, but they made it work. And yeah, the driver, you have to take your hat off as well to all the drivers that could nurse them through to the end. I do think if they had the BMW behind them instead of the Porsche of car 6 or the Toyota instead of the car 6 from early on when they went on committed to the soft, we might have seen a much closer motor race towards the end of this day. But luckily they had that buffer of Estra behind them.
And don't forget, you can diagnose what happened behind the scenes, how many fingernails were left in the closing stages in that battle between 50 and number 8. In 51, with the number 6 Porsche, with all of those battles going on, lots of that has been caught by our full access crew. And in the first week of May, a week before we head to Spa, you'll be able to catch up with that. So 2.7 million of you watched last year's episodes of the full access program, and already over 350,000 views for the one that's currently online after the season opener in Qatar. And I'm sure, what with Red being at the top of the pile again, there's going to be an awful lot of loyal tifosi who will want to tune in and see what happened behind the scenes.
Great to see so many of the crowd staying on for what's going to be a joyful podium celebration. Ferrari victorious, but they know they've been in a fight today without a shadow of a doubt, and all credit to the teams that gave them that fight, in particular BMW M Team WRT, the Alpine Endurance team and Toyota Gazoo Racing, all of whom just put on a stellar fight, and for that matter the Penske Porsche team.
Yeah, and although the number 6 car finishes down in wherever it is, 8th position, oh boy, they had a big starring role in this. It's not been, they started at the front, they stayed at the front, they won. That's exactly the opposite of what this race will be remembered for. A real roller coaster. Yes, Ferrari had the speed. Did they have the... If they'd been on the mediums, they might have been miles away at the finish, but they managed to make the soft tyre last. Alessandro Pierguidi in his fireproof carpet slippers, somehow keeping those tyres alive and claiming victory for the Italians in Italy.
In an interview with the winners, James Calado, you're probably the most Italian of the British drivers. You must be delighted today with the crowd in front of you.
Yeah, no, thank you, Tifosi. I mean, that was just amazing. It's been a long time since Le Mans, where we got our last win in 2023. So, you know, the team did a superb job with the strategy. The car was brilliant to drive. I can't say any more. My teammates did an amazing job, and everything went to plan. And I'm just over the moon to win at home in Italy.
Well, enjoy for now, enjoy. Antonio, pole position, it's a dream weekend for you here again, congratulations.
Ma fantastico, fantastico, grazie tifosi innanzitutto. It was a fantastic weekend since FP1, we've been always on top. Yesterday the pole, today finally the first win. With my teammates, you know, we deserve after a tough start in Qatar, but you know, we knew that we can do so. Yeah, thanks to the team, to my teammates, and to the tifosi that this weekend it's been a fantastic atmosphere.
Thank you, congratulations. Last word for you, just fresh out of the car, or rather hot out of the car. It's a revenge from last year, and the rain that was tough last year.
I wouldn't say revenge, but it's just for this guy that came for us, and yeah, we deserve as well. We were close so many times in terms of performance, but somehow we never managed to win. And yeah, of course, winning in front of our tifosi in our home race, it's a dream come true. So we were waiting till last year, and now finally we did it.
Congratulations, Alessandro, and go and enjoy the podium. Thank you.
So much, thank you.
Yeah, congratulations, Sam. Of course, Red Dragon maybe for James Calado. Well, Ricardo Pera hugs Richie Lees, but the man with the biggest smile there, Ryan Hardwick. Boy, they went through the walls in their Mustang last year, and now a World Championship race win.
Yeah, it's great when you see such emotion.
Moment.
It's great when you see such emotion, that elation when they win the race, and it reminds everybody, you know, that's why we do it.
Yeah, it wasn't the car that started with the fastest laps that ended up with the trophy. So Ferrari started at the front of the field first, second, and it could have been 1, 2, 3 in qualifying, but the number 50 car didn't record a legal lap and started 18th at the back of the hypercar field, which astonishingly made its way through the first few corners without major drama. And the same was true in LMGT3, but a very strong start from Francois Heriot in the 21 Ferrari took them from 4th on the grid almost into the lead. The 50 Ferrari soon started making up ground. Nicolas Nielsen, the calm head with the foot down early in the race. Trouble for Ben Keating, turned around by Celia Martin, and that would have a permanent effect on the 33 Corvettes race. Trouble 2 for the 93 Peugeot. Getting turned around by the Cadillac. However, they still ended up with a top 10 finish. Not the case for Ian James, the Heart of Racing Aston, tapped off by the unfortunate number 31 BMW, caught out under braking, and Ian James healthily out of the car, or safely out of the car, but the car destroyed and not able to continue the race. BMW and Alpine both had strong roles to play. The 15 car was third early on and stayed in the top half dozen. 20, another strong role, but this time trying to get by the number 7 Toyota. And that battle would continue, not entirely safely for either. Porsche led mid-race with the number 6 crew, but in the end, Kevin S couldn't hold off the charging Ferrari. A lock-up allowed 51 to come back in front. And then the turning point in LMGT3. Valentino Rossi turning around the 21 Ferrari. That would earn them a penalty. 21 was out of the race, and it would be a tough battle to come back for the 46 BMW. Well, Rossi handed over to his teammate Kelvin van der Linde to continue the race. Meanwhile, Toyota back in the action. 8 and 50. These two cars down the order, but on fuel strategy, working their way towards a potential podium finish until contact. A puncture for the 50 tyre. 4 hours of hard work undone in one moment. 83. Final fuel stop from the lead as the number 20 BMW moved up into second place. It was victory in Italy for Ferrari for the very first time in the World Endurance Championship. 51 claiming the honours after Antonio Giovinazzi had put them on pole. And the 46 BMW coming up desperately short. 96 Porsche winning in LMGT3. And but for that touch with the Ferrari, if Valentino hadn't sensed a slight opportunity down in Ravazza, they had the team, they had the pace to win in LMGT3, and that would have sent all the Tifosi home happy, with Ferrari winning in Hypercar and Vale winning in LMGT3. It wasn't to be. That victory for Rossi will have to come maybe at Le Mans, who knows? They certainly have the crew, and they may have the potential. But 3 different brands in the top 3. Ferrari, BMW and Alpine. The best Toyota in 5th position, and the best of the Porsches in 8th, with a Peugeot and a Cadillac also making it into the points. In LMGT3, Porsche, from BMW, from Lexus. 3 different brands in the top 3, but somehow apparently balance of performance is a bad thing. So Lexus, Ferrari and Corvette also in the top half dozen, and all but one manufacturer had a car in the top 10. In Hypercar, Aston Martin, the only team not to. Just 2 cars failed to make it. Accident damage, both for the 27 and for 21. So 34 of our 36 starters made it to the finish line, including all 18 Hypercars, a new series record.
Completely correct. It's also the first time we've had back-to-back wins in the WC for any manufacturer since Toyota back in 2023 at Fuji and Bahrain. That's not happened since then.
Both Vantor brothers on the podium, and both this time in second place.
Well, there you go.
And the 46 BMW was second last year in the rain to the 31 BMW, second this year in the dry to the 92 Porsche team, and there they are, Manthey Porsche. What a tough team they are to beat. And Richie Leitz, the remaining man from that driver lineup of last year, still in there and swinging. And Alessandro Pierguidi with James Collado celebrating pole position yesterday from their teammate Antonio Giovinazzi, and celebrating victory today. But it was not a foregone conclusion.
Here's the podium. It's the Alpine team to be followed out by the 36 crew. Mick Schumacher bringing home that car.
So when it Not quite sure who's being played to there by Robin Frines.
From BMW and Team WRT, it's René Rast, Robin Frines and Sheldon van der Linde. From Ferrari AF Corsa, it's Alessandro Pierguidi, James Gallardo, and Antonio Giovinazzi.
Can't hear you. Have the fans all left?
I think they're going to get quite the reaction to the national anthem here. They enjoyed that.
Well, there was a stirring rendition before the cars left the grid.
National anthem of the winning team from Italy.
And there will be again. The races, please. What
Fantastic.
a choir, what a great rendition of the Italian anthem.
And that's something that shows it's taking another step forward, doesn't it? It's what a result for the home crowd, and magnificent stuff for them to all be here at the finish as well.
So the winners' medals being presented to Alessandro Pierguidi, to James Gallardo, and to Antonio Giovinazzi. Giancarlo Minardi, of course, talked about that we're close to Sant'Agata Bolognese, the home of Lamborghini, not too far from Maranello, the home of Ferrari. But what we're really close to, and just about 12 kilometres away, is Faenza, the hometown of Giancarlo Minardi, Minardi Racing, and now, of course, Racing Bulls, the team that that Minardi became after a number of other stops along a scenic route. And he is the circuit manager, Marco Panieri, who is the mayor of Imola, presenting the trophies for third and for second place. And again, Alpine on the podium, well-deserved, not a fluke, not lucked in some safety car range schmozzle. And the same too for the 20 BMW. Not quite sure how they made it, but they did. And the 51 Ferrari probably wouldn't get long odds on them winning, but it was a good job by the entire crew.
Number 36 Alpine Endurance Team is Jules Gounon, Fred Maccabecchi, and Mick Schumacher.
And well done to them. That's a big step forward again. It just goes to show, doesn't it? It's getting more and more difficult to win and to get to this level, the podium in the FI World Endurance Championship.
And that makes it all the sweeter. In each of our two classes, we start 18 three-driver teams. And in each of our two classes, 8 of them aren't going to get a single point. Only the top 10 score points. So nearly half the field go away empty-handed with tales of regret. But for the crew of 20 BMW, when bits of the wing were coming off after that contact with the number 7 Toyota, when they might have ended up with a penalty, to be on the podium, that's a good day at the office.
Yeah, I think they got a little bit lucky. They were unlucky at the chicane and then lucky with the safety car later on in the race when obviously it put them right back in the game. And yeah, there are always going to be winners and losers in that situation. But yeah, car 50 certainly was. They lost a lot of ground in that safety car after the Valentino moment in Ravazza 2.
I've just got a little message through on my phone. Ferrari vince la 6 ore di Imola. And Alessandro Pierguidi, Antonio Giovinazzi and James Collado now lead the drivers' standings. But in second place, Phil Hansen, Robert Kubica and Ye Yifei, the 83 Ferrari crew. 2 strong results for them.
So it's 50 points to the winning team today. It's 39 for the 83 points of our team, 38 for the 50 crew. That close.
So Ferrari with the lead over BMW, second in the manufacturer standings. Toyota third, Alpine fourth, 5th place for Porsche, and then 6th for Caddy ahead of Peugeot and Aston Martin. And again, just to remind you that it's the top scoring manufacturer car in a hypercar that scores the points, not all of them. In LMGT3, our winners, First Form. Let's hear from them.
Congratulations, guys. I'm going to start with you, Richard. What a last lap. That was a lot of pressure.
Yes, too much pressure. So, no, but it was a good fight. I mean, I really feel my engineer a bit nervous. So I was like, okay, I think he is fast. And then he was coming closer in the mirror, and obviously in the last lap you fight a bit more, and we touched a bit, but it was nice racing. And I think for the fans it was a good show. For us it was a good end of a nice 6-hour race.
We were all very nervous, but you did super well. Congratulations. Ricardo, you must be delighted to win in Italy here for you. Must be great.
Yeah, I mean, it's unbelievable to win this race in front of our fans. I want to thank again this team. Did a mega job. The guys are working really hard for us. The car was a rocket ship, and also I want to thank these 2 guys. They drove mega, so I mean, it's unbelievable.
Congratulations. Ryan, last word for you. You must be super happy. What a strong car, the winning car from last year, again showing that it's there again.
Yeah. I mean, this team never went anywhere, right? But man, what a special day for me. This is my first win in the World Endurance Championship, so. This guy's had plenty, but it was a special day for me. But I can't thank both of these guys. Had amazing stints. You know, we did not have the fastest car at all in this race, but you know, others made mistakes, and we ran a clean race with no mistakes, no penalties, and that's what's so great about this team. You know, these drivers. It shows you can win. You don't have to have the fastest horse in the race sometimes, but you just got to be smart and consistent. So yeah, it's a special day. Happy Easter to my family all back home. Sorry they couldn't be here with me. Wish they were here to see this, but hopefully we can do it once more again this year, maybe 2 times more. That'd be nice.
Why not? Thank you very much, and now it's time to enjoy the podium. Well-deserved one. Thank you.
Thank you.
What a different Imola to 2024 for Ryan Hardwick. That turquoise car last year was not a happy ending, and here he is, top step of the podium, his first World Championship win.
Well, the German national anthem greets that crew home. And as you heard from Ryan Hardwick, his first WEC win, he's delighted with that one. It's the second for Ricky Perra in 2 different classes. It is 13 for Richard Lietz, matches his fellow Austrian Matthias Lauda. And that means that Porsche are now at 5 wins in the first 2 seasons of LMGT3, and it means 5 wins plus in 4 different classes in WEC history. Magnificent stuff. And by the way, a first ever podium in the WEC for Lexus. 4th last time out. And onto the podium this time, and that trajectory will win Le Mans.
Well, Le Mans a whole different ball game, isn't it? And there, Lady Luck really does have to smile on you. Well, second last year for the crew of 46. Second this year as well. Maybe next year will be 3rd time lucky for Valentino Rossi, Amadou Harty and Kelvin van der Linde. They came so close.
They would have won this race without the penalty. Simple as that. They were that good on track. Without the penalty, they would be the winners this afternoon. It was, what was the final result? 0.3 of a second. And a drive-through penalty made all the difference. But each one of those drivers deserves credit. 4 all the way through. Amadou Harty, fabulous. But for the Monti team, excellent.
Well, congratulations to our podium finishers and to everybody else who brought cars and raced so tough here in Imola. TF Sport 33, last time's winners, still have a slender lead over the 78 Lexus crew, with Manthey first form now, just 2 points off 3rd place. And that is it for the 6 Hours of Imola. In a month from now, we'll be racing again at Spa. The first week of May is when you'll be able to catch up with all the action from behind the scenes here in Imola in our 2nd full access programme of the season. Look out for that on the FIA WEC YouTube. And don't forget our other social media for loads of content, not just from here, but from Qatar and going forward into Spa as well. Until then, from all of us here, from Bruce Ioani in the pit lane, in the booth, from Graham Gooden, Anthony Davidson, me, Martin Haven, and the rest of the WEC TV crew, thank you for joining us. We look forward to your company again in Spa-Francorchamps, and from one classic European race circuit to another, the final showdown before we head to the 24 du Mans in June, and a track where Valentino Rossi has winning form on 4 wheels as well as 2. Until then, from the doctor, from the rest of us, thank you for being with us. Until the next time out in Spa, it is goodbye from Italy. Goodbye, and enjoy your Easter.